Hiss, so cold. Where am I? A blond boy lay shivering atop a broken wooden board, drifting endlessly on the open sea. His skin was pale, his lips cracked, his body trembling from cold, hunger, and thirst. His name was Leno. Originally, he had been the youngest son of a minor noble family from the Oit Kingdom. Their ship had been ambushed by pirates. Amid screaming, fire, and blood, his parents had thrown him into the sea as a last act of desperation. That boy died there. What remained was a soul from another world, one that woke up choking on salt air and panic. After forcing himself to stay calm, Leno sorted through the memories flooding his mind. When he finally looked around, reality hit hard. Endless water, a single broken plank, and a small satchel tied to his wrist. That's it, he muttered hoarsely. Cold, starving, and floating in the middle of the ocean. What kind of transmigration opening is this? He had gone to bed normally after work the night before. No truck. No lightning strike. No dramatic sacrifice. And yet here he was. Grimacing, Leno opened the satchel with numb fingers. Inside were a few unfamiliar banknotes, some jewelry, and a golden peel. Huh. Hunger won out over caution. He bit into it. The taste was awful. Bitter and metallic. The moment he swallowed, a translucent panel unfolded before his eyes. Leno froze. A system. He waited. Nothing happened. System? Hello? Can you talk? Silence. After several attempts, he realized the truth. It wasn't an interactive system. Just a status panel. With a sigh, he focused and read. Name, Leno. Primary armament Haki, awakened. Primary observation Haki, awakened. Primary conquerors Haki, awakened. Basic body techniques, mastered. Basic swordsmanship, mastered. Devil fruit ability. Goro Goro no Mi, rumble rumble fruit. Status, consumed. Side effects, none. Spatial backpack, available. Leno stared at the panel for a long moment. Then he laughed. So, this was the One Piece world. And the fruit he had just eaten was the rumble rumble fruit. Enel's power. Lightning itself. No side effects, he muttered, eyes narrowing. And empty slots? Did that mean he could eat more devil fruits? That thought alone made his heart settle. Electric sparks crackled across his fingertip. His other hand darkened as armament Haki coated his skin. The sea beneath him suddenly felt a lot less threatening. All right, Leno exhaled. I can work with this. He stored the plank into his spatial backpack. Crackle, zap. Lightning flashed. In the next instant, Leno stood midair, staring at a faint island in the distance. Another flash. He landed on the shore. Leno retrieved the plank, tossed it onto the sand, slung the satchel over his shoulder, and walked inland. Hey, kid. Who are you? A young man in a security uniform rushed over, gripping a spear. Leno stopped immediately, raising his hands. My name is Leno. My family was attacked by pirates. I was the only one who survived and drifted here. Where is this place? Don't call me uncle, the man snapped. Call me big brother Genzo. This is Cocoyasi Village. Cocoyasi. Nami's village. Leno kept his expression neutral, but his mind raced. If Genzo was still young and Balmir hadn't returned yet, that meant. Can I live here? Leno asked quickly. I have money. Genzo eyed him for a long moment, then sighed. I'm not the village chief. I handle security. Staying is fine, but... Then it's settled, Leno said instantly. Genzo twitched. You annoying brat. Still, he led Leno through the village. With Genzo's help and the villagers' cooperation, Leno built a small house with a yard on the west side of the village. It took only 2 days. Thus, Leno's life in Cocoyasi Village began. He learned it was sea calendar year 1501, and Balmir was still serving as a marine. From that day on, Leno trained. Every morning, he ran the shoreline with a massive rock strapped to his back. Push-ups, sit-ups, swimming against the tide, conditioning until his muscles screamed. Genzo tried to stop him more than once. You're too young. You'll ruin your body. I know what I'm doing, Leno replied calmly. Eventually, Genzo stopped interfering, assuming the boy was driven by vengeance. A year passed. At 7 years old, Leno stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, no longer frail, no longer weak. His panel remained unchanged, but his body was something else entirely. "Guess it's time," Leno muttered. He built a small boat and sailed toward the edge of the calm belt. Food had become a problem. Meat wasn't cheap. If he wanted to eat well, he had to hunt. The first Sea King he dragged back shocked the entire village. The second caused panic. By the fifth, people stopped reacting at all. "Oh, Leno's back. That one's bigger than last time." One afternoon, as Leno hauled a massive Sea King ashore, he noticed Genzo speaking with a woman and several villagers. Their voices carried. Did she quit the Marines? What kind of trouble did she get into? 2 kids, no father? Then a sharp voice cut through. "That's enough. These are Nami and Nojiko. I found them on the battlefield. From now on, they're my daughters." Silence followed. That was when the villagers noticed Leno. "Hey, Leno. Hunting again." Genzo laughed and walked over, clapping a hand on Leno's shoulder. "Kid, come here. This is Belmere. She just returned. Her house is near yours." "Belmere," Leno said politely, bowing. "It's a pleasure to meet you." She eyed the Sea King, cigarette hanging from her lips. "You caught that yourself?" "Yes, ma'am." "Heh, not bad," she said with a grin. "Looks like I'll enjoy having you as a neighbor." Leno smiled faintly. The future had arrived. And this time, he intended to change it. Belmere was, without question, a force of nature. Ever since she returned to Cocoyasi Village, her voice could be heard echoing through the streets from morning to night. "Nojiko. Diapers now." Nami wet herself again. "Genzo, stop fooling around." She finally stopped crying, and you scared her again. Life continued in this loud, chaotic rhythm. Belmere planted her tangerine grove, and whenever he had time, Leno helped out, hauling baskets, fixing fences, and working the soil alongside her. 3 years passed in what felt like a blink. Leno was 10 now, standing well over 1.8 meters tall. Years of brutal training and constant battles with Sea Kings had carved his body into something sharp and imposing. Just standing still, he gave off a pressure that made most people instinctively step back. He clenched his fist. Pitch-black armament hockey coated his hand as he punched forward. The massive rock in front of him exploded into fragments. Leno exhaled slowly and opened his panel. Name, Leno. Armament hockey, intermediate. Observation hockey, intermediate. Conqueror's hockey, beginner. Body techniques, intermediate. Swordsmanship, intermediate. Devil fruit ability. Rumble fruit, no side effects. Spatial backpack, berries, Sea King jerky, miscellaneous supplies. He nodded in satisfaction. My hockey's coming along nicely. And my control over the fruit is solid. A thought crossed his mind. Skypea. If there truly was another rumble fruit there, what would happen if he ate it? Would it awaken something deeper? Whether it existed or not, he would find out eventually. With his current strength, the East Blue posed no real threat. With lightning at his command, the sea itself felt tame. Leno. Nami came sprinting toward him, arms flailing. Belmere says dinner's ready. She said it's to thank you for helping pick tangerines yesterday. Coming. Thump. Ow. Leno flicked her forehead lightly. How many times have I told you? Call me Big Brother Leno. Humph. Nami stuck out her tongue and ran off. At Belmere's house, the table was already full. Wow, Leno said honestly. This looks amazing. Big Brother Leno, sit here, Nojiko said, pulling out a chair as Belmere placed the final dish down. Belmere smirked. Nojiko's such a good girl. Unlike a certain someone who was crying non-stop during the storm yesterday. Hey, jerk. Nami's face went bright red as she lunged at Leno. He held her back with a single finger pressed to her forehead. She kicked and flailed helplessly. Belmere laughed. All right, stop teasing her. Eat. That's Sea King meat, you brought it after all. Leno released Nami and dug in. Nami followed immediately, forgetting her embarrassment in seconds. After dinner, The two of them sat side by side with glasses of orange juice. Gulp. Gulp. Burp. Burp. So good. You too. Belmere snapped. Enough lounging. Dishes. Now. They laughed and jumped up anyway. Later that evening, Nami burst into the room clutching papers. Leno. Look. The maps I drew. He knelt beside her. Let's see. His eyes widened. This is Cocoyasi Village. All of it. He looked at her seriously. Did you draw this yourself? Of course, she said proudly. Well, Nojiko helped a little. Leno was genuinely stunned. She was barely over 3. Nami, he said warmly, you're incredible. You're a born navigator. She beamed. My dream is to draw a map of the whole world. That's a wonderful dream, Leno said. I'll support you. He turned to Nojiko. What about you? Nojiko hesitated, then spoke softly. I want to live a happy life, with the people I love. She glanced at him shyly before looking away. Leno paused, then smiled. That's a beautiful dream too. You'll make it happen. After a moment, he looked at Belmere. I'm heading out to sea in a few days. I'll be gone for a few months. Is there anything you want me to bring back? What? All 3 exclaimed. You're leaving. Belmere frowned. For months. I need to retrieve something that belongs to me, Leno said calmly. Don't worry. No one in the East Blue can stop me. Belmere studied him for a long moment, then sighed. She understood more than she said. Reluctantly, they agreed. Nami and Nojiko sulked. Leno crouched and hugged Nojiko, then ruffled Nami's hair. I'll bring back good food and pretty clothes. Deal? Deal, Nami muttered. 2 days later, Leno set off. Nami and Nojiko stood at the shore, eyes wet. Come back safe. I will. After sailing for a while, Leno felt something brush against his observation hockey. A pirate ship. He smiled faintly. Looks like the trip's starting early.
Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Captain, there's a small boat ahead with a kid on it. Oh? Perfect timing to test out our newly installed cannons. Oh. Way to go, Captain. Looking at the sickle pirates a few hundred meters away, Captain William Coombs with a bounty of 8 million berries. A cannonball flew towards Leno, who covered his right hand in armament hockey and punched the cannonball, causing it to explode. Yoo-ho! The captain hit it. As expected of Captain William with a bounty of 8 million berries. Oh. The crew cheered for Captain William. William Coombs stood at the bow, hands on his hips, laughing. Once I conquer the East Blue, I'll take you all to the Grand Line. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. Captain. We'll follow you to the death, XN. Pirate King. Pirate King. Crackle, zap. How scary, the Pirate King. Who's there? The crew turned around to see a youth crouching on the mast. Who are you? How did you get on our ship? CA. Captain, he's the person from that small boat just now. The lookout stammered. What? After a brief shock, William's face turned fierce. Shoot him down. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. The bullets passed through Leno's body without leaving a trace. WH, what's going on? Why can't we hit him? Is he a monster? Captain, what should we do? Cold sweat dripped down William Coombs' face. Don't be afraid, he's just one person. Let's attack together. He let out a yell and charged forward. Now it's my turn to make a move. In the blink of an eye, Leno appeared in front of William and threw a punch. William's eyes bulged and he collapsed. What followed was a one-sided slaughter, with pirates falling one after another. Oh? So you're a devil fruit user? No wonder you didn't die. The originally fallen William had now transformed into a 3-meter-tall minotaur with dual horns standing there. Oxox fruit, model, bison. Since eating this devil fruit, I've never shown this form to anyone else. Kid, dying in this form is an honor for you. A bovine fist instantly pierced through Leno's body. Crackle, crackle. Ox fruit, so scary, Leno turned his head to look at William. What? You? What are you? Oh, I'm a devil fruit user too, but I'm a Logia type. Farewell, Pirate King. Lightning spear. 2 lightning spears pierced through William. As William fell, his body slowly returned to its normal form. After looting the ship's treasures, Leno found only a few million berries. Cheapskate. Crackle with that, Leno disappeared. A massive pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky onto the pirate ship's location, completely burying the sickle pirates in the vast sea. Arriving above Lowtown, Leno used observation hockey to find the sword shop. He walked in and looked around. Yep, this was the place. He went to a corner and rummaged through a bamboo basket for a long time. Found it, Sandai Katetsu. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The shop owner was baffled by Leno's actions. Buying a sword. How much for this one? Leno placed the Sandai Katetsu in front of the owner. Are you serious? The owner broke out in a cold sweat. Of course. But this is a cursed sword. Its previous owners all died horrible deaths. How about picking another one? The owner tried to persuade him. No, I want this one. I specifically want a cursed sword. Let's see if I can tame it. As he spoke, Leno drew the sword and threw it into the air, closed his eyes, and extended his arm. Asterisk fi asterisk. Hum. Crackle thud. Wow. Holy crap. Opening his eyes, he saw half of his arm lying on the ground. Then, with a crackle, it turned into lightning and returned to his arm. Owner. Leno. Damn it. Enraged, he gripped the sword hilt tightly. Continuous crackle sounds erupted as lightning accumulated along the blade of the Sandai Katetsu. The blade slowly turned red, and with a hum, Leno stopped outputting lightning. Think you're tough? I'll show you who's boss. So, owner, how much for the sword? Leno asked triumphantly. 50,000 berries, the owner answered woodenly. Only after Leno paid and left the shop did the owner wipe the sweat from his forehead. What kind of person is that? Holding the Sandai Katetsu in his left hand, Leno swaggered with an unmistakable arrogance toward the execution plaza. He felt that a man needed a sword for one simple reason. It looked cool. Standing before the execution platform, Leno couldn't quite understand Pirate King God Roger's thoughts. Was it about ushering in a new era or the continuation of a dream? Leno didn't really care about any of that. Having come all this way, he just wanted to live freely and without constraints. After leaving Lowtown, Leno turned into electricity and sped toward the Grand Line. After more than 10 days of traveling with frequent stops, Leno finally arrived at his last stop before Sky Island, Jaya Island. Standing on the shore of Jaya, he looked up at the sky and spread his arms. Sky Island, here I come. Passing through layers of clouds, Leno finally arrived at Sky Island. Gazing at this expanse of white sea, the awe in his heart was unimaginable. This world is truly magical. Such a spectacular sight can only be seen here. Leno flew back and forth a few times above Sky Island, pinpointing the location of the small island, Burka, and also discovering the golden city of Shandora. He had to admit, seeing a city built of gold was still shocking. It was literally gold everywhere. Mine, it's all mine. I won't have to worry about money from now on, haha. Better find the rumble fruit first. Arriving at Burka, he searched carefully and finally found a dilapidated structure. This seems to be a temple? Judging by the murals, the people here long ago experienced a world-ending catastrophe and were led to the infinite land by a god. This god led many craftsmen to build a huge airship, then transformed into lightning and merged with the airship. Everyone boarded the airship and flew towards the infinite land. He approached the golden box on a high altar in the center of the hall, surrounded by 4 statues of devout worshippers. Arriving at the box, Leno placed his hand on it. Lightning smelting. As the box melted, inside, as expected, was the rumble fruit. Picking up the fruit, he took a bite. Ugh, this taste is really ugh. Slowly feeling the integration of the rumble fruit, Leno flew into the air and unleashed lightning freely. The entire Sky Island was instantly covered in dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the usually peaceful residents of Sky Island were thrown into a massive panic. The Shandians and the god of Sky Island all rushed towards this location. As the power of lightning continued to erupt, Leno's observation haki extended along with the lightning, finally breaking through a critical point and covering the entire Sky Island. Sensing that the rumble fruit was almost awakened and his observation haki had advanced to a high level, Leno began to form a plan. Leno returned to the temple. Seeing several chests placed beside the altar, he opened them and found inside the blueprints for the construction of the Arc Maxim as well as some historical records. He read that the people of Sky Island initially did not have wings. Later, their ancestors went to the Infinite Land, and those who remained developed a longing and worship for the god and the Infinite Land. They gradually grew accustomed to having wings. No wonder Enel was so desperate to go to the Infinite Land. He simply wanted to live there like his ancestors imagined. Just as Leno was continuously using his ability to collect gold, the current god of Sky Island, Gonfall, and the hostile Shandian tribe arrived before him. Yo, you guys are here. I've been waiting for a while. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to our Sky Island? Are you from the Blue Sea? Was that commotion just now caused by you? The Shandian warriors watched Leno with extreme vigilance. Don't rush, I'll explain slowly. First, I came to take the gold here. Secondly, I'm here to help you resolve your centuries-old conflict, to end this pointless struggle. After all, Skypiea is a very important location. First, descendants of the great warrior Kalgara, your friend Montblanc Norland did not deceive you. Leno then told them about how Norland returned to the Blue Sea, spoke of Sky Island, and was subsequently executed. Your faith did not let you down. It is time to end your fight. Later, I will ring the Shandora bell, bearing witness to your vow and that of Norland's descendants. After all these years, Norland's descendants have also been making unremitting efforts. The old Shandian chief fell to his knees with a thud. Our vow, fought for over centuries, is about to be fulfilled. Woo-woo. Next, Gonfall. My intention is that from now on, the Shandians and the Scypians will jointly enjoy the right to reside in and use the sacred land. Both sides shall coexist peacefully and develop Sky Island together. If anyone disagrees, crackle crackle. As he spoke, Leno transformed into a giant of lightning, his dazzling radiance illuminating half the sky. A god. A true god. It's a god. A true god has been born on our Sky Island. Witnessing this incredible divine miracle, everyone knelt and kowtowed, even Gonfall. We obey your command, God. I didn't mean to become. Fine. From today onward, I am the god of Sky Island. My name is Leno. Starting today, whether Shandian or Scypian, all are citizens of Sky Island. No hostility or fighting is allowed between you. Offenders will be severely punished. As his words fell, boundless lightning flashed, and Leno's fearsome divine form as the god of thunder was projected across the entire Sky Island. We follow the divine oracle, XN. Good. Since that's settled, have people gather all this gold. I have use for it. Having said that, Leno disappeared. Arriving at the top of the giant vine, the enormous golden bell sat upon a patch of island cloud. Asterisk dong. 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 Dong, asterisk. The majestic sound of the bell spread throughout Sky Island, reached the distant Blue Sea, and traveled towards even more distant places. The light of Shandora. The god has rung the light of Shandora. The Shandians cheered and danced with joy. The Scypians stopped their work one by one, raising their heads to listen to the beautiful sound of the bell. Far away on the Blue Sea, on the west coast of Jaya, 3 monkeys, 3, shed tears of joy. Yes, yes, the light of Shandora has sounded. Sky Island truly exists. Our ancestor Norland was not a big liar. Woo-woo. Sitting on the main seat in the temple, Leno said to the old chief and Gonfall before him, pirates are rampant in the Blue Sea now. There's no guarantee that pirates won't come up here to wreak havoc someday. Sky Island's defensive capabilities are still too weak. So, select 200 people and send them here. I will teach them how to train and improve their combat power to protect Sky Island. After all, I have my own matters to attend to and cannot stay on Sky Island forever. We obey the divine decree, X2. Over the next few days, Leno taught these 200-strong warriors how to cultivate hockey. During this time, the physically robust warriors awakened armament hockey. Due to the environment of Sky Island and Leno's stimulation with lightning, they also awakened observation hockey. During this period, Leno used lightning to show them what divine power meant. The warriors gazed at Leno with fervent, worshipful eyes. Is this the power of a god? Powerful, so powerful. From now on, you will be Sky Island's guard force. Protect Sky Island's safety when I am not here. We will follow your command, God. For the next 10+ days, in addition to training these warriors, Leno also collected all the gold, a staggering 1,000 tons. I'm rich, I'm really rich now. Hee hee. After collecting various local specialties and the giant lobsters of Sky Island, Leno announced his departure. All right, I've done what I needed to do. The rest is up to you to maintain. You two are old, so when I'm gone, you can make decisions together. Wiper, you are the strongest of these warriors. After I leave, you will be responsible for strengthening the warriors' training. I've already made the details about hockey clear. We obey the divine decree. God, do you need us to send a few people to serve by your side? Not necessary. I will return when I have time. That's all then. I'm off. With a crackle, Leno disappeared. After crossing the boundless seas and finally spotting Water 7 in the distance, Leno pulled out his trusty vessel, the little rickety boat, and slowly steered toward the city. From afar, Water 7 resembled a colossal oceanic fountain. Powerful currents gushed upward from the city's center, then split into several tributaries flowing back into the sea, reducing direct impact from the waves. Nearby, the sea trains gently rumbled to life. The fusion of technology and nature created a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Leno's main purpose for visiting Water 7 was to exchange some berries and buy sea salt. Thanks to the Aqua Laguna, the salt harvested here was deep sea salt, renowned for its exquisite flavor. He also couldn't miss trying the famous mizu meat. As for shipbuilding, Frankie hadn't even shown up yet. That could wait a few more years. First, Leno exchanged gold for several billion berries, then went on a shopping spree: clothes, sweets, and of course, he didn't forget to buy Nami some books on navigation. Arriving at the shore, he stowed away the little boat. With a crackle of lightning, Leno vanished from the spot. The story's main events hadn't kicked off yet. Many people and incidents were still nowhere to be found. For now, best to just head home and lie low. After all, unfamiliar plotlines could easily derail, and there'd be no rewinding mistakes. Plenty of time left. The stronger he got, the more confidence he'd have. Go for it. Olé! This trip had gone unusually smoothly, except for the exhausting travel. Once he built the Arc Maxim in a few years, he could just kick back and relax. After more than 2 months of back-and-forth travel, he finally returned home. Just as he began unpacking the mountain of parcels from his backpack. Leno, you're back. Haha. Nojiko, come quick. Leno's back. Hey, Nami. What a coincidence. I just docked and already ran into you. Come help carry stuff. What coincidence? Ever since you set sail, Nojiko and I've been taking turns watching ships from the cliff, hoping to spot you the moment you returned. I was the one who saw you and ran over. Leno felt a surge of warmth. He hugged Nami, ruffling her little head, then gave Nojiko a big embrace too. The little girl's face flushed red. Who knew what she was thinking? Come on, help carry. I brought tons of stuff. Tonight we feast. Whoa, you're the best. Thanks, big bro Leno. No problem, let's haul it home. Days passed like this. Nami's yearning to draw sea charts grew stronger by the day, constantly pestering Leno to take her sailing. They'd practically explored every nearby island. 3 years flashed by. It was now year 1507 of the sea calendar. Leno now stood around 2.2 meters tall, truly a towering, robust figure. Status panel, Leno. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. Advanced Body Techniques. Advanced Swordsmanship, Swordmaster. Devil Fruit Abilities. Rumble Fruit, no side effects. Inventory, berries, Sandai Katetsu, gold, etc. Gazing at this dazzling stat sheet, Leno proudly declared, "My achievements today? Entirely earned through my own sweat and effort. I deserve every bit of it." "Leno, what are you spacing out for? Dinner's ready." Oh. He turned to see little Nami, now over 6 years old. Unlike in the original story, she hadn't suffered childhood malnutrition. The little girl was already nearly 1.5 meters tall, with fair, rosy cheeks and brimming with energy. Nojiko was even more extreme, almost 1.7 meters, standing tall and graceful. Though, he wasn't sure when exactly they'd stopped calling him Big Brother. "Leno, come eat." Nojiko called out naturally. "Yeah, coming," Leno sighed helplessly. "Where's Belmere?" "She went to deliver food to Uncle Genzo." When are those two gonna make it official?" "Pfft. X2. Both girls instantly turned beet red. What are you talking about?" Nojiko glanced nervously toward the door, stammering. I know. I saw Uncle Genzo giving Belmere flowers the other day." Nami blurted out loudly. "Oh? Sounds like wedding bells are ringing soon. Guess we'll be welcoming a new family member," Leno declared confidently. "A new member?" Gasp, O_X3. "And nothing. Nami was just saying she wants a pet, right, Nami?" Leno quickly shot her a desperate look. Why yes. Leno just said he'd buy me a pet." Nami stammered out the completely fabricated story. Beside her, Nojiko stared wide-eyed at the two liars, one big, one small, who didn't even blush while spinning tales. "Oh, I see. What kind of pet? Decided yet?" Belmere asked casually while eating. "Not yet, just started thinking about it." Leno began sweating. As they say, one lie demands 1,000 more to cover it up. Nojiko watched him wipe sweat while desperately patching the story, covering her mouth to stifle giggles. Nami smirked smugly at his predicament. Leno shot them both a glare, then silently focused back on his meal. "After dinner, by the way, I'm heading out tomorrow. Might be gone a month or so." "Huh? Again? I want to go too." "Nami, this time you can't come." Leno ruffled her hair gently. Stupid Leno. Never takes me anywhere." Nami turned away with a huff. "This time it's serious business, but I promise I'll come back safe and soon," Leno assured her. "Since you've made up your mind, just be careful out there," said Belmere. Then while I'm gone, I'm leaving our home in the capable hands of clever, lively, cheerful Nami and gentle, kind, capable Nojiko." Since stupid Leno put it that way, fine, I'll handle it," Nami declared with Sundra pride. "Don't worry, Leno, we've got everything covered," Nojiko said warmly. The next morning, waving goodbye to the two girls, Leno boarded the little rust bucket and set off. Crack, crack. This time, no hesitation, he transformed into lightning and shot straight toward the Grand Line. Sabayati Archipelago. There are quite a few strong presences on this island. I'll just stroll around first. With Sandai Katetsu at his hip, Leno headed toward the commercial district. En route, he bought a mask, the bold character, Thunder, emblazoned across the forehead. Yep, this'll do. Don't want to get wanted before even setting sail. Better cover my face. Been here nearly half a month already, still no movement? When's it gonna happen? Leno spent his days aimlessly wandering. A few days ago, he'd contacted Belmere via Den Mushi, telling her he might be delayed and not to worry, explaining his current situation. Little Nami, upon hearing Leno was strolling around and eating delicious food, grew wildly envious, clamoring for him to bring her treats. After chatting a while with Nami and Nojiko, he hung up. Mid-stroll, Leno suddenly froze. There he is. Red-skinned fishman, tall with a wrapped head, definitely him. Fisher Tiger. Looks like it'll happen in the next few days. I'd better prepare. Several nights later, Leno, lying within the clouds, snapped his eyes open. It's starting. Finally. Mary Gios, he's here. He's climbing up, fueled by vengeance. As the red fishman scaled the red line under cover of night, a black-clad figure wearing a mask marked also silently ascended the so-called Holy Land. As Fisher Tiger stormed in, freeing the enslaved fishmen, the liberated slaves began rescuing each other. Soon, waves of freed slaves poured out, and many set fire to the hellish prisons that had once held them captive. Whether to vent their rage or draw attention away, the entire slave detention zone of the Celestial Dragons erupted into roaring flames and billowing smoke. Countless Celestial Dragons evacuated under CP protection, while a few arrogant nobles ordered CP agents to recapture their property. In the aristocratic residential district, screams, curses, and desperate pleas tangled into chaotic noise, yet amid the blazing inferno, arcs of lightning flickered intermittently. Rich. These pigs are disgustingly rich. But now? It's all mine. Leno muttered curses under his breath while stuffing berries, gold, jewels, devil fruits, and famed blades into his inventory. As he looted his third mansion, 2 CP agents burst in. Who are you? How dare you steal from the gods' treasury? Gods? Heh. Funny, I'm a god too. So technically, everything in this treasury already belongs to me. You're asking for your death. Saru. Thunder Spear. In an instant, both CP agents were impaled to the ground. Gotta speed up. 3 no for more houses than bail. As Leno continued plundering, his observation hockey picked up movement. Distant squads were converging toward his location. Winds picking up, time to bolt. Just as Leno prepared to vanish, he spotted a pig-headed celestial dragon, wearing his signature fishbowl helmet, cornering 3 young female slaves with 2 CP guards. Sigh. You guys did help distract them. Guess I'll return the favor. White lightning. A searing bolt of white lightning pierced straight through the fishbowl. The celestial dragon twitched twice on the ground, then fell still. How scary. A celestial dragon. Leno strolled leisurely toward them. The 2 CP agents froze, then shrieked in horror. Why you dared slay a god. You're dead. There's no place in heaven or earth that'll shelter you. Right, no place to hide. So, can you die now? Crack. Crack. 2 thunder spears pinned the CP agents to the ground. No more breath. After 2 steps, Leno noticed the 3 girls hadn't moved. Hey, still standing there. Move. Oh yes. Go. The lead girl scrambled after Leno, the other 2 trailing behind. The lead girl stared at the black-clad figure ahead, pupils trembling violently. Gods, can gods really be killed? She whispered. Her entire worldview was shattering, then rapidly reforming. Leno, walking ahead, suddenly turned back toward her. Conqueror's Haki awakening? Interesting. He gently suppressed it with his own Conqueror's Haki. Not the time to awaken it. Your friends won't survive the pressure, they'll pass out. Hurry up. Keep close. Oh. The girl blinked, then rushed to follow. At the edge of the red line, crowds of slaves jostled on a few lift platforms. Some impatient souls even leapt straight down. Shut up. Fisher Tiger freed you, not so you could dawdle here. Get down now. Those who haven't made it won't come. If you don't leave now, you never will. Hey, you. Yes, you. Leno pointed at a green-haired man who seemed unusually calm. Organize these people. Now. Yes, sir. The green-haired man bowed deeply. You 3 get down too. Leno turned to the girls. And what about you, sir? Me? I'll hold them off. Otherwise, none of you escape. He glanced back at the rapidly approaching pursuers. As the slaves descended swiftly, the green-haired man suddenly shouted, Benefactor. May we know your name? The other slaves stared desperately at the masked figures retreating back. Me? Ha. I am the Thunder God. In an instant, the black-clad silhouette exploded into a sky-filling storm of lightning. The slaves gazed upward, dumbstruck as thunder illuminated the night. Thunder God. You must live, XN. Benefactor, please stay safe. Ahead, the red fish man sprinted closer. Leno opened a gap in his electric barrier to let him through. Tiger, go down with them. What about you? I can escape easily. Go, the others are waiting for you, Leno said, facing forward. No words can repay this debt, brother. Stay safe. Fisher Tiger leapt off the red line. No need to thank me, I should thank you. Leno waved without turning. How scary. The God's Knights are here, along with a group of Marines, a Vice Admiral, and several CPs. Quite the welcoming committee. Leno felt uneasy, but buying a few moments, that he could manage. Come on. Let's see what you're made of. First, a conqueror's hockey sweep, but effect was minimal. The 5 God's Knights shrugged it off. Only the Vice Admiral seemed mildly affected. 1 versus 6. Advantage, me. Leno muttered. You who dare defy the gods, death is your sentence, snarled a figure in a rounded helmet, face fully covered except for glaring eyes. About time, my gifts arrived. Ready for it. The group froze, then snapped their heads upward. Raygo, take this. A colossal black-purple thunderball crashed down. They were instantly engulfed within the massive sphere, drowning in an ocean of lightning, billions of volts tearing at them every second. After dozens of breaths, they finally burst free, only for the exploding sphere to unleash wild, uncontrolled devastation. Lightning carved massive trenches across the land. At the epicenter, a crater dozens of meters wide. The 6 figures knelt, tattered and gasping, utterly spent. Staring at the now empty horizon, they lacked the strength to pursue. They'd underestimated him, thinking one man would be easy prey. Never expected Leno to skip formalities and open with his ultimate move. Crackle. Leno suddenly appeared on the bow of a commandeered warship. Crews rushed forward to greet him. Glancing at the hastily seized fleet, he turned to Fisher Tiger. Tiger, what'll you do with these people? It's up to them. Those who want to leave can leave, and those who want to stay can stay. You should set sail as soon as possible. It's not safe to stay here for long. Agreed. The situation's urgent. Let's get out of here first, Tiger urged. All right, I'll get off here. I'll leave the rest to you, Tiger. Leno got off the ship as soon as it reached Sabaody Archipelago. Oh, by the way, Tiger, you have a guy under you named Arlong, right? Tell him not to go to the East Blue in the future, or he'll die. That's my advice. Understood. I'll remember. Until we meet again. Until next time. Wait, this one and my sisters shall disembark here too. A crisp female voice rang out. So, you're Boa Hancock and these 2 are your sisters? Though he'd suspected as much, this was the future Empress. Taking a closer look, she was indeed a rare beauty, but not yet at the level where she could charm the masses. Come with me then. Leno removed his mask and tossed 3 black robes to the trio. As they walked, the 3 kept glancing around, leaving Leno exasperated. Hey, what are you staring at? Want me to put the mask back on? Leno asked helplessly. No need. We just didn't expect you to be so young, sir. Hancock's cheeks flushed as she murmured softly. Don't call me sir. My name's Leno, just call me that. We're here. Let's go in. Leno's eye twitched at the bar's signboard. With strength like this, you can do whatever you want, Leno sighed. The king from 3 generations ago? X3. Oh, looks like Tiger got you out safely. It wasn't in vain that I went with that old man to hold off the Marines. Nearby, an elderly man with glasses and graying hair, looking sharp and spirited, was nursing a drink. He sipped his alcohol while subtly sizing up Leno. You 3 sisters have suffered. We've been trying to rescue you, but we never found the right chance. Shiki sighed. No, we're very grateful to Tiger for saving us, and also to Sir Leno, the 3 sisters whispered. Seeing their reddened eyes, Leno could hardly imagine the life of slaves. Young Leno, thanks for helping us save the 3 sisters. Shiki turned to Leno with a warm smile. No, I spotted the sisters on the shore and came to ask about something. I just tagged along. Leno waved it off modestly. Rayleigh chimed in. You're so young, yet your strength is this formidable. That commotion from the rear guard was truly astonishing. Uncle Rayleigh, don't go spreading rumors. Storming Mary Gios to save people, how's that got anything to do with a 13-year-old kid like me? Don't slander me, I'll sue you for defamation. Leno protested. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle at Leno's outburst. Pfft. Young Leno, you're quite the joker. Shaki laughed. Hey, Sister Shaki, I really am 13 like, the real deal. Everyone froze at his words. Hancock cupped her cheeks, blushing, and murmured, Lord Leno's even younger than me. That's great. That's surprising. Shaki's face showed genuine shock. Rayleigh added, truly, each generation has its talents. He'd pegged Leno at least at 16 or 17, not 13, and sighed in admiration. Hey, Uncle Rayleigh, mind if I pick your brain on a few things? Leno leaned in, pouring him a drink. Oh? So you know me, young Leno? Rayleigh's eyes gleamed. HM? Didn't Sister Shaki just call your name? Leno asked, puzzled. No, we haven't called each other by name at all. Shaki grinned. Leno glanced back at the Hancock sisters, who nodded slowly. Leno slapped his forehead. Sloppy. Well, don't sweat the details. Leno laughed awkwardly. Giggle. Leno cringed inwardly. Hey, no worries. What did you want to ask? Rayleigh let it slide and turned the question back. It's about how to train for the Ryo and the method for Conqueror's Haki infusion. Leno went all in. Oh my, I really underestimated little brother Leno, Shaki said, truly surprised now. She couldn't believe that a boy as young as Leno had not only was seeking to reach the level of Ryu, but also had Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh was also full of surprise, but seeing that Leno had helped them, he still explained the training methods for Ryu and Conqueror's coding in detail. Hey, Hancock, you'll have to train Conqueror's Haki infusion sooner or later. Remember it well. Leno turned to her. Rayleigh looked surprised, while Shaki beamed with joy. Hancock, you've awakened Conqueror's Haki? Shaki asked eagerly. Why yes, I think so. Hancock fidgeted nervously. It happened when I saw Lord Leno kill the celestial dragon. Leno slapped his forehead again, too late to stop her. Rayleigh and Shaki stared at Leno. This goofy kid had just massacred celestial dragons moments ago, and now he was calmly asking about training techniques. Was this normal? What's wrong? Leno asked, enduring their gazes with a stiff neck. After a moment, Rayleigh sighed softly. Sigh, looks like I'm really getting old. Shaki's expression turned complicated. Ahem. Sister Shaki, I'd like to buy some info from you. Shaki's eyes narrowed into a smile. What kind of info are you after, young Leno? Yeah, a place called Sleepy Hollow Town. Leno answered cautiously. Sleepy Hollow Town? I don't know it offhand. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. All right, thanks, Sister Shaki. Leno breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I've handled my business, so I'll take off. Hancock, forget the past and live well from now on. See you around. With that, Leno bolted. Hey, an interesting kid. Yeah, quite the character. Hancock, tell me what happened after you met him. Shaki turned to Hancock. Mary Gios, Pangea Castle, the Room of Authority. Saint Nustero was sitting on a sofa, focused on polishing the Shodai Katetsu in his hands. Saint Jupiter stood before the window with his arms crossed, his face calm as he watched the scene of buildings being repaired below. Saint Workuri sat on the sofa with his chin in his hands, a faint anger simmering in his eyes. Saint Mars stood ramrod straight beside a sofa with his hands behind his back, his face devoid of expression. Saint Saturn, leaning on his cane, sat on another sofa with an angry look on his face. Despicable fishmen, daring to offend our divine presence. A crime punishable by death. Saint Saturn was quite furious. The members who suffered the greatest losses last night were from his family, and one of them had even been killed. Although a member was also killed during the God Valley incident decades ago, that was an accident. This time, they were killed in their own home. The situation was completely different. I propose that the Marines be dispatched to Fishman Island immediately to capture Fisher Tiger, Saint Saturn continued. Fisher Tiger has already announced his departure from Fishman Island, and Fishman Island has also issued a statement, Saint Jupiter said softly. Don't the Marines want an admiral position for Borsellino? Let him hunt down that fishman. Give him the position after he completes the mission, Saint Nustero said. Seconded, X4. Saint Workuri then asked, "What about that so-called Thunder God? We still don't have any precise information on him. That rumble fruit that disappeared for hundreds of years? A despicable thing that hides its head and shows its tail. No need to worry about it. Just have the Marines increase the bounty, and he will show up sooner or later. We'll take care of them together then," Saint Workuri added. Seconded, X3. Just as Leno was on his way, calculating how many good things he had acquired this time, he was unaware that bounty posters bearing his name were already fluttering across the entire sea. Fishman Fisher Tiger, bounty, 1,500,000,000 berries. Heinously evil. Dead or alive. On the bounty poster, the red fishman wore a ferocious expression, gritting his teeth in rage. Criminal, Thunder God, user of the rumble fruit, bounty, 1,580,000,000 berries. Heinously evil. Dead or alive. On the bounty poster was Leno wearing a mask with the character for Thunder, with a scene of endless lightning behind him. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was assigning a mission to Vice Admiral Kizaru. "So scary, a fishman and a rumble fruit user," Kizaru muttered, his face contorted into a pout. A vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead. "Borsellino, be serious. This mission will determine if you are fit to be an admiral. It must be completed, understand? You should understand what the 3 admirals mean to us Marines, so this mission must be completed as soon as possible." Yees, Fleet Admiral Sengoku understood. "I will certainly capture the fishman, Fisher Tiger," Kizaru responded sluggishly. Looking at Kizaru's lazy attitude, Sengoku took a deep breath and waved his hand weakly, "Get out." Whoosh! Kizaru disappeared. Sengoku looked at the bounty posters and sighed deeply. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as Sengoku suppressed his anger, the crunching sound made it flare right back up. Garp. "You bastard." Mahaha, Sengoku. No need to get angry over such a small thing. "If those scumbags are dead, they're dead," Garp said, comforting Sengoku while eating his scallops. Great Buddha impact. "Ah, Sengoku, you fight dirty. I'll be back." Garp's voice drifted in from outside the window. Phew. Get someone to fix the window. New World on the Moby Dick. Whitebeard was gulping down sake. Pops, this is incredible. Quick, look at the newspaper." Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. "Oh, interesting. Someone actually made it up there." Whitebeard subconsciously touched the scar on his chest. "Those bastards. Gururara. When that Thunder God brat comes to the New World, let him become my son. Gururara." Oh, Pops is drunk again. Oh. Wano country, Onigashima. Wororaro, Thunder God? What an arrogant fellow. "I'll wait for you to come to the New World and challenge me," Kaido said, gulping down his sake. "Kaido, I, Kazuki Oden, have come to challenge you again." A young girl wearing a mask walked up, holding a smaller version of a Kanabo club, and pointed it straight at Kaido. Veins popped on Kaido's forehead as he put down his sake jar. He slowly picked up the giant Kanabo club beside him and began a new round of parenting. Whole Cake Island. Mama, this dessert is so delicious." Big Mom's cavernous mouth never stopped eating sweets. Katakuri walked in, holding a newspaper. "Mama, here is today's newspaper. Someone attacked Mary Gios. HM? Thunder God? Mama, we'll see when you can make it to the New World." New World, an unnamed island, the base of the Red Hair Pirates. "Hey, Shanks, look at today's paper." Ben Beckman handed the newspaper to his captain. "Oh? The rumble fruit? That devil fruit that's been missing for hundreds of years has appeared? Is a new era coming?" "Yeah, it's a troublesome fruit." Ha. "To the new era. Let's drink. New World, Dressrosa, the King's Plateau, Royal Palace. Fufu. Chaos. Let there be chaos. The more chaotic it is, the greater the opportunity. Sooner or later, I will drag all you high and mighty insects down and destroy you completely. Fufu. The second half of the Grand Line, the Calm Belt. In the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Hancock was already being raised as the heir apparent. But as she looked at the room filled with Leno's bounty posters, Hancock covered her face with her hands and murmured, "Lord Leno, when the time comes, I will definitely come find you." Meanwhile, Leno finally returned to Cocoyasi Village and couldn't wait to inspect the devil fruit and the famous blade. Looking at the tens of billions of berries in his backpack, Leno felt numb. He was truly just looking at a pile of berries, too lazy to even count them. The important things were these 8 small boxes. Opening them one by one, the first one placed before him was a devil fruit that looked like a light black muskmelon. He flipped through the devil fruit encyclopedia, checked it, and found it was the paramecia-type obsidian devil fruit. A good start. This devil fruit is quite good. The second devil fruit was in the shape of a pear with white patterns, the paramecia-type silver fruit. Another good fruit. The third devil fruit was a light yellow apple shape, the zoan-type ox fruit, model, cattle. It was SOSO. The fourth devil fruit was also white, but with spiral patterns, the logia-type cloud fruit. What a surprise. Not bad, not bad. Having one logia type makes it all worth it. The fifth devil fruit was a cyan, peach-shaped fruit. It took him a long time to find it in the paramecia section, the shatter fruit. He'd struck gold. A lesser version of the tremor fruit, a god-tier fruit. Scored big time. The next one, the sixth devil fruit, was a zoan type, model, snow rabbit. An ornamental fruit, probably intended for slaves. Those who know. The seventh devil fruit was also a zoan type, model, fire fox. An ordinary zoan fruit. The eighth devil fruit was also a white fruit with surface patterns resembling feathers. It was actually a rare mythical zoan type, model, angel. All in all, the harvest from these 8 devil fruits could be described as enormous. Not to mention the shatter fruit, the logia fruit, plus a mythical zoan. This trip was truly worth it. Leno rubbed his hands together and opened 2 rectangular boxes. One sword had a pink hilt and a guard shaped like a 5-petaled flower. The scabbard also had a pink floral pattern. When drawn, the blade itself was also pink. This was the most beautiful sword Leno had ever seen. One of the 21 great-grade swords, Sakura Veil. The name was truly fitting, like strands of cherry blossoms. The other sword had an exceptionally long blade, reminding him of Law's long Nodachi. This sword had a dark cyan scabbard, and the blade was a bluish cyan. It was also a fantastic longsword. One of the 21 great-grade swords, Wind Rift. Leno decided, I'll use this sword from now on, it's cooler. After organizing his haul, Leno packed up the jewelry and the gifts he'd bought and headed for Nami's house. Leno, you're back? Nami ran over and hugged Leno. Yes. Here, I brought gifts for you all. See if you like them. Leno entered the house and opened the bundle. Where are Mary and Nojiko? Leno turned and asked Nami. They're in the orange grove. I came home to get lunch ready, Nami replied to Leno while popping a snack into her mouth. The peaceful days passed quickly. During this time, Leno was constantly getting used to Wind Rift, while also training in Ryuo according to Rayleigh's method. After half a year, he had finally adapted to Wind Rift, and his Ryuo training was successful, achieving the effect of internal destruction. And over the past 6 months, Leno also began to train Nami and Nojiko, having asked Mary about the training methods for Rokushiki. Mary knew the training methods, but had never mastered them. So, Leno trained the 2 girls according to this method. The result was that neither of them mastered it, but their physical fitness did improve. I plan to go to Shimotsuki Village soon to formally study swordsmanship, Leno said to Nami and Nojiko. How long will you be gone? Both girls knew that Leno was constantly preparing to set sail, continuously getting stronger. So they didn't interfere with his plans and decisions. They themselves were also planning to get stronger. Half a year to a year, maybe. But it's very close to here, so I'll come back every so often, Leno said reassuringly. But you 2 are not allowed to go out to sea on your own. You're still too young, Leno warned. Although the East Blue was known as the weakest sea, it was still ravaged by pirates. We know. You're so naggy, stupid Leno. How about this? I have devil fruits here. Do you want to eat them? Leno took out 2 devil fruits. One was the Logio-type cloud fruit, and the other was a mythical Zoan type that he had gotten a few months ago in Shuegu Town, the bat fruit, model, vampire. The secret treasure of the sea. A single one is worth 100 million berries. Nami exclaimed excitedly. You little money grubber. These 2 can't be bought for a mere 100 million berries, he said, tapping Nami's little head. All right, Nami, you eat this white one, and Nojiko, you eat this purplish-black one, Leno said, handing them the devil fruits. Okay, we'll listen to you. The 2 of them nodded in response. Oh right, you have to eat the whole thing, Leno reminded them. Bleg. This is too disgusting, the 2 of them thought as they forced themselves to swallow the rest. Wow. Leno, look. I've turned into clouds. I'm flying, Nami shouted. Nojiko, on the other hand, transformed directly into a cool and glamorous beauty. 2 small fangs paired with fiery red lips added a touch of allure. One moment she would disperse into a swarm of small bats, the next she would reform her body. The 2 of them had a blast playing, and after a while, they were both out of breath. All right, let me explain the situation with devil fruits. Once you eat one, you become a landlubber. The moment you touch seawater, your whole body will become weak. Another thing is sea stone. As the name implies, it's a solid form of the sea, Leno said, pulling 2 pairs of low-purity sea stone handcuffs from his backpack. Each of you take one of these sea stone handcuffs and try it. The moment they touched the sea stone, both girls collapsed to the ground. Your resistance to seawater and sea stone will increase as your physical body gets stronger, and your adaptability will improve. From now on, what you need to do is wear these sea stone handcuffs in your daily life. X2. No, Huss, hurry up and put them on, Leno urged. Do you still want to draw a map of the whole world? Do you still want to sail around the world? Quick, get moving. Leno was just like a PE coach, constantly urging his students to move. A few more days passed like this, and the 2 girls finally got used to their daily activities while wearing the sea stone. From now on, you'll train like this. When it stops being effective, I'll switch you to higher purity sea stone. Wadash. Stupid Leno, you're bullying us. Nami protested. This is a necessary process. You'll thank me for it later, Leno said smugly with his hands on his hips, ignoring the girls' resentful glares, which made them roll their eyes in frustration. Stepping onto Shimotsuki Island, Leno asked for directions and walked straight toward the Shimotsuki dojo. He looked at his surroundings as he walked, deep in thought. Right now, Kushiro is the dojo master, and he's also a great sword master. I have to make up for my weakness in swordsmanship on this trip. As he walked, Leno saw a green-haired boy on a path through the woods, walking with his head down toward the coast. Is that him? Hey, kid, how do you get to the Shimotsuki dojo? Leno asked, walking up to him. The green-haired boy turned back in surprise. What are you going to the dojo for? What do you think? What do you go to a dojo for? To learn swordsmanship, of course, Leno said, rolling his eyes. Oh, then come with me. I was just heading back, the green-haired boy said, turning his head and continuing to walk. Do you also train at the dojo? How long have you been training? Are there a lot of people there? Is the master strong? Leno pestered him with questions. You're so annoying. You'll find out when we get there, the green-haired boy said impatiently. After walking for a bit, Leno felt that something was off. Isn't this the path to the port? Hey, kid, do you really train at the dojo? You're not lying to me, are you? Leno teased. Idiot. Of course I train there, the green-haired boy angrily retorted. Then how do you not know the way? This is the path to the port. The green-haired boy froze, his face turning red. He turned and started walking back. Follow me. I was just taking you on a tour. After walking for a while, the person in front suddenly smoothly turned off the path. Hey. What? You're going the wrong way again. My God, this is too much, Leno complained in his heart. Did this guy's brain cells all get taken up by swordsmanship? Zoro, you're lost again. I've been waiting for you forever. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. As expected, he's a true directions idiot. A short-haired girl walked up to them, about 1.7 meters tall and looking elegant. So this must be Kuina. Huh? Who are you? Kuina noticed Leno. Oh, I came to learn swordsmanship, and I'm currently going in circles because a certain road idiot is leading the way, Leno said, teasingly. Pfft, Zoro, you're really brave to let Zoro lead the way, Kuina said with a chuckle. You idiot, what are you saying? I was just. Zoro tried to argue. Yeah, you were just taking me on a tour. Come with me. I'll take you to the dojo, Kuina said, walking ahead. Are you a beginner, or do you have a foundation in swordsmanship? Kuina asked as they walked. I'm already a swordmaster, Leno replied. Kuina stopped and turned back to ask, Are you here to challenge us? You've misunderstood. I've always practiced on my own, and reaching swordmaster is my limit. So I came to the dojo to learn true swordsmanship. Kuina looked at Leno for a moment, then turned and continued walking. How old are you? Kuina continued to ask. 13. Kuina suddenly turned around and stared intently at Leno. Are you really 13? As real as it gets, Leno shrugged. After confirming his age, Kuina silently turned away and kept walking. Leno sensed her spirit had suddenly deflated. Leno knew why Kuina was like this, but he couldn't say anything right now. He could only wait to guide her later. Hey, you green-haired mosshead. What are you doing turning off the path? There's a limit to how big of a road idiot you can be. We're walking in front, and you're following behind, and you still go the wrong way. Leno was speechless. He now had a clear understanding of Zoro's road idiot tendencies. You'll get used to it, Kuina said, also amused by the scene. Kuina led Leno to Kushiro and explained his situation. After understanding, Kushiro looked at Leno, was silent for a moment, and then said, You truly are a gifted child. I see you have a strong physique, so you must train a lot. That's right, Master Kushiro. After reaching Swordmaster, I have no way to progress. I have no clue how to become a great Swordmaster. To break through to Great Swordmaster, you must forge your own path. For now, you should train alongside the others to further solidify your foundation. In this process, you will slowly search for your own path to becoming a great Swordmaster. Don't be impatient. Focus on swordsmanship and let your heart follow the path of the sword, Kushiro said. As for tuition. Thud, Leno placed a large box on the floor. Here is 100 million berries. Please accept it, Master Kushiro. This is far too much, Kushiro said, a little shocked. Kuina was also astonished by the berries in the box. She had never seen so much money before. It's fine, Master Kushiro. I have a lot of money. Just take this for now. I have more if it's not enough, Leno said generously. This made both Kushiro and Kuina look at him with a different kind of surprise. All right, let Kuina take you to your living quarters. Your training begins tomorrow. In the days that followed, Leno settled down and focused on his swordsmanship, training the fundamentals with the other apprentices. During this time, Kuina guided him on the basics. Although Leno was already a swordmaster, his fighting style was the rough, wild one he had picked up from fighting sea kings and pirates. In the dojo, Leno's aura slowly changed. His wild temperament became more restrained, and a sharp edge was born. Unknowingly, he had been at the dojo for almost a year. Leno's swordsmanship had greatly improved. Although he was still a swordmaster, his skill was now on a completely different level. Tonight, a full moon hung high in the sky. Leno lay on the roof, watching Zoro and Kuina spar. Clang! Kuina's single sword knocked Zoro's 2 swords away. Damn it. My 2001st challenge, a failure. If 2 swords don't work, I'll use 3. Zoro said, exasperated. Kuina stood quietly, looking up at the bright moon, and said softly, Zoro, in the past year, as my body has grown, our fights have become more and more difficult for me. Kuina, I'll surpass you very soon. Zoro yelled. It's just as my father says. Women are naturally not as strong as men. I can feel my body. As she spoke, Kuina's right hand gripped her increasingly full left breast. Zoro, my body's growth has slowed down. You'll surpass me very soon. Kuina's eyes were filled with tears and a deep sense of bitterness. Women are naturally weaker than men. Women can't become great swordmasters. Women just can't beat men, Kuina mumbled to herself. What are you talking about? Kuina, I haven't beaten you once so far, and you're saying women are weaker than men. Zoro said indignantly. You don't understand, Zoro, Kuina said, clutching her body angrily. Why am I a woman? This body. Kuina's choked sobs echoed through the night sky, filled with deep resentment and despair. Late at night, in the hills behind the dojo, Kuina sat quietly, clutching her sword and looking up at the distant moon, as if looking at her dream of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which would forever be out of reach. Footsteps sounded behind her. Actually, women are not weaker than men. In the Marines, there is a female great swordmaster. In the New World, there is a female great pirate who is one of the 4 emperors, standing at the very top of the sea, Leno's voice said, as he approached. Kuina suddenly stood up and turned around quickly. Leno, is what you're saying true? Leno's words were like a ray of light piercing the darkness in her heart. But my body, Kuina said, still feeling unwilling. You know about devil fruits, right? If you eat a devil fruit, you can improve your physical body. By constantly training your body, you'll become stronger and stronger, Leno said, trying to persuade her. Kuina lowered her head and remained silent. I'm looking for my own path. So, Kuina, where's your path? Leno gazed at Kuina. Think it over. When you've decided, come find me. Tonight, Leno felt a bit nervous because of Kuina's fateful encounter. Ever since she heard Leno's words last night, Kuina had been distracted all day. Tonight, she went up to the 2nd floor to get her whetstone, hoping that polishing her sword would help her calm down. Crack. The sound of the floorboards cracking echoed. A distracted Kuina, holding her sword, fell headfirst from the 2nd floor. Crackle. Whoa there, with a little body like yours, a fall like that would have ended you. Leno, holding Kuina, teased. Coming back to her senses, Kuina broke out in a cold sweat, staring blankly at Leno. I know I'm handsome. You don't have to look at me like that, Leno said with a laugh. Kuina quickly broke free from his embrace, her small face slightly flushed. Leno, thank you for saving me. What's going on? What's wrong? Zoro ran in after hearing the noise, with Kushiro following close behind. Kuina fell from the 2nd floor and the sword. As he spoke, Leno looked at the Wado Ikemonji. Kuina, maybe you shouldn't use this sword anymore, Leno said thoughtfully. Kushiro's pupils contracted, and he also looked at the Wado Ikemonji in Kuina's hand. The situation just now was a little. Kuina, you are never to use the Wado Ikemonji again. Kushiro interrupted Leno before he could finish. A famous sword chooses its master, but it can also be a master killer. Kushiro took the Wado Ikemonji and walked away without looking back. Zoro was a bit confused. He scratched his head and walked off with a yawn. Kuina lowered her head and followed Leno to the hills behind the dojo. Then she looked up, her expression firm and her eyes bright and spirited. Leno, I've made up my mind. I'm going to continue training my swordsmanship. I'm going to become the world's greatest great swordmaster. Looking at Kuina's new aura, Leno took out a devil fruit and handed it to her. You have to eat the whole thing. Looking at the snow-white fruit, Kuina bit into it without hesitation. Ugh. Then, under Leno's smiling gaze, she ate the entire fruit, one bite at a time, a fruit that most people could only dream of. Whoosh! A pair of pristine white wings suddenly unfolded from Kuina's back. Her black hair turned golden, and even her pupils became gold. Feeling the drastic changes in her body, Kuina trembled slightly. Since she was a child, she had been constrained by her father's statement that women are inferior to men and her own understanding of her body's limitations. From childhood to the present, the emotional torment and the cruelty of reality had left her feeling hopeless. Now, she had finally broken free from her shackles and soared into the vast sky. This was what she thought and what she did. Her wings unfurled and she flew into the sky, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Catch! Leno took out a new sword, Sakura Veil, and threw it to Kuina. What a great sword! Pulling Sakura Veil from its sheath, Kuina's eyes filled with delight as she looked at the pink blade. Slash! A pink sword slash flew out. The sword master level. Congratulations, Kuina, you finally took this step. Looking at Kuina as she landed, Leno walked over to congratulate her. Holding her new sword, Kuina felt exhilarated. She held it high toward the sky. I will definitely become the world's greatest great sword master. Boom. Incredible, just incredible. She awakened Conqueror's haki just like that, Leno said, utterly shocked. Suddenly, Kuina threw herself into Leno's arms and whispered softly, Leno, thank you. Thank you for pulling me out of the abyss. Thank you for giving me such a precious gift, and thank you for letting me meet you. Then, since you've accepted my gift, you're mine from now on, right? Leno teased. Yes. Then we'll travel the world together until you become the world's greatest great sword master. Okay, then it's a promise, right? Yes. After the initial fright, she experienced the joy and excitement of breaking free from her restraints. Then, after awakening her conqueror's haki, she was now peacefully asleep in Leno's arms. Not far away, Kushiro watched the scene with a complicated expression. In the end, he said nothing, simply nodded at Leno and turned to leave. Leno watched the departing Kushiro, his expression calm. No matter what he's thinking, the Kuina of today has completed her transformation and will now walk her own path. The next day, Yo, Mosshead. What are you doing with 3 swords? You've become a third-rate swordsman now. Seeing Zoro, Leno gave him his usual playful jab. You jerk, Leno. What did you say? I challenge you. Zoro shouted, holding 2 swords with his hands and 1 with his mouth. How scary. Zoro of the 3-sword style, Leno said, picking his nose with 1 finger in a dismissive manner. You idiot. Zoro was furious. Ha ha ha. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to train. Oh, by the way, Kuina also broke through to Sword Master, Leno said, waving his hand as he headed to the back hills. Hearing Leno's words, Zoro froze for a moment. He then lowered his stance and quietly went back to his training spot. He wasn't furious or yelling, as if Kuina's breakthrough was inevitable, just as his own would be. Later that day, Leno told everyone he was leaving. My swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck. To break through to Great Sword Master, I need a truly exhilarating battle. Master Kushiro, thank you for all your guidance, Leno said, bowing in thanks to Kushiro. Kushiro quickly waved his hand. This is the result of your own hard work. As long as you follow your own path, you will definitely become a great sword master. Leno nodded and turned to Kuina. Don't forget our promise. Have a safe trip, Kuina said, her face full of reluctance. Mosshead, keep it up. I'll be waiting for you at the top, ha ha ha. After saying his goodbyes to Zoro, Leno turned and walked away. You jerk. You better wait for me. Zoro shouted, unwilling to be left behind. Zoro, it seems you have a powerful rival for the future, Kushiro said to Zoro with a smile. That's exactly what I want. That's what makes it interesting. Zoro said with a wild grin. He's almost a great swordmaster now, and you're not even a swordmaster yet. Kuina said wistfully from the side. Kuina, you damn traitor. I challenge you. Zoro's face turned red, and he stamped his feet, shouting. Kushiro watched them with a smile. Noticing Kuina's new sword, a glint flashed in his glasses. The Thunder God, an interesting young man. Back in Cocoyasi Village, Leno settled into a carefree, laid-back lifestyle. This is the life, Leno said, lounging on a beach chair, sipping juice and watching the sisters run tirelessly on the sand. You big idiot, Leno. You're lying there comfortably while we're working ourselves to death, Nami complained, panting heavily. When Leno came back, he had replaced their sea stone handcuffs with a higher purity version so they could continue their training. Come on, Nami, don't whine. Leno's doing this for our own good, Nojiko said. You always take his side. I can't even complain. Nami huffed. And no, that's not true. Nojiko's face flushed as she protested. Suddenly, Leno waved at the sky, and a news coup flew down. TCH, Tiger, huh? That fishman hero who freed slaves, he's gone. Leno sighed. Not strong enough in the end. Leno didn't come to this world to be a hero. He just wanted to live freely. Wander the world, travel with a few beauties, and have the strength to protect those he cared about when the world shook. That was enough. Oh? The 7 warlords of the sea are going to be implemented. Leno looked up at the distant sea. Little Leno, I knew you'd be here. Belmere strode over, cigarette in mouth, carefree as ever. HM? What's up, Belmere? TCH, that guy Genzo proposed to me, and I said yes, Belmere said casually. What? He had the guts for that. Despite years of Leno, Nami, and Nojiko playing matchmaker, Genzo had always been clueless. It had frustrated them all, but who'd have thought he'd pull off something this big, a proposal? Ha ha. Belmere doubled over laughing. If I didn't push him, he'd still be holding back. Belmere sighed. She'd already set the wedding date and came to tell them. Congrats, congrats. The village's most notorious single woman is finally off the market. Leno cheered. You little punk. Show some respect. Belmere snapped. What? Belmere, you're marrying Uncle Genzo? Does that mean Nojiko and I are getting a little brother or sister? Nami asked excitedly. Nojiko looked equally hopeful. Not that fast. Belmere smacked her forehead, exasperated. Over the next few days, with the villagers' help, they tore down Leno's house and built a new villa with a garden. Leno moved in with Nami's family, his idea. A newlywed couple needed a new home, and after discussion, everyone agreed. On the wedding day, Nojiko and Nami trailed Belmere, holding her wedding dress, while Leno stood by Genzo. Uncle Genzo, we're entrusting Belmere to you. If you make her unhappy or mistreat her, Nojiko and I will come for you. Nami and Nojiko's eyes were red. Don't worry, I'll cherish her for life, Genzo said solemnly. Belmere watched her 2 grown-up girls with deep affection and pride. All right, let's step back and leave the stage to today's stars. Leno pulled the girls away. As the couple exchanged vows and rings on stage, Nami danced with excitement below. Nojiko watched with envy and longing, stealing glances at Leno before blushing and looking away. Life didn't change much, except Leno now had 2 daily wake-up calls. Bang! The door was kicked open. Before Leno could open his eyes, a figure plopped onto his stomach. Stupid Leno, get up. Breakfast's ready. Nami yelled. Leno was starting to regret this. Nojiko gently woke him, but Nami was like a hyperactive rabbit. Nami, please, just 5 more minutes. I'm so tired. Leno groaned, struggling weakly. Nope. Up. We've got training. Nami dug her fingers into his sides, tickling mercilessly. Fine, fine, get off me first. Leno was on the verge of tears. After tidying up, he reached the dining table, where Nojiko, apron tied around her waist, was setting out dishes. Leno's mood lifted. Morning, Nojiko. You're gonna make a great wife someday. Morning, Leno, Nojiko replied, steam practically rising from her head. 6 months later. Belmere's pregnant. Genzo rushed over early one morning with the news. Really? That's awesome. We're getting a little brother or sister. Nami cheered. The group hurried to Belmere's new home, fussing over her. All right, you little rascals, enough already. I just found out. Stop acting like the world's ending. Belmere groaned, overwhelmed by their fussing. No way, we've gotta be extra careful. You're responsible for the baby now, they said sternly. Belmere laughed and sighed, blaming Genzo for spilling the news too soon. Leno and the others decided to ensure Belmere's nutrition was top-notch. To that end, Leno frequently ventured to the calm belt to hunt sea kings. As Belmere's belly grew, their excitement and nerves grew too. Nami and Nojiko's training bore fruit. Both mastered the 6 powers shave and moonwalk, as the techniques were similar. To Leno's surprise, both also awakened observation hockey. Looks like everything's coming together. Time to work on the arc maxim. Puru, puru, puru. Hey, Nojiko, what's up? Leno, hauling a sea king back, answered Nojiko's den mushy call. Leno, where are you? Hurry back. Pirates are attacking the village. Nojiko's voice was frantic. What? Don't panic. Get Belmere to safety. I'm on my way. Leno was alarmed, urgently instructing Nojiko, especially since Belmere was close to giving birth. Okay, we know. Nami and I will hold them off. Hurry back. All right, stay safe. I'm coming. Leno dropped the Sea King carcass. With a sharp crackle of electricity, he vanished in a flash, racing back at top speed. At Cocoyasi Village, several houses at the entrance were in ruins, flames rising. Yahahaha. As of today, this island belongs to the Arlong pirates. Everyone pays taxes now, 50,000 berries for adults, 10,000 for kids. Refuse, and you'll end up like them. Several villagers lay sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. Minutes earlier. Belmere, stay inside, don't come out. Nami and I will stall them. I've called Leno, he's on his way, Nojiko said, firm despite her panic. Nami nodded in agreement. Don't be ridiculous. I was a Marine, I can't just hide while you two-face pirates. Belmere protested. The situation's different now. You're carrying a baby, don't make things worse. Leave this to Nami and me. Nami insisted, then dashed out the door with Nojiko before Belmere could argue. Genzo. Follow them, don't let anything happen to them. Got it. Stay safe. Genzo grabbed a tool and ran after them. Boss, 2 women are charging at us. Fishman, she said to Arlong. Yahahaha, perfect. We'll make an example of them. Collecting taxes will be easier after this. Nami and Nojiko, seeing the fallen villagers and burning village, burned with rage. Pirates! Get out of our village. Yaha. Your village? From now on, this is Arlong pirates' territory. Arlong's laughter boomed across the scorched earth. Nami, let's go. Show these pirates what we're made of. Nojiko summoned a pair of black wings and shot toward the pirates like a shadowed arrow. Got it, Nojiko. Be careful. Nami turned into white clouds, soaring above the pirates. Arlong's face was grim as he looked at his fallen crewmates, then at the 2 panting women across from him who still hadn't retreated. Yahahaha, I didn't expect to run into 2 devil fruit users in this poor and weak East Blue. What a surprise. But this is the end. You can't hurt me. I'm a proud fishman. We are born with bodies 10 times stronger than you humans. I may not be able to deal with you right now, but I'll kill everyone here. How dare you, both women shouted. How about this? If you join my pirate crew, I'll let them go, Arlong said, tempted by the 2 women's abilities. Heh, in your dreams. Nami spat, full of disgust. Fine then. You want punishment instead of mercy? Then everyone dies, Arlong raised his weapon, ready to unleash carnage, when suddenly, a series of sharp, crackling sounds pierced the air. He turned his head and saw a shocking sight, a tall, golden-haired young man slowly walking toward him, surrounded by a maelstrom of thunder. The young man was encircled by blue-green lightning. The endless bolts of electricity connected the sky and the ground, and the crackling sounds were incessant. The young man, bathed in the lightning, looked like a god walking in the world. The young man's eyes turned into lightning, and with a face full of killing intent, he walked closer. Arlong, right? It seems you didn't listen to the advice Fisher Tiger gave you. You're the Thunder God. Arlong's pupils contracted sharply. Arlong, I don't know how the Thunder God knows you, but I must still relay his message to you. Don't go to the East Blue ever in your life. He is our fishmen's great benefactor. Do not provoke him, do you understand? Big Brother Tiger's words still echoed in his ears. Thunder God, please forgive me this once. I won't dare again, I'll leave the East Blue immediately. Arlong dropped to his knees, bowing low. Leno glanced at the wounded villagers, then around at the burning wreckage. Forgive you? How can someone like you change? There's only one answer, you must die. With those words, the sky's thunder transformed into countless spears of lightning, impaling Arlong and every pirate around him in an instant. The fishmen convulsed briefly on the ground, then fell still. As the lightning faded, silence swallowed the village. Only the corpses of pirates remained. It was as if the grand, terrifying spectacle had been a fleeting illusion. Leno, you're amazing! Nami was the first to react, leaping straight into Leno's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and squealing with excitement. Leno held the ecstatic Nami close, then pulled Nojiko into the embrace too. You both did a great job. Are you hurt? We're fine. The girls shook their heads. All right, come down now. Uncle Genzo, go find a doctor for the injured villagers. We'll handle the pirate bodies and deal with their ship, Leno instructed as Genzo approached. After disposing of Arlong's crew, Leno led Nami and Nojiko aboard the pirate ship to loot it. One survivor left? Come out. Please don't kill me. I didn't kill anyone. A spiky-haired octopus fishman crawled out from below deck. Leno took one look at the terrified creature and understood. He was lucky he hadn't set foot on land. Otherwise, he'd be dead too. You're Hachan, right? For Rayleigh's sake, you may go. Go back and tell Jinbe if he wants revenge, he can come find me. Leno waved dismissively. And no, I wouldn't dare. Thank you, great sir, for sparing my life. With that, Hachan dove straight into the sea and vanished. Sigh. So poor. Guess being a pirate isn't easy either, Nojiko muttered, gazing at the pitifully small pile of berries they'd scavenged. Pirates? All they do is murder, burn, and rob. What else can you expect? They're nothing but parasites, Leno sneered. Let's go home. Later, we'll take down their Jolly Roger. This ship can still fetch a good price. Back home, Belmere was pacing anxiously. You're all safe? What took you so long? We're fine. Nami and Nojiko performed brilliantly today. Leno praised them. Nami puffed up proudly. Of course. You should have seen us. Those pirates were nothing. Oh? If you performed so well, then from now on, you're training doubles. Leno said with a sly grin. Huh. Nami froze. Stupid Leno, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Just as they were playfully bickering, a crowd of villagers arrived at the door. Nami, Nojiko, and Leno. Thank you for saving all of us. Yes, if not for you, we'd be finished. These are small tokens of our gratitude, please accept them. The girls stood flustered, overwhelmed by the flood of villagers. In the end, Belmere stepped forward. All right, everyone, we're all from the same village. Helping each other is only natural. We'll accept your gifts. Now, please, everyone go home and rest. After dinner, Leno placed 2 devil fruits on the table and addressed Belmere and Genzo. These 2 devil fruits, one is the Zoan-type ox fruit. I suggest Uncle Genzo eats it. Zoan fruits enhance physical strength and recovery. The other is a Paramecia-type shatter fruit. Belmere, this one's for you. Shatter ability is quite powerful. In the end, Genzo ate the ox fruit. Belmere did not eat hers. After several attempts to persuade her failed, they gave up. After the pirate attack on the village, I'm sure you've realized your own shortcomings, Leno said lazily, lying in a beach chair as he spoke to the 2 sisters. Our physical strength and attack power are lacking. Nojiko replied, her expression solemn. As for your physical strength, just continue with your normal training. As you 2 mature, you'll naturally get stronger. That's especially true for you, Nojiko. As you continue to develop your devil fruit, your physique will become even more powerful, Leno explained. What you both lack right now is a means of offense. For Nami, developing the thunderclouds is a great way to attack, but don't neglect your martial arts, either. Once the custom-made weapon I ordered for you arrives, you can see if it's a good fit. As for you, Nojiko, I plan to have you learn swordsmanship as well. I'll find a teacher for you. She'll also be a companion on our future ship. This is the perfect opportunity for you all to get to know each other, Leno said, laying out the training plan for the 2 girls. They arrived at Shimotsuki Island, and as soon as they entered the dojo, they saw more than a dozen kids swinging wooden swords, trying their best to hold their stances. Standing in front of them was Kuina, the senior student, demonstrating the moves. When she saw Leno at the back, her face lit up with delight. She told everyone to keep practicing before jogging over to him. Leno, you're here, she exclaimed. Yeah, I came to see you and to ask for a favor, Leno said with a smile, patting her on the head. Kuina narrowed her eyes and rubbed her face against his hand. He met with Kushiru and explained the situation, inviting Kuina to come to his home as a guest to teach his 2 sisters swordsmanship. After bidding farewell to Kushiro, the two went to the back of the mountain and saw Zoro practicing his three-sword style. He actually became a three-sword style swordsman, Leno thought. Yeah, he says fighting with three swords is more powerful, Kuina said with a laugh. Leno, what are you doing here? Zoro was happy to see him but tried to act as if he didn't care. Oh, I came to see how a certain someone's three-sword style training is coming along. You bastard, are you looking down on me? Zoro's forehead was bulging with veins. Leno ignored him and turned to Kuina. Wanna spar? Sure, Kuina said with a smile. Come on, Kuina, show me the mettle of the world's greatest swordsman, Leno said, drawing Wind Rift to face her. Kuina held Sakura Veil at the ready. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki surged toward Kuina, who widened her eyes and released her own Conqueror's Haki in response. The pinkish-gold Haki clashed with Leno's blue-gold Haki, intertwining and holding firm for a moment before the pinkish-gold Haki shattered and dissipated, causing Kuina's face to turn pale. What was that? Zoro asked, looking confused. It seems I still have a lot to learn. But I'll definitely surpass them, Zoro thought, his eyes filled with determination as he continued watching the battle. The two figures instantly vanished. Clang. 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 The two figures weaved around each other, clashing faster and faster. As they dodged and weaved, the affected area grew larger and larger. Swoosh. A slash flew out, and soon after, another one quickly flew out, hitting the opponent's attack. Not bad, Kuina. You've taken another step in your journey to become a sword master. Of course. I'll never stop getting stronger, she replied. The two then rushed at each other again. Zot sap. Sparks flew as they clashed. Leno swung his sword, pushing Kuina back. Her physical strength has increased, too, he thought. The corners of Kuina's mouth curled into a smile. Swoosh. A pink slash flew straight toward Leno. Clang. Leno swung his sword to block it, and Kuina took a few steps back to get into position. Leno raised an eyebrow. Is that? Falling Sakura slash, she shouted. Swoosh. 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 Innumerable slashes instantly flew toward Leno. The slashes intertwined, and cherry blossoms began to fall in the air. Petals made of sword energy floated toward Leno. How beautiful, he thought. Is it rude if I don't shout out my move? Normal slash, he thought, and Wind Rift became a blur in his hand. Clang. 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 The clashing was incessant. Clang. Another slash was knocked away by Leno. A huge rock nearby shattered, and he looked around at the trees that were severed at the waist and the shattered mountain rocks. And now, for the last one, Kuina, Leno said with a laugh. Okay, Kuina replied, her Sakura veil slowly turning gold, her body in a crouched position. Extreme. Holy Starfall. Kuina's figure suddenly disappeared. A sudden slash appeared in front of Leno, and the blade of light slashed down diagonally. Mighty slash. Leno yelled, swinging his long-prepared slash. Clang. Zot sap. A powerful shockwave spread out, kicking up dust and sending dead leaves flying. After the two of them sheathed their swords, Zoro quickly ran up to them. Hey, what was that thing you did at the beginning? He asked. Haki. Don't worry, you'll learn it too, Leno said with a smile. Really? I knew it. I knew I could do it, Zoro replied, satisfied. Afterward, Leno began explaining how to awaken and train the 3 types of Haki. Grumble, grumble. As he was speaking, Leno's stomach growled. Let's go back and eat, Kuina said with a laugh. After dinner, Kuina finished packing her things. Well then, we'll be going now, Teacher Kushiro, Leno said. Going? Going where? Zoro asked, confused. To my home to visit. How about it, Ma said. Wanna come? No, I still have to train, Zoro said after a moment of struggle. That's right. You're too weak. Be careful not to get beaten up and cry when you're out there. Leno, you bastard. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for that. Zoro cursed at him from behind. Ha ha ha. Kuina was a little excited as she boarded Leno's little broken boat. This was her first time sailing out to sea. She gazed at the clear blue sky and the endless ocean, feeling the sea breeze on her face. She couldn't help but close her eyes and spread her arms, feeling a sense of freedom she had never experienced before. Buzz. Her conqueror's haki was released involuntarily, and it even seemed to have become stronger. That's great, Leno praised. From now on, you'll have to focus on training your haki. Okay, sounds good, she replied. At the beach, the usual training ground for Nami and Nojiko. Why aren't they here yet? Leno called on the Den Mushi and said he'd be here today. They should be close by now, Nami and Nojiko said to each other, standing on a huge rock by the sea. Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the sea and slowly turned into a small boat. When Nami saw it, she immediately waved to Nojiko. Nojiko, look, they're here. That's that idiot Leno's boat. I know, I see it. Stop shaking me. Let's go greet them. From a distance, Leno could see two girls on the beach waving at them. Look, they're here to greet us, he said to Kuina. Yeah, Kuina replied, her grip on her sword tightening as she looked at the two girls in the distance. Her face was full of anticipation. From now on, she'd be living with them. Leno, haha, you're finally here. Nojiko and I were getting so impatient. Is this our new companion? Nami asked, running over and grabbing Kuina's hand as soon as the boat reached the shore. Yes, this is Kuina, a sword prodigy. Kuina, this is Nami, and that's Nojiko over there, Leno said. Hello, I'm Kuina. Please take care of me from now on. Hello, I'm Nami. And I'm Nojiko. Please take care of us too. Alright, enough standing around like statues. Home. We're throwing Kuina a welcome party. Leno led the way. Behind him, the three girls chattered nonstop. With their similar ages and Nami's lively personality, they quickly got to know each other. Cheers. X4. I declare that our adventure crew is officially formed today. Leno stood up, holding a glass of juice. From now on, we'll sail our own ship, brave the wind and waves, overcome all obstacles, and travel to every corner of the world. In the end, we'll become the world's greatest adventurers. Yeah. X4. I'll draw the most detailed sea chart in the world to guide our ship safely through every dangerous place and become the greatest navigator. Nami exclaimed. I'll become the world's greatest swordsman. Kuina shouted. I'll become a strong sea warrior. Nojiko declared. Ever since she decided to learn swordsmanship, she had quietly decided that she would never hold anyone back and would work hard to keep up with Leno. After the lively party ended, Nami and Nojiko tidied up a room for Kuina, and just like that, Kuina moved in. The next day, Kuina began teaching Nami and Nojiko. Under Leno's arrangements, everyone was wearing high-purity sea stone. Lying on a beach chair, Leno watched the three figures training in the distance and opened his system panel. Leno. Armament Haki, Advanced. Observation Haki, Advanced. Conqueror's Haki, Intermediate. Advanced Martial Arts. Advanced Swordsmanship. Devil Fruit Abilities. Rumble Fruit, no side effects, none. Inventory, gold, berries, wind rift, sandai katetsu, food, etc. Leno had complained more than once about his rudimentary system panel. When other people get reincarnated, they get sign-in rewards or mission rewards, and some even come with an AI assistant. What's the use of this panel? Did I not transmigrate correctly? If only I had a multi-system, I'd even be willing to become a world noble and the top swordsman, he thought. Idiot Leno, what are you thinking? You look so lewd, Nami asked, interrupting his daydream. What is it, Nami? What's going on? He replied. Uncle Genzo just called on the Den Mushi and said Belmirius about to give birth. What? I thought she still had a few more days. Then let's go now. Leno stood up abruptly. In the yard, the four of them stood silently like guards while Genzo paced back and forth in front of the door, holding his hands and occasionally looking up at the house. Uncle Genzo, can you be quiet? You're making me dizzy. Don't worry. Belmere will be fine, Nami said, her eyes also filled with worry. Nojiko prayed silently on the side. Although Leno had brought in a few female doctors from Lowtown, Belmere was over 30 and was considered a high-risk pregnancy, so there was some danger. Why is there no movement yet? It's been half a day already. Genzo's face was filled with panic. Leno swept his observation haki over the house. Don't worry, Brother Genzo. Belmere will be fine. Don't be so nervous. I understand, but how can I not be nervous? My wife is in there, Genzo mumbled, completely losing his usual composure. If it gets any worse, I'll go in and check on her, Nami said. Go, go, go. What if she's in a critical moment? What if you interrupt her? Leno said, rolling his eyes. Nami pouted and fell silent, waiting anxiously. By the way, Brother Genzo, have you chosen a name for the baby? Leno asked. Yeah, if it's a boy, he'll be called Alan, and if it's a girl, she'll be called Eileen. Not bad, those are good names. Once the baby is born, we'll let Nami take care of it so she can experience what Belmere went through, Leno said, coming up with a mischievous idea. You're dead, stupid Leno. Fine, I'll do it. Big deal. Nami snapped. Fine, you're so noble, so great. Don't complain when you get tired, Leno taunted. Why don't you ask Nojiko if it was hard for them to raise you, feeding you and cleaning up your messes? Asterisk, pft. Asterisk, X2. Nojiko and Kuina burst out laughing, bending over. Leno, what are you talking about, feeding and cleaning up her messes? Nojiko said, rolling her eyes in mock disapproval. Idiot Leno. You big jerk. I'll kill you. Nami shrieked, going crazy. What kind of person says something like that? All right, stop messing around, Belmere's in the middle of, just as Nojiko tried to calm them. Asterisk, wah. Asterisk. A clear cry rang out, accompanied by Belmere's painful scream. She's born. She's born. Congratulations. The mother and daughter are safe, a female doctor said as she handed the baby to Genzo. That's great. The others gathered around to see the baby. The baby's so ugly. Asterisk, bonk. Asterisk. Ouch! What do you know? All babies look like this when they're just born. She'll get prettier in a few days, Genzo said. The baby had her eyes closed, with long eyelashes and pink hair inherited from. She looked very cute. After they had all taken turns holding baby Eileen, Genzo took her inside. Leno gave the doctors some money and had them sent back. In the following days, Nami eagerly volunteered to take care of the baby, but Belmere, Eileen just had a big poop. Help me, Nami cried. Belmere, Eileen is hungry again. Belmere, Eileen. Nami was suffering from Eileen's torment. Belmere was suffering from Nami's torment. Leno was enjoying the show, and Nojiko was rolling her eyes, her heart filled with sympathy. Fortunately, after Nami diligently learned, she could finally take care of Eileen on her own. She skillfully hummed a lullaby while holding Eileen, putting her to sleep, which greatly impressed Leno. Nami had finally experienced how hard Belmere's life had been. On the beach, a salty fish sprawled on a lounge chair, cradling an adorable little girl. He looked down at the little lowly sleeping soundly, drooling, and his face was full of doting affection. Time flies so fast, for years have passed in a blink of an eye. The little dumpling who was just born is now a lovely little pink-haired lowly. He sighed, reached out and gently stroked Eileen's little head, his gaze cast into the distance. It has been almost 11 years since I came to this pirate world. I wonder how my parents are doing in my previous world. I hope they're well. I can't be with them to fulfill my filial duty. Thinking about my life before, I feel so lucky to be able to live freely in this extraordinary world, though there are still some regrets. But then again, is anything ever perfect? He watched the 3 beautiful girls training on the field. Yeah, what am I regretting? Looking at the girls who have gradually grown up, Leno had to sigh again. Time flies. Today, Nami and Nojiko have mastered both armament and observation haki. Nojiko has also mastered swordsmanship, and as for her devil fruit, she can now absorb others' life force and physical strength, store it, and transfer it to others. Nami loves the custom-made weather staff that was made for her, and she is now skilled at using it in combat. With her cloud abilities, she can strike down a large area with electricity, and her combat power is quite strong. Kuina is still a swordsman, but breaking through to a great swordsman is still a long way off. She has also mastered both armament and observation haki, and her conqueror's haki has also broken through to the intermediate level. A while ago, when she went back to Shimotsuki Village, Zoro challenged her, having been looking forward to another match with Kuina since he became a swordsman 2 years ago. The result was exactly as expected. He was taught a lesson. But this boy has also mastered both armament and observation haki, making him much stronger than in the original story. As for Kuina's angel fruit, she has developed 2 abilities, Holy Light Healing and Holy Light Punishment, which can quickly heal injuries and strike down dark-based abilities. As for Leno himself, looking at his swordsman level and intermediate conqueror's haki, he was also helpless. He had no clue how to break through. "Brother, I'm hungry," the little lowly mumbled, her eyes still half closed. "Huh? You little rascal, you really do eat as soon as you wake up," Leno said with a laugh, pinching Eileen's little nose. "Brother is a big meanie," little Eileen pouted and rubbed her head against Leno's chest. "Ha ha ha." He got up with Eileen in his arms and shouted to the 3 girls, "All right, everyone, take a break. It's time to eat. I'm coming, let me hold little Eileen." "Kiss, kiss." Nami ran over, grabbed Eileen, and tried to kiss her. "No, Sister Stinky." The little girl pushed Nami's face with both hands, her face full of disgust. "Oh, you ungrateful brat. Forgot all the love I've given you, huh? Eileen isn't a rascal. Eileen smells nice. I'm sweet-smelling. Right, brother?" Ha ha ha. They all laughed and went home. At the dinner table, Leno said, "I'm planning to go to Water 7 in a couple of days to build our ship." "It's finally happening?" The girls' eyes were full of expectation as they looked at Leno. "Yeah, once the ship is built, we'll set sail. According to our plan, we'll first travel around the 4 seas, then go through the Grand Line and into the New World." Leno replied to their expectant gazes. "Yay! We're finally going to set sail. I can't wait." Nami cheered. Seeing everyone happy, little Eileen also clapped her hands happily and laughed. "However, I'll be taking a side trip to the New World. There's a place there that will be a great help to my training. I'll go there to train while the ship is being built." "I'm not sure how long I'll be," Leno continued. "It's okay. Go ahead. We've waited for so long. What's the harm in waiting a little longer?" Nami said indifferently. "Is that place dangerous?" Nojiko asked with some concern. "Stay safe on the way there," Kuina instructed. "Don't worry. It's not dangerous, it's just training. I'll leave the house to you guys during this time." After dinner, Leno took out a pen and paper and said, "Everyone, tell me what you want for the ship, and I'll write it down." Me first," Nami said, snatching the lead. "First, I want a drawing studio, a study, and a tool room. I also want a garden with tangerine trees, and the bathroom needs to be big. That's all for now. I'll tell you if I think of anything else. I want an open kitchen, and it's best if the space is a bit larger," Nojiko said simply. "I want a training room." Kuina's request was even simpler. "Then I'll add some things, a medical room, a lounge area, a dining area, and preferably an aquarium. We'll also ask for professional advice once we get there," Leno added. After he finished writing, everyone helped him pack, mainly food and clothes. Leno put everything into his system panel backpack. Everyone now knew that Leno had a space to store items, which Nami had been jealous of for a long time. Early the next morning, everyone said goodbye to Leno. "Have a safe trip and come back soon. Be careful on the road." What annoyed Leno the most was that when Eileen found out he was leaving, she clung to him and wouldn't let go. Everyone tried to comfort her for a long time, but in the end, Nami had to hold her so she wouldn't grab him. "Brother, I want brother." "Sister is a meanie," the little girl cried. "Be good, Eileen." Brother will be back soon and bring you yummy treats and fun toys. Be a good girl and listen to Mom and your sisters, okay? Leno said softly, stroking Eileen's head. I'm leaving, he said. As Eileen watched him with teary eyes, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared with a zap. Leno stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the bustling Water 7 below. The city was alive with activity, its intricate waterways crisscrossing like veins of life. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Life always finds a way to chase miracles. This lonely island on the sea had miraculously survived thanks to the genius designs and tireless efforts of the great shipwright Tom and his team. They had guarded their homeland with sheer wisdom and sweat. Come to think of it, every time Leno came here, it was always in a rush. He had never taken the time to stroll around and enjoy himself. But then again, what was the point of wandering alone? Wouldn't it be far better to come back someday with some beautiful ladies to explore with? He shook off the idle thought. Soon, with directions from a passerby, Leno arrived at the massive building of the Galila Company. The sight amazed him, a colossal shipyard shaped like a gigantic ship cabin. As he stepped through the gates, he was greeted by the intense heat and roar of work inside. Materials and shipwrights bustled about in an overwhelming flurry, leaving Leno momentarily dazed and unsure of where to even start. There wasn't a single idle person around to ask for help. Customer, hello there. I'm Shipwright Tilestone. Are you here to repair a ship or build a new one? Our Galila company has the finest shipbuilding technology in the world. You've definitely come to the right place. A burly, bare-chested man with a full beard and the word shipwright tattooed on his left shoulder strode up and bellowed cheerfully. I'm here to build a ship. Would you like to design it yourself, or would you like us to design and build it for you? I have my own blueprints, Leno said, holding them up. In that case, please follow me. Our Vice President Polly is away on a job, so I'll take you directly to our president, Iceberg. Tilestone led the way. That's perfect. They soon arrived at Iceberg's office. President, this guest wants to build a ship, and he brought his own blueprints, Tilestone explained. The man before them, wearing a checkered shirt and sporting a short-cropped haircut, was indeed the famed Iceberg. Hello. Let me take a look at the blueprints first. Hello, Leno said, handing them over. These blueprints came into my possession by chance. I just made a few slight modifications. Iceberg took them and, after studying them for a while, his face lit up with wonder. What an incredible structural principle, such a whimsical and brilliant design. Marvelous, simply marvelous. It's just that, the difficulty of building this ship will be immense. May I ask what modifications you intend to make? I'm sure you've noticed, Mr. Iceberg, this is a flying ship. I want it to function as a normal sea vessel most of the time, with the flight system only activating when needed, without altering the propulsion system. Also, I want the entire hull made of conductive metal. Here are a few additional small requirements. Leno handed him a note. Iceberg jotted everything down, while Tilestone's face turned blank with confusion. A flying ship? A metal hull? Conductive? Tilestone's mind. Who am I? Where am I? Iceberg quietly pondered over the calculations as Leno sat by, calmly sipping tea. At last, Iceberg raised his head and looked at him. From revising the blueprints to gathering the materials and completing construction, it will take at least 6 months. That's fine. I'll pay 2 billion berries. Here's 1 billion as a deposit. My only requirement is perfection. Duong. Leno placed 2 chests full of berries onto the desk. Tilestone spat out his drink, not even questioning where Leno had pulled those chests from. That was 1 billion berries, just like that. You can rest assured about the craftsmanship. The Galila Company is renowned worldwide for our shipbuilding skills, Iceberg said firmly. Then it's settled. I look forward to seeing my ship in half a year. With that, Leno left the office without looking back. The 2 men left behind were completely dumbfounded. Wait, that's it? That much money and no contract? Tilestone was stunned. Leno's thoughts, a contract? Isn't paying enough? Building this miracle of a ship will be a massive challenge for our company, Iceberg muttered. I may need to bring in outside collaborators for some of its systems. President, are you saying you're going to find him? Iceberg said nothing, only looking out the window with a small nod. Far away, Leno glanced back at Water 7 from the sky, then pulled out a den mushi to make a call. He informed Nami and the others about the time needed to build the ship, coaxed little Aileen with several promises, and finally hung up. Sigh, always rushing around, what a tiring life. He vanished in a flash of lightning. High above Sabaody Archipelago, Leno paused briefly. Looking down at the chaos and disorder below, he slowly shook his head, then disappeared with a soft pop of bursting bubbles. At the Shaki's rip-off bar, Rayleigh, who was drinking, suddenly looked up. What is it, old man? Nothing. I just sensed a familiar presence. It seemed like that Thunder kid I haven't seen in ages. Rayleigh swirled the liquor in his glass. Oh my, Thunder kid, huh? It's been quite a while, Shaki said, cigarette dangling from her lips as she propped her chin on her hand at the bar. Yeah, ever since Hachon dropped by and mentioned him, it's been years. True. I was shocked when Hachon mentioned him last time. Who would have thought that Thunder Kid came from some tiny corner of the East Blue, and that little sleepy town gave him such an incredible devil fruit? Thunder Kid, at such a young age, knowing so many things. He's really quite the enigma, Shaki said wistfully. Yes, so young yet powerful, with a mysterious background. I wonder what role you'll play in this vast sea, Rayleigh murmured. A bolt of lightning streaked past the red line, shooting toward the new world. At Mary Gios, within Pangaea Castle, hidden among the flowers' chamber, a black-robed figure suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, staring toward where the lightning had gone, then slowly closed them again. My lord, has something happened? A kneeling knight beside him asked quietly. The room was silent. Receiving no answer, the knight silently retreated. Closer to the red line were several islands, relatively peaceful without pirate harassment. Most of their inhabitants were the families of Marines, and Marine forces were stationed around these islands year-round, guarding the approach to the new world like a fortress. After asking around, Leno bought an eternal pose. His first destination, the punk-hazard Forbidden Zone. There was no way he was letting that artificial Azure dragon fruit stay with Kazuki Momonosuke, that annoying, lecherous, cowardly brat who always shirked responsibility. If they crossed paths, Leno would gladly send him to reunite with his father in the afterlife. That would count as doing a great good deed for the world. Punk Hazard. The island had two mountains at opposite ends, split by a river through its center. Once a lush paradise of life, it now lay eerily silent and dead. Sweeping the area with his observation hockey, Leno landed at the base of the western seaside mountain. Before him lay a massive dock-like platform and, built into the mountain, an enormous metal gate. So this is the entrance. Wearing his Thunder God mask, Leno drew Wind Rift, coating it in armament hockey. Clang! Clang! A huge X-shaped gash appeared on the gate. Leno kicked it open and strode inside. Blinding red lights flashed along the corridor, alarms blaring nonstop. Amid frantic footsteps came two teams of guards in hazmat suits, holding spray weapons. Who are you? Stop right there or we'll shoot. The leader aimed his gun at Leno, his voice muffled through the gas mask. Leno didn't bother replying, his eyes flashed sharply. Buzz, both squads collapsed instantly. Leno activated his observation hockey and walked calmly deeper into the facility. Duffy, save me. Someone broke into the lab. Hurry, come save me. A man in a white coat with an unnervingly flamboyant appearance was screaming into a den mushy. He had just seen through the monitors how that masked man knocked everyone out in an instant. There was no way he could handle this alone. Fuff-fuff-you-foo. Don't panic, Caesar clown. Tell me, how many are they and why are they breaking into the lab? One. Just one. A masked man, insanely strong. He took down the guards in a blink. Don't ask, Duffy, just get here quick. Caesar babbled in panic. Caesar, don't be scared. You're my man. No one dares to harm you. Just see what he's here for. Don Quixote da Flamingo spoke calmly. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, even the Marines wouldn't dare move against him, let alone anyone else. Right, you're a warlord. I'm under a warlord. He wouldn't dare. Oh dear, how terrifying, a warlord of the sea. The barely calm Caesar instantly trembled, and the den mushi in his hand fell to the ground with a thump. You. Caesar stammered incoherently. Phew. Friend, why have you broken into my laboratory? Doflamingo's voice came through the fallen den mushi. Oh, Doffy, I'm just here to get a devil fruit. The one Vega punk left behind. It should still be here, right? That failed devil fruit. What do you want with it? Caesar asked, coming back to his senses. Leno turned his gaze on Caesar, and a red gleam flashed in his eyes. Caesar froze on the spot. Doffy. Caesar looked desperately at the den mushi. Doffy, think carefully before you answer me, will you give it or not? You wouldn't want your precious lab to be destroyed, would you? Lightning crackled in Leno's palm. You brat, are you threatening me? Doflamingo's veins bulged as he gripped the den mushi. Correct. Moments passed in tense silence. Caesar. Go give it to him. Doflamingo sounded frustrated yet resigned. Reinforcements couldn't arrive in time, and besides, it was a failed devil fruit. Giving it away cost nothing. Still, being threatened like this boiled his blood. Since becoming king of Dressrosa, no one had dared defy him. And now this unknown punk had the nerve to threaten him straight out. It was infuriating. Soon, Caesar returned holding a glass container. Inside lay a pink devil fruit, its surface faintly covered with scales. Zoan type, fish fruit, mythical azure dragon form, artificial. Leno's eyes blazed with desire at the sight. He waved and stored the fruit away, then turned to leave. Well then, a pleasant cooperation, Doffy. Goodbye. Leave your name, brat. I am God of Thunder. Leno paused. Lightning flared around him, and the den mushi shattered into pieces. Far away in Dressrosa, atop the royal plateau in the palace, Doflamingo crushed the den mushi in his grip. God of Thunder. Fu. His suppressed laughter echoed through the hall. Hey, Doffy, what happened? Nothing, just an annoying brat. Leaving Punk Hazard behind, Leno eagerly took out the devil fruit. Although Zoan artificial devil fruits rarely awakened, they still offered real boosts to defense, regeneration, and physique. He took a big bite. Ugh, the taste assaulted every nerve. Rahar. With a thunderous roar, Leno's body swelled into 100-meter-long pink little dragon. Orange flames swirled beneath his feet as he soared upward, then shifted into hybrid form. Lightning instantly wrapped around his draconic frame. He could use both powers at once. This was incredible. Opening his status panel. Leno. Armament Hockey, Advanced. Observation Hockey, Advanced. Conqueror's Hockey, Intermediate. Advanced Physical Techniques. Advanced Swordsmanship. Devil Fruit Abilities. Rumble Fruit, no side effects. Azure Dragon Fruit, Artificial, no side effects. Inventory. Gold, berries, windrift, sand ikatetsu, clothing, food. Huh? Also no side effects? So, every devil fruit I eat just ignores the one fruit rule? What a massive surprise. Leno had worried consuming another fruit might nullify the Rumble's immunity. But no, the Azure Dragon fruit had defected too. This is perfect. In hybrid form, Leno stood over 3 meters tall. He glanced down at his pink scale-covered body and gave a satisfied nod. Drawing Wind Rift, he swung a slash. Whoosh! The slash ripped across the sea, splitting the surface into a long gash that slowly closed. Clenching his fist, he nodded. Good. My strength and physique have risen at least 30%. Taking out another eternal log pose, Leno turned into a massive dragon and flew down a new route. Water 7 Frankie family. Boss, bad news. A burly man in steel briefs and mesh shoes tumbled into Frankie's workshop. What is it, Zambai? Don't make such a fuss, said Frankie, legs crossed, sipping cola. If he's coming, let him come. What's he here for? I'm here to ask for your help building a ship. Iceberg entered, holding a blueprint. Take a look first. Oh, such precise structure, such brilliant design. Frankie gasped. This ship is a bit much for me alone. I need your help. Super Pier. Leave it to me, Super Frankie. Frankie, wearing only briefs, struck his signature bizarre pose with a loud yell. The Square Sisters, who had somehow slipped in, copied his pose beside him. Super Frankie. ×2. Iceberg watched their display in deadpan silence. The little white mouse on his shoulder clutched its belly and rolled around laughing. The air fell into dead silence, awkwardness thick as fog. Gather your tools. Come to my office. Iceberg turned to leave. That stupid Berg, what's the rush? Frankie muttered. Stupid Berg. ×2. The Square Sisters echoed after him in chorus. Ryene Island, a small island in the first half of the New World, is constantly shrouded in thunderstorms. Lightning strikes torment everything on the island at every moment. Upon setting foot on Ryene Island, Leno noticed that almost every person walking around on the island carried an umbrella, and the raging lightning overhead didn't affect the people underneath. Hey, newcomer, an umbrella for 1,000 berries. With this, you won't have to fear the thunderstorms above your head, a bald man offered while holding up an umbrella. 1,000 berries for an umbrella. That's daylight robbery, Leno muttered. He wasn't short on cash, but this was outrageous. Back in Cocoyasi Village, even the fanciest umbrella cost barely 10 berries. Don't underestimate this umbrella. It's made from a special material unique to Ryene Island. It's lightning-proof. Just that alone is worth the price, the bald man insisted confidently. After some haggling, Leno bought one for 500 berries and continued forward. Before long, a small town appeared ahead. Towering pillars surrounded the town, holding up a dome-like barrier that shielded it completely from the falling lightning. People bustled about inside, entirely unaffected by the storm outside. Leno clicked his tongue in admiration. Entering the town, he folded his umbrella and walked toward the center, stepping into a small diner. He walked into the town and put away his umbrella. He strode toward the town center and entered a small restaurant. While the owner was serving his food, Leno asked, "Boss, your town is quite unique. Does that thing over your heads really protect you from lightning?" "Oh, guest, you must be new here. That's our island's unique insulating material. In the past, we didn't have this. Then, someone discovered this material and organized everyone to collect and use it," the owner said. "Before we discovered this material, we had a terrible life. We couldn't even leave our homes for most of the year, unlike now. Truly, as the old saying goes, where venomous snakes dwell, the antidote is within 7 steps. How apt, Leno remarked with a smile. That night, he rented a courtyard house to rest. The next day, after asking around, he learned that the mountain outside the town was the place where lightning struck the densest. He recalled how when Akainu and Aokiji fought, they permanently altered the terrain and climate of the battlefield. Leno suspected Ryene Island might be a remnant climate phenomenon left behind by a previous Rumble fruit user who had reached the awakening stage. After all, Punk Hazard became half-frozen, half-flaming after the Admiral's battle. Reaching the mountaintop, Leno immediately assumed his Amaru form, Thunder God. Bathed in the downpour of lightning, he found that his body in this form slowly absorbed the surrounding electricity. Activating observation haki, he sensed all the lightning converging toward him. The more he drew in, the thicker the crackling became, until finally a massive column of blue-violet lightning engulfed the peak. "Look over there. What's happening on that mountain?" "I've never seen lightning that thick," a villager cried out. More villagers began noticing, pointing at the massive gathering of lightning. Eventually, it formed a blinding pillar of purplish-blue light, connecting heaven and earth like a colossal spear that illuminated half the sky. At first, people gossiped about the spectacle. But when nothing else happened except that the island's lightning slowly diminished, their worry faded. As time went on, they gradually got used to the sight of the giant light pillar, barely sparing it a glance after a few days. One day, a villager suddenly shouted, Hey, where's the lightning? Why is it gone?" His voice drew others' attention, and soon, everyone noticed the lightning that had ravaged the island for centuries had disappeared. Their gazes turned to the light pillar, which was now visibly shrinking until it vanished. They stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then, with a deafening boom, a colossal bloom of lightning exploded where the pillar had vanished. Electricity surged across the island and even beyond, denser and fiercer than ever before. Thankfully, the town's insulating material held, or it would have been destroyed. The people sighed in relief as their eyes instinctively turned back to the mountain peak. There, Leno slowly rose from his meditative pose, clenched his fists, and smiled with exhilaration. His rumble fruit had awakened. The moment he absorbed the last lightning, enlightenment flooded his mind. He was lightning, and lightning was him. With a mere thought, he could shape an eternal thunder domain, split into countless forms, and create all things from lightning. He vanished from the peak, and at the town's entrance, a bolt of lightning struck down, only to reveal his figure landing gently on the ground. Back in town, he ate and then collapsed into bed, utterly drained. 2 days later, refreshed, he returned to the same diner. "Hey, boss, why don't I see any pirates around this town?" Leno asked curiously. "There are, just not often. Many rookie pirates make this their first stop in the new world. But because this place is a gateway, the Marines maintain a strong presence. Most pirates just resupply here and move on. So, you rarely see any causing trouble." "I see," Leno nodded. Leaving the diner, he went back to the mountain and assumed his little dragon man form, covering himself entirely in armament hockey while letting lightning strike him. Leno's idea was a good one, to use lightning to temper his body. The lightning felt like a slight tingle at first with his armament hockey, but as time went on, the hockey slowly faded, and the crackling sounds were accompanied by the smell of roasting flesh. In just a moment, his entire body was scorched. Then, the granulation tissue under the charred skin slowly wriggled and grew new skin and flesh. The powerful self-healing ability of the mythical Zoan was on full display. He endured the torment of constant destruction and regrow, and his physique slowly grew stronger. The abilities of his mythical Zoan Azure, dragon fruit, were also slowly being developed with each passing moment. A day later, burnt and tattered, Leno returned to the diner and devoured food enough for 100 men, leaving the owner staring blankly as he staggered back to his house to sleep. Days passed. His routine became simple: mountaintop, diner, home, sleep. The longer he stayed at the summit, the stronger he grew and the more he ate. Under the relentless punishment of the lightning, time slipped by. 2 months passed in a blink. Leno found himself oddly intoxicated by the feeling of becoming stronger every day through pain. On the summit, no longer a little dragon man, but now a towering great dragon man, over 5 meters tall, he stood proudly. His once pink scales now shimmered with a faint purple glow. He knocked on them with his hand, and they made a clanging sound. He drew Wind Rift and swung it hard at his left arm. Clang! Only a thin white mark appeared. Leno's eyes shone with excitement. He looked at the faint mark, then at his still unscathed body after 10 straight days of punishment, and burst into wild laughter. Success! I did it! Ha 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 ha! Devil fruit abilities. Rumble fruit, no side effects. Azure dragon fruit, artificial, no side effects. Inventory: gold, berries, wind rift, sandai katetsu, various supplies. Looking at the panel, Leno was overjoyed. He had finally broken through. It's about time I head back. At the small tavern, as soon as he entered, the boss loudly called to the staff, "Our big customer is here again. Everyone, get to it." Leno could only shake his head. For the past 2 months, Leno had eaten here regularly, making the owner a fortune. Naturally, when the boss saw him, his enthusiasm was overflowing. "Boss, 500 portions of food," Leno said helplessly. His appetite these days was much larger than before. "Right away, sir. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be ready soon." After the meal, he bid farewell. When the boss learned Leno was leaving, regret filled his face. He hadn't made enough money yet, so why was this god of wealth leaving so soon? Next, Leno went to the factory in town and bought up all their insulation materials. Then, he departed from Ryene Island, where he had stayed for over 2 months. On the Red Line, in Mary Gios, within the residence of the Celestial Dragons, a massive dragon stretching for over a kilometer suddenly drifted across the sky. T/N at Andre_Lizik, do you think he read your comment and came back to harvest more world nobles XD? The crowd below froze for a moment, then erupted in excitement. A dragon. It's a dragon. I want it as my mount. Guards, guards. Others drooled in envy, all demanding the dragon be made their pet. Pangaea Castle, Room of Authority, the Five Elders' Chambers. Report, my lords. Just now, a dragon over a kilometer long flew above Mary Gios, suspected to be Kaido. Nonsense. Kaido is still on Onigashima. Go. Find out who dares act with such arrogance. Saint Saturn roared. Why yes. The CP agent retreated in fear. A kilometer-long dragon? Could it be another mythical Zoan? Saint Nestero muttered. No matter who it is, flying so brazenly above Mary Gios is outright provocation. I suggest ordering the Navy to investigate thoroughly. Saint Saturn declared again. Agreed, echoed the other four. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff bar. Rayleigh was drinking with red-haired Shanks and his crew. Shanks, are you heading back to the East Blue again? Yeah, Rayleigh-san. I met an interesting kid there. You know, he said the exact same words as the captain once did, Shanks said excitedly. Is that so? Funny enough, I also met a kid from the East Blue who was quite interesting, haha. But you'd better be careful, Garp recently returned to the East Blue too. Are really? That's troublesome, Shanks' face stiffened. Just as Shanks was about to ask more, he suddenly turned his head. The others followed, gazing outside. Kaido? No, the aura doesn't feel right, Yasop said. No, not Kaido. It's someone unfamiliar, Shanks affirmed. But the aura isn't weak, and the size looks way too much like Kaido, Beckman muttered. Shanks lowered his head in thought. Rayleigh's glasses flashed with light, suspicion forming in his mind, though he found it hard to believe. Leno flew nonstop until he reached Water 7. At Galila Company, he was again greeted by Tilestone. Sir, do you have any special requests? Your ship is still under construction. No, nothing like that. I brought materials for you. These are special insulation materials. Give them to your boss. He'll know how to use them. As Leno spoke, he produced the vast amount of materials, then vanished before Tilestone's stunned eyes. This. It had been a long time since he last came to Sky Island. Ascending 10,000 meters into the air, Leno looked at the gate of heaven, recalling the time he first came to seize gold. Back then, he had rushed in and out quickly. He spread his observation hockey, covering the entire island. Raising a brow, he gave a wry smile. They really had turned him into some kind of prophet. God's Island, Upper Yard. On the square before the palace, people arrived one after another to worship the statue of their god. Yes, the Scipians had built a 10-meter-tall statue of Leno. Over the years, whenever pirates from the Blue Sea came causing trouble, the Sky Island guards wiped them out. Their reverence for God grew as Leno had given them methods of training and the ability to defend their homeland. God had ended the civil wars, bringing unity to Sky Island. Later, at Gonfal's suggestion, the people unanimously agreed to build a statue and a temple for their god. Since I am your god, then I shall show you a miracle. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the entire sky above the island was filled with lightning. The whole Sky Island was filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Then, all the lightning converged in the sky above the temple square, forming Leno's body. It's God. God has returned. Mom, I saw the living God. Our God is back, wah. SHFF. 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 Neat footsteps echoed as two squads approached, kneeling in unison. Greetings, God. Welcome home. The rest of the islanders also knelt. Greetings, God. Welcome home. Enough, all of you rise. Wiper and you guards, you've done well. I can see you haven't slacked off. I'm very pleased. We dare not forget your teachings, God, they shouted in unison. Good. Wiper, come with me inside. The rest may leave. Looking at the bird feather tucked at Wiper's ear, Leno asked, Wiper, are you the chief now? Yes, God. 2 years ago, the old chief passed the position to me. Oh, I've already sent word to the old chief and to High Priest Gonfall to come pay their respects. No need. If I need them, I'll find them. This time, I mainly came to see how Sky Island is developing and whether you need my help. But it seems even without me, you're doing very well. I'm satisfied. God, only with your protection can Sky Island remain peaceful forever. Wiper cried, kneeling in panic. Get up. Being a chief has made you think too much. Enough, I mean nothing else by it. You may leave. Leno waved helplessly. Yes, God. Seeing the weariness in Leno's eyes, Wiper bowed and withdrew. Leno walked into the side hall. A massive cloud bed lay in the center, curtains hanging down. On either side stood cabinets filled with exquisite porcelain. Opposite the bed was a desk with a bookshelf against the wall. Decorations unique to Sky Island filled the corners. Just as Leno prepared to enjoy the feeling of sleeping on clouds, 6 beautiful girls with wings walked in one after another. You want me to see this? Well, now I'm definitely not sleepy anymore. God, allow us to attend to your bath, 6 young girls knelt and said. Rise, Leno replied. By now he was becoming more accustomed to this identity as a god. As a former 996 corporate worker, who would have ever thought he'd experience this? Something like this could only be enjoyed in a high-class club back on Earth. T/N, work schedule of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days. Seeing the fiery, worshipful gazes of the 6 girls, Leno accepted their service with peace of mind. I've spent months painstakingly cultivating. Can't I at least enjoy myself a little? This is what I deserve. The girls were thrilled. It was the first time they had personally served their god, the first time they had approached him so closely. For the Scipians, being God's attendant was the highest honor. All right, you may go. If I need you, I'll summon you. After bathing, Leno steeled his heart and waved the disappointed girls away. Sometimes, Leno wanted to indulge himself, but indulging once would mean indulging endlessly, and his willpower would erode little by little. By then, regret would come too late. Not thinking further, Leno collapsed onto the cloud bed and quickly fell asleep. At dawn the next day, the girls came again to serve him. After breakfast, Leno vanished instantly, leaving behind 6 awestruck young women. At the top of the enormous vine, his figure appeared, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Staring at the endless sea of white clouds, his heart gradually calmed. He expanded his observation haki, stretching farther and farther, sensing the breath of people, the breath of trees, the breath of that great serpent near the ruins, the breath of all things. Over the next few days, Leno continuously trained his observation haki. In between, he also practiced his swordsmanship, feeling the aura transmitted by his armament haki and his mental will. Leno's goal was clear, step by step, to reach the realm of a great swordsman. 2 months later, while he was cultivating. Piruparu. Click. Hey, Leno-kun, your ship has been completed. Iceberg's voice came through. All right, I'll be there as soon as possible. Hanging up, Leno returned to the temple and summoned Wiper. After giving him some instructions, Leno was just about to leave, but seeing the 6 girls gazing longingly at him, he went over to pat their heads one by one, offering a few words of comfort. He reminded them to train when they had time. Then, with anticipation swelling in his chest, Leno traveled again to Water 7. At last, he would have his very own adventure ship. At Galila Company, he entered Iceberg's office. Iceberg was seated at his desk, while on the sofa nearby sat a blue-haired man in briefs and a floral shirt, legs propped on the table, whistling in boredom. This had to be Frankie. Leno-kun, you came quickly, Iceberg said with a smile as he stood. Of course. I've been waiting for this ship for so long, haha. Leno grinned. So you're the owner of the ship Iceberg asked me to help build? Oh, it's a super amazing super ship. Frankie exclaimed, striking a bizarre pose as he praised. Leno froze for a moment, then forced a polite but awkward smile. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Oh, you should. This ship will blow your imagination away. All right, enough chatter. Let's go, we'll show you your adventure ship, Iceberg said, leading the way. At the docks by the sea, Iceberg and Frankie stopped in front of a massive curtain. Leno-kun, don't blink. It's time to witness a miracle, Frankie declared as the two pulled the curtain aside. Whoosh! With the curtain pulled down, a giant ship was revealed. Its main color was light blue, accented with golden wave-like patterns, the blue-gold hull radiating grandeur. At the prow was the sculpture of a fierce azure beast, a bull's head with dragon horns. This was the Reiju, the Thunder Beast, carved at Leno's request. Come aboard, I'll introduce the structure and functions, Iceberg said, leading the way. The hull is 135 meters long, 32 meters wide, built with lightweight conductive alloy materials. The thunder launcher that was supposed to be mounted on the bow, I've relocated to the stern. Also, we've set up a lookout tower at the stern with a large open platform. The ship has 3 decks. The first deck contains storage rooms, utility rooms, tool workshops, and other logistical spaces. The second deck includes the main dining hall, kitchen, art studio, training room, infirmary, and 5 bedrooms. The third deck, per your request, has fewer but larger rooms, 10 bedrooms, each with an attached bath. As they entered the control room, Frankie cut in before Iceberg could speak. At the bow, thanks to my super genius invention, the Reiju's mouth houses a retractable barrel capable of firing an electromagnetic cannon. Excellent, truly excellent. Impressive, Frankie. Leno praised. You bastard, don't interrupt. We're not done yet, this is the key part. The ship has 2 side propellers. During sea travel, they retract. When flight is needed, they extend. With the 2 additional stern propellers providing thrust, the ship achieves liftoff during high-speed runs. In other words, this baby's a seaplane. Leno thought to himself. But most importantly, those stern propellers free the ship entirely from dependence on the wind. So long as there's sufficient electricity, this ship can pass through the calm belt without hindrance. I'm not exaggerating. If this ship runs at full power, it will be the fastest vessel in the world. Galila Company truly lives up to its name. Leno exclaimed. Oh, of course. This is the best ship ever built by Super Frankie. Super, Frankie shouted, pulling another ridiculous pose. This miracle ship deserves the title of fastest in the world. May it roam the seas like the wind, famed across the world. Iceberg added in admiration. After all, such a legendary ship would bring fame to Galila too. Like the wind, free to go anywhere. Then the ship shall be named the Gale. The Gale. Leno declared, inspiration striking. Oh, the Gale. Super cool name. Indeed, a fine name. Leno handed over the remaining berries to Iceberg, then went to the charging room. Then farewell, my friends. Once more, thank you, Iceberg and Frankie, for building me such an incredible ship. Until we meet again. Atop the lookout tower, Leno raised a red flag with golden characters spelling adventure, a golden star shining in the middle. With the propellers roaring to life, the ship accelerated across the sea and finally lifted off, shooting skyward like an arrow. Hoo-hoo. We're flying. Leno cheered. It was super invincible, Frankie. Amazing, so amazing. The president is incredible. He built a ship that can fly. Long live the president. Long live Galila Company, the shipwrights shouted. The speed is pretty fast. Oh? I can even increase the altitude? How exciting. Leno thought as he messed with the controls and the cockpit. He was truly enjoying the novel experience of exploring the sea and sky on the ship. Oh? We've reached Reverse Mountain? Huh, pirate ships? Wow, that's tragic. The ships are smashed to pieces. Leaving a clone to pilot, Leno himself sat atop the bull-headed figurehead, peering down. What miserable pirates. Eh? They're waving at me in the water. Hey, keep at it. Seeing the many pirates frantically waving, Leno waved back enthusiastically. The pirates. After passing Reverse Mountain, Leno muttered, I think I, forgot to buy the little brat a present. Lucky I've still got Sky Island snacks and specialties in the inventory. Let's add a Sea King for good measure. The little one loves meat. He banked the ship toward the calm belt, observation hockey filtering for a suitable Sea King, when Leno suddenly looked up. Sky Island. No, the Golden Lion. Captain, there's a flying ship ahead. Indigo wheezed as he waddled in. Oh? A flying ship? Jaya ha ha ha, interesting. The golden lion bit down on his cigar, rose under the care of 2 attendants, and laughed. Let's go have a look. A ship that flies? Shiki floated forward, stopping before Leno's vessel. Brat, your ship is interesting. Join my golden lion pirates. Contribute your technology, and I'll make you an officer. How about it? Not happening. Can't you see the adventure flag? I'm not interested in being a pirate, Leno said righteously, wind rift in hand. Damn. This won't end peacefully. The Golden Lion is a real pirate, unrestrained, pillaging, slaughtering, even wiping out nations. Not like Whitebeard or Redhair. This guy has no scruples. Sure enough. Brat, I'm informing you, not asking your opinion. You don't have the right to refuse. Shiki's eyes turned feral. There was no backing down now. With a wave, Leno stored the ship and stood in midair opposite the Golden Lion. Oh? Another trick? A devil fruit ability? Jaya ha ha ha. Brat, I like you. I'll give you one more chance. Join my crew. Shiki's eyes flashed. Join you? And rot away in this remote corner of the East Blue. You're asking for your demise. Shiki's face went dark. The one courting death is you. Leno drew wind rift and slashed. Jaya ha ha ha. Slash wave. Shiki's blade shattered the slash, the countercut whistling past Leno's side. Jaya ha ha ha. Kid, you're still a long way from my level. This is just the beginning. Today, let me taste power at the peak. As he spoke, Leno's body swelled taller, reaching 5 meters. Purple-pink scales rippled over his skin. Twin horns crowned his head as he glared at Shiki. An ability like Kaido's? Hey, brat, what's your relationship with Kaido? Don't tell me you're his son. Shiki frowned. The resemblance was uncanny. He can never be my father. Dragon power, basic slash. Leno snarled, cleaving down at Shiki's crown. Cling. Sparks burst. Shockwaves rolled. The screech of grinding steel rang out as Leno locked blades, eyes fixed on Shiki. Kid, you've got some power, Shiki hissed, forced back a step, face gloomy. You've grown old, Golden Lion. The calm words hit a sore spot. Shiki went berserk. Jaya ha ha ha. I'm the Golden Lion. Die, brat lion, Thousand Cut Valley. Shf. 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 A storm of slashes sealed every path of retreat. Cling. 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 Leno parried, sent flying. Gashes striped his chest, arms, and legs. Blood drenched him. Then, zzz, white steam rose as the wounds slowly knit. I can work with this. Leno stood, eyes burning into Shiki. Watching the speed of Leno's recovery, Shiki's face darkened. This kid's physique was just like that bastard Kaido. Let's finish this. Leno said, charging at Shiki. Cling cling. Cling cling. Steel rang in a rapid, furious rhythm. The two fighters moved faster and faster until their figures vanished. Only sparks and the crash of blades gave away the ferocity of their duel. Who is that kid, to fight old man Shiki to a standstill like this? Yeah, that devil fruit looks a bit like the power they say Kaido has. Don't worry. Captain Shiki won't lose. He's the strongest, Scarlet said confidently. He was the one who knew Shiki's strength the best. He's just a mere kid. Nothing to be afraid of. Let's get farther away. They're coming this way. Go, back up. The pirates scrambled. None of them wanted to be killed by their own captain. Shf. Shf. Two figures flashed onto a floating island. Viper. Shiki landed and swept out a leg sword. Stones, deadwood, and scattered blades all around tore free of the ground and rushed at Leno in a black wave. Boom. Boom boom. A massive slash wave followed, ripping into the smoke. Leno twisted aside. The gargantuan cut plowed 100-meter trench into the ground behind him. Lion menace. Govern place earth coiling. 5 huge lion heads of packed earth erupted around Leno, swallowing him whole. A heartbeat later, Shf. 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 Several slashes ripped up through the dirt. Leno burst free, battered. No, can't let the Golden Lion run the show. Blade in hand, Leno flashed to Shiki. Thunder power, heavy basic. Lightning crawled over the blade, a colossal arc of thunder cleaving down. Shiki's body seized for an instant. Numbness shot through him. He looked up, teeth bared at Leno. Bad kid. He floated up again. Leno pursued. A thunderous slash screamed past, and Leno pressed in one stroke, then another, faster and faster. Cling, cling, cling. Steel sang as two blurred figures weaved, feinted, and crashed together, left then right, never staying still. Boom, boom, boom. The ground scored with gouges, trees ripped up by the roots, shockwaves rolling out in relentless rings. Cling. The two figures crossed paths. Leno's body was covered in wounds, blood pouring down. Flying slashes rampaged along the cuts, keeping them from healing quickly. Leno's eyes blazed hotter, excited. From childhood till now, he had never fought with such all-out abandon. Battle. Fight. Kill or be killed. His blood boiled, hormones surged, goading him on. Fight, keep fighting. The Golden Lion looked at Leno, whose fighting spirit only climbed higher. His gaze trembled. Once I was like this too, young, tireless, battling the heavens and earth, roaming the seas at will. Kid, what's your dream? To be the strongest. Leno's voice rang clear, eyes blazing. If I'm not the strongest, how can I live freely? How can I sail the world without chains? How can I marry my girls and live in peace? Jaya ha ha ha. The Golden Lion froze, then burst into peals of laughter. Lion menace. Govern place earth coiling. Useless, Shiki. Leno's blade flashed. Several slashes shattered the charging earthen lion heads. Is that so? A sly light flickered in Shiki's eyes. A massive sphere of seawater manifested above Leno and dropped in an instant, engulfing him whole. Jaya ha ha ha. I admit your strength, brat, but this is the end of the line. Watching Leno trapped in seawater, Shiki crowed. After a brief discomfort, Leno burst out of the sphere, leaving Shiki dumbfounded. So this is a pirate, to win by any means, cunning, insidious, without scruple. Leno fixed his gaze on him. Shiki, are you done for? You're not affected by seawater? Done for? I am the pirate admiral, the Golden Lion. Shiki was bewildered, then furious. Now it's only just begun. Ready, brat? Shiki dove SHFF. Lion might, cross slash. Two slashes crossed into an X and scythed toward Leno. Perfect, time to sample a legend's finest techniques. Leno grinned savagely and charged straight into the crossing blades. Hey, seriously? They've been fighting for a day and a night. That kid's gotta be done, look at all those wounds. I'll bet he drops within one stick of incense. Far off, pirate underlings clustered together, muttering as sparks burst with each clash, shockwaves battering their chests with terror. Pucci Piuchi. Indigo waddled up beside Scarlet, worry on his face. At this intensity, I fear Boss Shiki's body won't hold. You know his headaches, they can't take this pounding. Scarlet stiffened. He knew of Shiki's head pains bad enough to send him writhing. And in recent years, the boss hadn't made any big moves. A sudden, titanic battle like this was a heavy burden. Faces grave, they watched Shiki closely. Indigo added, if things look wrong, we move in. Scarlet didn't answer, he only nodded toward the battlefield. Ha. Leno panted, staring at Shiki not far away. He too was short of breath, eyes bloodshot. Shiki, you can't deny old age. Look at you, how miserable you are. Brat, you look worse than me. Still mouthing off? You're the one at your limit. Shiki's eyes were red, his breathing rough. Don't kid yourself, Shiki. I know my body, do you know yours? Don't you see how far your power has fallen? Leno taunted. Shiki looked down at his hands, then threw his head back in wild laughter. Jaya ha 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 ha. Jaya ha 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 ha. I really have gotten old, letting a snot-nosed kid look down on me. Swoosh. Swoosh. With a sudden motion, he detached the two blades strapped to his legs. I'm the Golden Lion who once ruled the world. Thousand Cut Valley. SHFF. A rain of slashes howled in, blindingly fast. Cling. Cling. Leno blocked as he retreated step by step under the storm. Suddenly a deathly chill prickled his spine. Red light flickered in his eyes, he slipped aside in a flash. SHFF. Crockham. A colossal slash split the spot where Leno had stood, blasting the ground apart. Shiki drifted down, looming from above. Not bad, brat, you saw the future. Leno glared, cold sweat dripping. Close. Good thing I awakened future sight just now, or I was done for. He'd grown used to the rhythm of Shiki's twin-leg swords. Switching to twin handheld blades had spiked Shiki's speed and power, like fighting a different man. Brat, feel the true power of a great swordsman. Perfect. Bring it on. Leno's nerves were at their limit. Lion's threat, Imperial Earthbind. Slash wave. Boom. 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 Leno dropped to one knee. A sword gouge carved from his left chest across his left arm. If not for his recent breakthrough in physique and the armament hockey covering him, that one strike would have put him down for good. The current situation was a desperate life-or-death moment. Suddenly, Leno stood up, his eyes turning calm. He calmly and quickly charged at Shiki, swinging his sword faster and faster. The clang of swords colliding and the swoosh of flesh being sliced echoed continuously. With his observation hockey and armament hockey at full power, Leno fought like a madman. The sparks from their clashing swords reflected on Leno's calm face, a face that was serene in combat and calm in a killing frenzy. He swung his sword, and never stopped swinging. Shiki's face shone with rapture. Twin swords flashed like lightning. Blood spattered his face, some Leno's, some his own. Sparks danced over Scarlet as his lips curled, the look of an Azure born. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared across the island. Low hills crumbled, forests were razed, the earth split. The terrifying aftershocks shredded everything nearby. Driven back to the floating island's edge, the pirates stared in horror at the distant shockwaves. THTH this. Don't tell me they were just warming up before. This is the real fight? Hey, are you serious? If they keep fighting like this, isn't the island going to fall? This is too terrifying. Boom. Leno was sent flying backward, his face covered in blood. His body was crisscrossed with sword wounds, his scales were broken, and one of his dragon horns was even broken off. He used his sword as a crutch and got back to his feet. Ha. Leno panted heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha. Shiki was also panting heavily, his body covered in sword wounds. His cloak was nothing but blood-stained rags hanging from his body. Jaya ha, cough, ha. This feels great. What a thrill. Shiki was laughing loudly when his body suddenly stiffened. He then dropped both of his swords, clutching his head and screaming. Captain Shiki. Indigo and Scarlet turned pale. What they feared was happening. They didn't dare delay and sprinted toward the battlefield, a mass of pirates rushing after them. It hurts. Roger. How long are you going to torture me? Roger. The golden lion rolled on the ground, clutching his head. I won't lose to you again, Roger. Just as Leno moved, the fallen golden lion suddenly grabbed the ship's will embedded in his skull and, with a wet pop, yanked it free. Captain Shiki, both Indigo and Scarlet cried, hearts in their throats. If the wheel was removed, Shiki was finished. Indigo had examined him for years. The helm was buried deep in his brain. Pulling it out recklessly would cause massive bleeding and death within moments. Let alone ripping it out by brute force like this, his life was now on a countdown. Roger, I will not lose to you again. The golden lion fixed Leno with a death stare. Leno? What are you talking about? He's gone crazy. He's confusing me with Roger. All of you go back. Don't disturb me. Shiki looked at his crew quickly approaching in the distance. Boss Shiki. Captain. Get lost. The air pressure plunged. Scarlet lightning crackled. The pirates turned tail, tumbling and scrambling back to the shore. Conqueror's hockey surged from Shiki, racing toward Leno. Leno locked eyes with him and unleashed his own Conqueror's hockey. Dark red clashed with Leno's blue gold, grinding with a harsh creak. In that instant of collision, Leno felt his body sink, a mountain of pressure bearing down, an urge to submit pressed into his mind. Submit? What a joke. My fate is mine and mine alone. Leno roared. His short golden hair stood on end, bloodshot eyes flared. An even greater wave of Conqueror's haki burst forth. The dark red and blue-gold auras wrestled as equals, twining and crushing against each other until, with a thunderous boom, they shattered and the world fell clear. Roger, come. Scarlet arcs danced along Shiki's twin blades. He bared his teeth and lunged. Leno flooded his blade with top-tier armament haki and charged to meet him. Clang! Vimamem. A ring of black-red lightning rippled out from them. Rumble, rumble, the ground beneath collapsed, then heaved up and blasted outward. Low hills flipped, forests tore free, the entire floating island roared. Pirates at the island's rim fainted wide-eyed at the first shockwave, then were swept off by avalanches of dirt and rock, delivered straight down to the sea kings below. Even at that distance, they couldn't escape their captain's stray fire. Leno and Shiki locked blades for a heartbeat before Leno was hurled away, smashing straight through a low hill. Crash! Dust billowed. Cough, cough, too. Leno clawed out of the rubble and spat blood. A massive X was carved across his chest. Before he could draw breath, another colossal slash screamed in boom, blasting him away again. He spewed mouthfuls of blood and sprawled on the ground, every bone feeling shattered. He dragged himself up, staring at the golden lion in the distance, fingers tightening around Wind Rift. Boy, do you feel it, the power at the peak of the sea? You're still far from being the strongest. He's thinking clearly now. Leno realized. He stared intently at Shiki. I did. You truly are a legendary great pirate. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Jaya ha ha ha. Jaya ha ha ha. I am Pirate Admiral, Golden Lion, Shiki. Jaya ha ha ha. Laughing, Shiki suddenly dropped out of the sky and thudded to the ground lifeless. Huff, huff. Leno collapsed to a seat, chest burning like fire as a tide of pain crashed over him. He dragged himself to the corpse, eyes complicated. If Shiki's body hadn't given out, Leno would have died here today. He'd been getting cocky. This blow to the head finally woke him up. He still wasn't strong enough. He had to keep getting stronger. He casually took Shiki's two great-grade swords, then headed into the ruined buildings nearby. After a long search, he found only a safe. Feeling the island's fall speeding up, he had no choice but to stow the safe and vanish. At Cocoyasi Village, by the sea, the body clone controlling the flying ship managed to land it safely. Leno, who was lying on the bull's head, blacked out and passed out. With a rumbling stomach, Leno slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Nojiko had fallen asleep with her head by the bed, tear tracks clear on her cheeks. Seeing his injuries must have terrified her. Heart aching, he raised a hand and gently stroked Nojiko's soft blue hair. Sleepy-eyed, Nojiko looked up to find Leno gazing at her with warmth. Her tears burst forth anew. You. Leno, you finally woke up. You slept for days, you scared us to death. Nojiko threw herself into his arms and sobbed. From the next room, Nami and Kuina rushed in at the sound of crying. Seeing Leno awake, both girls' eyes reddened. Nami flung herself over Leno's legs, hugging tight. Stupid Leno, you finally woke up. You have no idea what these days were like. You scared us so bad. She spoke through tears, and the more Leno wiped them away, the more they fell. Leno reached out his hand, and Kuina also put aside her composure and threw herself into his arms, quietly sobbing. The past few days had truly frightened her. He gently stroked Kuina's hair, feeling the girl's deep concern and fear. Leno's heart felt incredibly warm. In this familiar yet foreign world, Leno had found deep bonds. And it was these bonds that motivated him to keep moving forward. After soothing the three red-eyed girls, Leno asked what had happened these past days. That day, the girls were training by the sea when a ship fell from the sky. Guessing Leno had returned, they ran over, only to find him covered in blood and barely alive. Panic erupted. Little Aileen burst into tears, crying, "Big brother," over and over. Kuina reacted first. She sent Nami to fetch a doctor, then cast Holy Light Heal on the spot. Belmir, Genzo, and the villagers arrived soon after. In the end, the doctor dispersed the crowd to avoid delaying treatment. Seeing the hideous wounds all over Leno, especially the 2 deep gashes across his chest, nearly exposing organs, the girls broke into sobs. Nojiko bit her lip hard, trembling as tears wouldn't stop. Nami clung to Belmere and cried. Belmere, eyes red, covered Eileen's eyes to spare her the sight. The little one bawled in her mother's arms. Because the sword slashes were so fierce, Kuina had a very difficult time with the healing. Fortunately, her physique had improved, and her devil fruit ability had been developed well, or she wouldn't have been able to keep it up. Once the wounds closed, the diagnosis was severe blood loss, but with his strong body, he should wake soon. Yet days passed without movement. The girls panicked again. The doctor said recovery looked good, so they could only keep waiting. They took turns watching over him, wiping away tears in secret as he lay unconscious. Fortunately, today Leno finally woke, otherwise they wouldn't have known what to do. Leno stroked the girls' heads. "Thank you for everything." The girls all shook their heads. Grumble, grumble. Smiling through the tears, the girls bustled off to prepare food for him. Early the next morning, little Aileen came running over. Seeing that Leno was awake, the little girl cheered and leapt straight into his arms. "Big brother, you're finally awake." "Aileen missed you so much," the little girl said with some grievance. "Aileen, while I was away, did you behave at home?" Leno asked as he hugged her and sat down at the dining table. Aileen was very obedient. "Really? Aileen is such a good girl. Here, Big brother brought you some pastries. Wanna try?" "Wow! Big brother, you're the best, Mua." Aileen cheered. Ha ha ha. Seeing her silliness, the few women nearby also couldn't help but laugh happily. After breakfast, Leno carried Aileen outside. The villagers, upon seeing he had awakened, came forward one after another to greet him. Feeling the warmth from their concern, Leno greeted them back, then carried Aileen away. At the orange grove, Belmere was busy working. When she saw Leno, she quickly came over to take Aileen from him, but the little girl stubbornly refused to let go. In the end, Belmere had no choice but to let her be. For the rest of the day, Aileen clung tightly to Leno without getting down, leaving him half amused and half helpless. "Leno, today's newspaper. Take a look." Nami walked over holding it. "The legendary Great Pirate Golden Lion falls. Mysterious youth slays the Golden Lion." Beneath the headline was a photo, Leno in his Dragon Man form, holding a long blade and gazing down at the Golden Lion's corpse. Huh? How did Morgans even take this picture? There was no one around at that time. Leno muttered in confusion. The mysterious youth's relationship with Kaido. Below, the paper boldly speculated that this mysterious youth might be Kaido's son, abandoned and left adrift. Leno's face darkened. "Morgans, huh? Better not let me run into you, or I'll beat you until you can't write again." "So, the one you fought that day was the Great Pirate Golden Lion?" Kuina asked. "Yeah. I originally went to the Calm Belt to hunt a Sea King to give Aileen a feast, but ended up running into Golden Lion there," Leno replied. "And in the end, you killed him?" Nami's eyes sparkled. Leno was incredible. After all, this was the Golden Lion. No way, his strength was terrifying. "Just look at the wounds on me." Of course, even if I wasn't the one who struck the final blow, his death was still because of me, Leno sighed. "Then what's with this dragon form? I thought you had the rumble fruit powers, weren't you the Thunder God?" Nami teased with a sly look. "Ahem, well, my body is special. I can eat 3 devil fruits. But girls, remember to keep this a secret," Leno said mysteriously. "Really?" The 3 exclaimed together, shocked. "Yeah, seriously." The girls all sucked in a sharp breath. If this spread, the entire world would erupt. "By the way, have you checked out our ship? How does it feel?" "It's amazing." They all rushed to speak at once. "The facilities are perfect. An art studio, a workshop, and the rooms inside are huge. There's a kitchen, a medical bay, even an aquarium. This ship is just too amazing," Nami said excitedly. "Oh, and also, this ship can sail without relying on wind, and it can even fly. It's unbelievable. I love this ship so much, she added. The others nodded quickly, their faces filled with satisfaction. As long as you're happy. Makes all my trips back and forth worth it. Satisfied? We're beyond satisfied, ha ha ha. While the girls were enthusiastically discussing how to decorate the ship. Meanwhile, in the new world, on unfamiliar seas, a massive white whale ship slowly sailed. Oh Yaji, look at today's newspaper. The golden lion is dead. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Whitebeard, who had been drinking, took the paper. Guarara. Shiki, you bastard, so you've gone as well. He muttered while gazing into the distance. At Whole Cake Island, Tato Land. Mama, here's today's newspaper. The golden lion Shiki was killed. Katakuri said. Big devouring sweets with her gaping mouth, snatched the paper. Shiki, that old fool, is finally dead? Good. He should have died long ago. As for this mysterious young man, find out who he really is. Could he be my dear brother's son? Yes, Mama, Katakuri replied, but his sharp eyes lingered on the photo of the dragon form youth. In Wano country, Onigashima. Yororaro. Who can kill me? I want to die so badly, Kaido muttered, drunk and dazed. Captain Kaido, today's newspaper says Golden Lion was killed. And the one who killed him was your son, King said as he entered, holding the paper. Nanny, Golden Lion is dead? And my son killed him? Yamato. Kaido blinked in confusion. No, Captain, just look at the paper. Don't tell me this brat really is my son? Captain, you'd be the one who knows that. King groaned, black lines forming on his forehead. I don't know. Whatever. Let's drink. King, I can't deal with this captain anymore. In Dressrosa, King's Plateau, Royal Palace. So, the fruit that bastard stole has already been eaten? Interesting, too interesting, Fei. At Marineford, Marine Headquarters, meeting room. There's a good chance this mysterious young man who killed Shiki is the dragon the Holy Land told us to look for, Marine General Staff Officer Tsuru asserted. Ha. What a powerful kid from the East Blue. I'm going to bring him into the Marines and train him to be an admiral. Sengoku, I want to take a leave of absence and go to the East Blue to bring this kid back to the Marines, Garp said, raising his hand and shouting at Sengoku. Shut up, you fool. You just want to see your grandson. You just came back from less than a week ago. Sengoku's veins bulged as he shouted furiously, almost ready to punch him. My. To kill the golden lion, that's something, Kazara said lazily while polishing his nails. Akiji and Akainu, however, stayed silent. After all, they still didn't know the truth of the matter. On Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's rip-off bar. So Golden Lion's dead? Another one of us old folks gone, Shaki sighed. Yeah, not many of us left, Rayleigh agreed. Well, the more I look at this photo, the more I feel this mysterious boy is Thunder God, little brother Leno, Shaki suddenly exclaimed. And he's in the East Blue too. If it really is him, then this is shocking. After all, his ability was supposed to be the rumble fruit, Rayleigh said gravely. Well, what a world-shaking piece of news, Shaki's eyes gleamed. Back with Leno, after several days of rest and recovery, he finally had time to quietly reflect on the insights gained from that battle. At the cliffside behind Cocoyasi Village, Leno sat cross-legged with Wind Rift laid before him, carefully replaying the battle in his mind. Golden Lion Shiki, as a top-tier great swordsman, possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, overwhelming haki, and undeniable strength. Leno meticulously recalled every sensation from that battle, the speed of his strikes, the raw power, and that unyielding will to cut through everything. His mind kept replaying the scenes of that day. Nami-sis, what's wrong with Big Brother? He's been sitting there almost the whole day. He hasn't even eaten lunch. Aileen worried, afraid her brother might go hungry. Nami also wasn't sure what Leno was doing, so she turned to Kuina. Kuina, seeing both Nami's questioning look and the little girl's worry, smiled softly. Don't worry, he's fine. Leno's replaying that battle in his mind. Once he fully digests the insights from that fight, he'll become even stronger. Kuina said with expectation in her eyes as she looked at Leno. Just as the girls were discussing what to make for dinner, Aileen suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Big Brother's getting up." Leno stood, suddenly drew his sword, and swung. A massive blue blade of energy shot forth, carving a colossal crack stretching a kilometer across the sea, a fissure that refused to close for a long while. "Sugoi, Big Brother's amazing." "Sue, that's way too exaggerated." Nami gasped, while Nojiko stared in shock. "Leno has broken through. He's a great swordsman now," Kuina said, her voice trembling with excitement. But as they waited, the girls noticed Leno still standing motionless after that strike, sword in hand. "Something's not wrong, is it?" Nojiko asked anxiously. The others exchanged nervous glances, when suddenly, the blade in Leno's hand began glowing with a scarlet light. "What's that?" Seeing crimson arcs of lightning dancing across Leno's blade, the girls felt the very air grow heavy and oppressive. I feel sick." Eileen's face turned pale. Then, in an instant, those crimson arcs spread across Leno's body and surged outward, gouging jagged trenches into the ground. "Shoo!" Raising his head, Leno unleashed another strike, the massive scarlet-charged blade soaring into the sky. Boom! Over in the village, startled residents looked up to behold a shocking sight, a gigantic slash cleaving not just the clouds, but the sky itself, splitting it wide open, with a massive rift stretching toward the sunset on the horizon. Bathed in the golden glow of dusk, Leno turned back toward the girls, a radiant smile on his face. The women stood frozen, staring blankly first at the rift in the heavens, then at Leno standing in the sunset's glow. Their faces were etched with awe beyond words. Is Big Brother a god?" Aileen murmured dazedly, unable to look away. The women were speechless. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, Leno appeared before them. "Hey, snap out of it," he waved a hand before their eyes. They all cried in shock. "Big Brother, you're incredible." "Stupid Leno, that was way too much. You're ridiculously strong." What was that just now?" Kuina stepped closer, though her eyes still carried the weight of shock. "That was Conqueror's Haki infusion. It's the same concept as armament Haki infusion, just a higher-level application of Haki. Don't worry, you'll learn it too." "I'll teach you when the time comes," Leno said with a gentle smile, encouraging her. He bent down to scoop up little Aileen. "Mua. No, Big Brother isn't a god. He's just a strong person. Big Brother's the best. The best." Hee hee. Aileen giggled, clinging to his neck. "Come on, let's go home and eat." With Aileen in his arms, Leno started walking back. "Yay! Dinner time, I want meat." "Stupid Leno, wait for us." Nami and the others hurried after him. After dinner, they returned from Belmir's house and gathered around the table, sipping tea. "I've decided, I'll spend the next few days keeping Aileen company. You should all spend more time with your families too and prepare supplies. In half a month, we'll set sail," Leno said, glancing around the group. "Yay! Finally, we're going to sea. I can't wait any longer." Nami cheered. Nojiko and Kuina also looked filled with anticipation. "Kuina, do you want to go home and say a proper farewell?" "No need. I already went back not long ago. I'll wait until we leave the East Blue to say my formal goodbye." "That works. After all, according to our plan, we'll pass by Shimotsuki Village anyway," Leno said. After finishing their discussion, they went back to rest. Right, there was still that safe they had seized from Golden Lion. With a single slash, Leno split it open. Inside were 2 devil fruits. Lucky. One was the Zoan-type bird fruit, mythical beast model, Bifong. The other was the Paramecia-type paper fruit. Both were god-tier fruits, what fortune. But of course, they were treasures hoarded by a legendary pirate like Golden Lion. Besides the devil fruits, there were also some berries, a few nautical charts, a golden pistol, and some medical formulas. But Leno had little interest in those. He tossed them into a corner of his inventory, tidied up the rest, and lay down to rest. At dawn the next day, Leno boarded the Gale and inspected its fittings, checking whether anything needed replenishing. On the 3rd deck, he checked the others' rooms and found them all decorated warmly. His own room had also been neatly arranged. Just as he was about to recharge the ship, Nami shouted from below, "Leno, come quick. Look what I found." Her voice was brimming with excitement. Leno came down to see Nami holding a strange sky-blue fruit, her eyes sparkling. "Look, I found this in the orange grove this morning. It's a devil fruit." "This is?" Leno's eyes narrowed. "The float fruit." "Huh. The same float fruit that Golden Lion had." "Yes, exactly that one." Shiki really was a straightforward man. He not only boosted my growth, but also left me his very own devil fruit. Leno sighed in amazement. Nami rolled her eyes furiously. "Straightforward? More like you forgot how you lay half dead in bed for days. Come on, hurry and eat it." This was Golden Lion's ability. All right. After some thought, Leno chose to eat the fruit. After all, its levitation powers would make many things far more convenient. Crunch. Crunch. In just a few bites, he had finished the devil fruit. Nami gawked. She had been hoping to see him make a fool of himself at the taste, but Leno ate it all without even a grimace. Face calm, brows steady, not a flicker of pain. She felt utterly robbed of amusement. Leno, meanwhile, was silently suffering. He regretted putting on a show for the sake of looking cool. Real men never flinch, he'd told himself. Now he was paying the price. "Hurry up and test your new power," Nami urged. Leno placed his hand on the railing, and in an instant, the devil fruit's power wrapped around the entire ship. "Sugoi. With this, our ship can now take off without charging, and it can float in the sky indefinitely without consuming electricity. This ability is just too convenient," Nami exclaimed, watching in awe as the ship gently rose into the air. "And that's not even all. Once I fully develop this power, I'll be able to lift an entire island into the sky, just like the Golden Lion did." "You can lift an entire island? That's insane." Over the next few days, Leno spent most of his time with Aileen, sometimes helping Belmere in the Orange Grove, until one day. "Aileen, do you want to fly into the sky and see it from above?" "Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, take me up. I want to see." Aileen clung to Leno's arm, shaking it nonstop. At the back mountain, Leno said, "Aileen, don't be scared, okay? Don't blink. Big brother is about to transform." Roar. A 1,000-meter-long pinkish-purple dragon appeared before Aileen. The little girl stared up blankly, muttering, "A dragon? What a huge dragon." She didn't snap out of it until a huge, ferocious-looking dragon head stretched out in front of her. She then plopped down on the ground. "Did I scare you? Come on, get on." A huge dragon claw extended in front of Aileen. "Big brother?" "Sugoi, sugoi." Hearing his familiar voice, Aileen snapped out of her daze, jumping up and down with excitement. She clambered onto the enormous claw, looked up at the giant horns, and shouted, "Big brother, I want to go up there." Leno's huge dragon eyes flashed with helplessness. "So small, and already wanting to perch on my head like a queen." Climbing along the massive scales, the little girl finally reached the dragon's head, hugging the horn thicker than her entire body. "Hold on tight, we're taking off." "MHM. MHM. MHM." Aileen nodded furiously. The giant dragon soared into the sky, gliding above Cocoyasi Village. From the dragon's head, Aileen waved wildly, shouting down, "Mama. Sister. Look at me, I'm flying." Below, the villagers gaped in shock at the enormous dragon twisting through the sky, and the tiny figure waving from its head. My heavens! A dragon! A real dragon! Such a huge dragon! How could one appear here? Wait, that little one on its head, isn't that Aileen? Everyone, don't panic. It's me, Leno, he called down to calm them. Leno? My God, how did he turn into such a massive dragon? Yeah, that dragon is gigantic. Stupid Leno. So this is his other ability? That's way too much. Nami stood there slack-jawed. Beside her, Kuina and Nojiko were equally shaken. The sheer size of the dragon was overwhelming. Belmere's family was stunned silent, completely dumbfounded until they heard Leno's voice. Then, spotting Aileen grinning from the dragon's head, Belmere snapped, "That brat. She really went up into the sky." Next to her, Genzo was smiling with a face full of doting affection. Well, she's literally flying to the sky, isn't she? Ha ha ha. Just as I'd expect from my daughter. Belmere rolled her eyes. And that rascal Leno spoils her way too much. After circling the village once, the dragon soared upward, leaving only Eileen's gleeful laughter echoing behind. High in the sky, amid rolling seas of clouds, the 1,000-meter dragon appeared and disappeared between layers, sometimes diving toward the ocean, sometimes shooting into the heavens. Its immense body moved freely, while atop its head, Aileen looked down at the endless blue sea, then reached out to touch the clouds beside her. Sugoi! Sugoi! Her face flushed with excitement, and Leno worried she might faint from sheer joy. That day, countless villagers across the East Blue witnessed a gigantic dragon flying through the skies. Some knelt and prayed, chanting auspicious omen. Others rushed to call the Marines, while some simply stared, dumbstruck. Thus was born the legend of the dragon in the East Blue. Branch Marine units across regions dispatched warships to investigate, but by then the dragon was long gone. The surrounding pirates, however, weren't so lucky. Back in Cocoyasi Village, little Eileen was stumbling after getting off the dragon's head. Little Eileen, are you okay? I am fine. She mumbled, face twitching, her speech nearly slurred. And so, the joyful days passed quickly, until the day of departure finally arrived. After dinner, Leno handed Belmere a mythical Zoan, Bifong fruit. Eileen's never been one to sit still. This mythical Zoan, Bifong form, I got it from the Golden Lion. I'll leave it with her, Leno joked. This is all you guys' fault for spoiling her, especially you brat. I'm losing hair from all the stress, Belmere cursed. Leno rubbed his neck awkwardly. She's not that bad. Eileen's pretty well behaved, honestly. Only in front of you. Go ask around the village whose kids hasn't she beaten up. Belmere's headache worsened at the thought. The elders had lectured her time and again, blaming her poor parenting for raising such a wild child. Nami was mischievous when she was little too, but never this bad. Hey! Nami protested, but at Belmere's glare, she immediately went quiet. When Aileen turns 10, then let her eat it, Leno said after some thought. He also handed Belmere a neatly organized training manual on hockey and swordsmanship. The next day at the shore, the villagers gathered to see them off. Leno, holding a tearful Aileen, walked with Nami and the others. The moment she heard they would be leaving for a long time, Aileen broke down crying, clinging to Leno's leg and refusing to let go, insisting she go with them. But there was no way Leno would allow it. She was far too young, and after already taking Belmere's 2 daughters, adding Aileen too might drive Belmere mad. Finally, he promised her that once she grew up, he would come back to get her. Only then did the little girl calm down barely. Leno smirked inwardly. By the time she's grown, we'll have already circled the world. At the water's edge, he set Aileen down, then turned to the crowd. Thank you all for coming to see us off. We'll be sure to have a smooth journey. Please take good care of yourselves, everyone. Looking down at Eileen's teary eyes and trembling lips, Leno thought for a moment, then pulled out the great blade Odo Cherry 10 from his inventory and handed it to her. Aileen, this is my most precious treasure. I'm leaving it with you. When you grow up, come find me. Take good care of it, all right? He gently patted her head. Aileen clutched Cherry 10 tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she watched the ship sail farther and farther away. This is the life, Leno stretched and yawned, lying on a beach chair on the ship's deck and sipping an iced drink. After saying goodbye to the villagers, he collapsed onto the chair as if all the bones had been removed from his body. Nearby, Nami sat under a parasol reading. Kuina had taken Leno's spot, sitting on the bull's head, meditating on her swordsmanship. Nojiko leaned against the railing, quietly enjoying the sea breeze. Hey Nami, we agreed not to enter the calm belt, just sail along the edge. Don't you dare change your mind halfway. I knew. Idiot Leno, how many times have you nagged me about this already? Hey, I'm only doing this for your safety. I think you're just lazy. Since we set sail, have you moved from your spot even once? Nami rolled her eyes. Nojiko covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. How much longer until we reach the nearest island? Leno asked drowsily, rubbing his eyes. At our current speed, we'll reach Garamon Island in half a day. It's close to the calm belt, so Nami began to explain the island's situation, only to glance over and find Leno already snoring. Hey! Nami was furious. Garamon Island was an uninhabited island near the calm belt. Affected by the currents here, it remained hot year-round, covered in dense vegetation. Rumor had it that a great pirate who returned from the Grand Line had hidden treasure there. Before landing, Nami explained the island's features to everyone. The group disembarked. The trees towered overhead, and the thick undergrowth cast vast shadows. Leno swept the island with observation hockey. Not a small island. Oh, and plenty of fruits too. We'll eat well today. All right then. You go gather fruits and food, and keep an eye out for that rumored treasure, Nami ordered, then turned to Nojiko and Kuina. Nojiko and I will survey the terrain and climate. Kuina, you can move freely or stick with that idiot. Just be careful. There are lots of bugs and snakes here, Leno warned, then dashed into the forest with his sword, disappearing in seconds. This bastard. I hadn't even finished talking yet, Nami fumed. All right, let's get going too, Nojiko said quickly. Kuina nodded and slipped into the woods from another direction. Whoa, a huge beehive. Wonder what species this is. Maybe it has honey? I'll take it back and check. With a pulse of conqueror's hockey, the swarm fell instantly to the ground. Grinning, Leno plucked the hive and stuffed it into his pack. The fruit variety here really was abundant. He collected piles of familiar fruits as he walked. Unknowingly, he reached the island's center. It was an extinct volcano, only a few dozen meters tall, surrounded by shrubs. Here and there, bones, whether human or beast, hard to tell, peeked out of the cracks. As Leno scanned the area, he heard rustling. Kuina emerged from the forest dragging a massive python. Kuina, you're here. What a great luck. We'll have grilled snake for dinner tonight, Leno said with a laugh. Have Nami and Nojiko arrived yet? Kuina glanced around. No, they're still mapping and drawing. It'll be a while, Leno replied. He stepped forward, took the snake from her, and with a few quick slashes, cut it into pieces before storing it away. Kuina didn't even blink. She was used to his antics by now. Shall we check out the other side of the island? Yeah. This is our first island since setting sail. We should explore it fully. Together, they headed toward the opposite side. That night, above the volcano's crater, the floating ship hung in midair. The crew clinked glasses around the table. Leno had no intention of roughing it camping on the ground. To our adventurers team, first exploration completed successfully. Cheers, X4. They laughed and chatted happily about the day's discoveries. Leno, did you find any treasure? Don't even get me started on treasure. There was nothing, not a single thing. I finally found a beehive, and there wasn't even any honey in it. All that effort for nothing, Leno said, feeling dejected. So the legend was fake then? Nami sighed in disappointment. Most pirates who return from the Grand Line are losers who got beaten down. If they're lucky enough to come back alive, you think they'd still have treasure to stash? Leno snorted. The Grand Line, they call it the graveyard of the strong. Is it really that dangerous? Nojiko asked, worry clouding her face. That's for others. For us, it's nothing but child's play. Leno laughed heartily. After feasting, everyone returned to their rooms. Leno was about to do the same when he spotted a massive shadow flapping toward them. Huh, it's a pterosaur. Too late, buddy, we're full. Next meal then. With a flash of his blade, the beast was cleaved in two and casually stored away. Yawning, Leno went back inside. The next day, watching the island shrink in the distance, Nojiko sighed. This is just too convenient. Our voyage is nothing like ordinary sailors. Of course. We're traveling the world for fun. Convenience, speed, and comfort are our motto, Leno said smugly. Yeah? And who is it saying adventure means hardship, danger, and growth? Nami retorted, rolling her eyes. It's not a contradiction. Not at all. Leno said sheepishly. Hey, newspaper. Nami suddenly waved. A news goose swooped down. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma appointed as warlord of the sea. The article detailed Kuma's deeds as a pirate before becoming a shichibukai. The rest of the news were tales of pirates slaughtering nations or plundering shipments. Warlords? Pirates legalized to plunder? That's... Nojiko paled. Memories of Arlong's crew raiding their village surfaced. If not for Leno, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If piracy became legal, those victims would truly have no way to live. Oh? So Kuma's joined the Shichibukai, huh? That makes the 7 complete, Leno murmured, recalling the lineup of warlords at this point in time. You know this person? Kuina asked curiously. Leno seemed to know far too much, but she didn't press. Just like she hadn't pressed when he conveniently appeared to save her life. Yeah, I know. He's a pitiful man. For the sake of his daughter, he gave everything he had. Leno then told them Kuma's story. Those damn celestial dragons, they're evil. Nami's eyes grew red with fury. Nojiko and Kuina wore equally outraged faces. This world is filled with tragedies like Kuma's. The crimes of the celestial dragons can never be washed away. And yet, they still live in luxury. We're not saviors. We can't save everyone from suffering. As long as we protect our own family and friends, the rest. Leno's voice faded into the night, cold but resolute. As long as we're strong enough, no one can control our fate. Leno clenched his fists, eyes firm. The girls' hearts trembled. Leno's words shook their worldview. They realized this world wasn't only their peaceful, easy life, there was also endless suffering. Leno said nothing more. He would let them digest it and adapt to this world in their own time. When they've seen enough, they'll understand sorrow and hardship are the baseline of the world. He lay back on the bull's head, quietly feeling the cool sea breeze on his face as his thoughts drifted afar. Hey, Leno, look to the right. There's an island. Let's go check it out. Nami called, binoculars in hand. Leno glanced up and saw a black speck on the horizon to the right, and his face darkened. Hey, Nami, didn't we agree not to enter the calm belt? Hee, this island's on the calm belt's outer rim, and we're flying anyway. Besides, I need climate samples from calm belt islands. Just this once, please, Leno, Nami pleaded. Fine, you win. Everyone stay sharp, we're going into the calm belt, Leno said helplessly, standing and banking the ship toward it. The calm belt's nothing special, Nojiko muttered as she eyed the placid sea below. Leno was about to answer when the water suddenly exploded. A colossal sea king burst forth, charging straight at their ship. The creature that surfaced was 1,000 meters long, body thick and towering. Before it could approach, a sword aura flashed, its head flew off. Kuina sheathed her blade and stood tall. But before they could relax, the tranquil sea began to boil. Countless sea kings surfaced one after another, packed so densely the ocean seemed carpeted with them. They ranged from ordinary 1,000-meter beasts to monstrosities 5 or 6 kilometers long, crisscrossing the surface in a living maze. Nojiko's mouth hung open in terror. Nami and Kuina were equally stunned. Leno casually cleaved a few gigantic sea kings that lunged from the waves, but even he felt exasperated. There were simply too many. Buzz. Leno, standing at the bow of the ship, released his conqueror's haki. A crimson lightning arc appeared. Scram. His will crashed downward. The sea kings below stiffened as one, then fled in a panic, vanishing beneath the surface. Phew, my god, there were so many and so huge. Yeah, I really underestimated the calm belt. Leno said nothing. He knew this place well. He'd been here many times. Good chance to broaden their horizons. The ship sped toward the island ahead. As they descended, everyone stared in awe at the enormous landmass. This island is massive. Yeah, several times bigger than the last one. MHM. And I'm sensing several strong auras. One each to the east, south, west, and north, and the strongest is in the center. Kuina, the 4 sides suit your current level. I'm leaving those to you. The one in the very center we'll save for last. You're not ready for it yet. Nami, Nojiko stay behind me. This island is a bit much for you right now, Leno said after sweeping the island with observation haki. Got it. Leave it to me. Kuina gripped her sword, excitement shining in her eyes, then headed east. "We'll be staying here a while." "Come on, I'll take you to exploring," Leno said, setting off with Nami and Nojiko hurrying after him. "Huh? There are traces of human habitation," Nojiko exclaimed, spotting broken walls half hidden by brambles. "I see some too. Maybe a human kingdom once lived here," Nami added. "Almost certainly." "Let's keep going," Leno said, scanning around. As they pressed deeper, ruins grew denser, and they even found a broad road buried under earth and vines. Night fell. Kuina returned, a bit bedraggled, and they sat down to dinner. "Kuina, are you okay?" "Any injuries?" they asked, concerned. "I'm fine. I was careless at first. We picked the perfect place. This island is an ideal training ground." "I'll need some time here," Kuina said, still unsated from the battle. "No problem, we plan to stay a while anyway," Nami answered. As days passed, clues from the ruins revealed a hazy truth. A human kingdom had indeed existed here. From scattered traces, they pieced together the outline. The kingdom had relied on manpower to fend off sea beasts, until one day, two men in suits arrived carrying a case. They proposed a deal. They would provide agents that could gigantify animals so the kingdom could tame them to repel the sea beasts. The rest was predictable. The giant beasts didn't protect the kingdom, they destroyed it. The country fell beneath the very monsters it created. The group sighed. "Fate is fickle," Leno murmured. "Who could have imagined it would end like this?" Nojiko said, full of regret. "Hey, you two, come look how many gold coins we found," Nami chirped. Leno and Nojiko were speechless. While they lamented fate, Nami's heart had room for exactly one thing: gold. After days scouring the outskirts, they had little left to miss, and a tidy haul of coins. On the 7th day, Kuina returned to report she had defeated the Emperor Crocodile and that they could move on. By the 10th day, they finally neared the ruins center. Up ahead should be the capital. "Our exploration's almost over. Wonder if the royal treasury is still intact. It's gotta be loaded," Nami said, eyes turning into berries as she rubbed her hands together. Nojiko shot her a look. "Leno has more money than he can spend, and you're still fixated on treasure?" "Nojiko, you just don't get it. The best part of adventuring is finding treasure and opening the chest." "Nojiko, don't listen to her. When she talks about treasure, her logic goes out the window," Leno said, exposing her flaws. Nojiko couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hey, you two, enough. Let's go. There's a big guy waiting for us up ahead," Leno said, taking the lead. They pushed through the trees and found the ruins of a colossal palace. Atop the shattered roof was a massive nest. A gigantic strange bird stood and spread its wings upon seeing them. It stood over 10 meters tall, its wings spanned more than 30. Its beak gleamed with an obsidian luster, murderously sharp. Each wing bore a small talon that shone like metal, and its thick legs ended in enormous claws that flashed with a chilling edge. "This is an ancient giant bird." "An ancient giant bird. Oi oi." Leno's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Scree." Feeling provoked, the ancient giant bird flapped its massive wings and lunged at him. Its talons swiped at his head with enough force to tear his skull open. Leno's long blade, coated in armament hockey, intercepted the strike. A metallic clang rang out as if steel had met steel. Snarling, the bird followed up, wing talons slashing from the sides, its razor beak stabbing down. Seeing the chain of attacks crash toward him, Nojiko and Nami cried out, "Be careful." But before the assault could land, a booming thunderclap shook the air. A pillar of white lightning crashed down, blasting the bird's skull. It shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, it staggered back up, eyes burning with hatred as it prepared to strike again. "Oh? Still not convinced? Then I'll beat you until you are." Scarlet arcs danced along Leno's blade as Conqueror's hockey poured out. The bird froze, its body trembling, fear filling its eyes. But before it could move, his black and red slash was already upon it. Another scream tore through the air as the beast's massive body slammed into the palace ruins behind it, toppling stone with a thunderous crash. Looking at the fallen bird, Leno turned. "Nojiko, think this meat's edible?" "Should be. Let's have barbecue tonight, Nojiko said thoughtfully. Nami, you never mind. He had wanted to call her over, but she was already rifling through rubble, muttering nonstop, treasury. Treasure. Ignoring the bird's pleading gaze, Leno severed its head and stowed the body. Leno, after dinner, help me stash these jewels and gold. Add it to the haul from before, and I'll be the richest person in the world, haha. Nami crowed. Chewing on roast meat, Leno froze mid-bite. Gold from before? Since when did I hand you gold? Of course you did. Didn't you stash a ton in your inventory earlier? Cough. Cough. He nearly choked, face reddening. That gold was mine. When did it become yours? What do you mean yours? I told you before we set sail. I handle the finances. All money on this ship is mine, including the gold in your inventory. So that's why you trusted me to carry it. You were scheming from the start. Leno groaned in disbelief. Nojiko and Kuina covered their mouths, giggling as Nami ran circles around him. Kuina, how's your training? In the last few days, Kuina had advanced her armament hockey to high level. Leno had passed her his flowing Sakura insights, and she had been grinding them through combat. Feels like I've hit a bottleneck. Fighting more here won't help much. No rush. We've got time. Once you finish off that last beast tomorrow, this adventure's complete. With plans set, they rested. The next day, with the end of Kuina's fight, their month-long adventure came to a satisfying conclusion. The ship flew out of the calm belt and continued on its previous course. Leno, lazing at the prow, was roused by Nami's urgent voice. She was gauging the compass, eyes locked on her compass. Leno, up. Pressure's dropping fast, a storm's coming. Charge full power, 45 degrees left. In a blink, he was in the control room. He swung the bow and poured on thrust. The ship rocketed forward. Looking at the black storm clouds surging behind, Leno wiped non-existent sweat. Thank God for Nami. Last thing I want is to end up like Golden Lion, sucked into a storm. Nature isn't to be trifled with. Safety first. Pressure's normal again. We're clear, Nami announced. Great. The instant Leno's word left his mouth in the cockpit, he was already sprawled back on the deck chair. You lazy bum, Nami muttered. Ha ha ha. The deck filled with laughter. Days drifted by. 3 of them lazed like salted fish on the deck while Kuina kept at her flowing Sakura Ryo training. So boring, Leno sighed, rolling over. Can't you two learn from Kuina? Nojiko, have you broken into Sword Master yet? Nami, has your armament hockey advanced? Or do you just plan to rot here? His barrage froze both women in place. They glanced at diligent Kuina, then at the lounging Leno, then groaned but stood up. Soon, the deck rang with steel and sweat. Leno smiled with satisfaction, closed his eyes, and dozed again. We're almost at the Oit Kingdom. Better bring the ship down, Nami called. Where? Leno shot upright. Oit Kingdom. What's wrong? Problem? Nami asked. Nami Nojiko, did Belmir ever tell you about this kingdom? His voice was grave, and Kuina looked over too. No. What's so special about it? Nojiko asked. Leno studied them for a long moment before speaking. Belmir, found you two here. In Oit Kingdom. What? They cried together. The sisters' faces were stunned. Kuina's too showed surprise. Seeing them silent, Kuina worried. You two okay? We're fine. Just complicated feelings. Yeah. Never thought we'd return to the place we were born. Years ago, pirates had invaded Oit Kingdom, plunging it into chaos. Amid burning ruins and fleeing masses, Belmir, then still a marine, had found the sisters and taken them home to raise. Your parents. We only have Belmir as our mother, Nami and Nojiko said firmly. All right then. Let's go take a look. Treat it like any other island. Walking the streets, Nojiko searched the unfamiliar scenery for fragments of memory, fires, ruins, fleeing people. She shook off the fog of thought and followed the others into a shop. Nojiko's memories were faint, but Nami had none. She had been too young. Suddenly. Run. Pirates have landed. Pirates. Run for your lives. The cries and pounding footsteps outside froze them in place just as they stepped into the store. The streets were full of people fleeing in panic. For figures moved against the flow toward the far end of the road, where a band of pirates was burning, killing, and looting. Up close, the scene was hell itself. Some pirates dashed into shops to snatch valuables. Some raised long blades with feral grins to hack at those fallen on the ground. Some slung pretty women over their shoulders, leering obscenely. Pirates really are the scum of the seas. Kuina's face went cold with killing intent. Hand on Sakura veil, she was about to charge. Nojiko raised a hand to stop her. Calm-faced, she drew withered wood kagurashi and walked toward the pirates. Leave this to me and Nami. We'll settle our debt with this place. Leno nodded to Kuina, and the two of them stood back to watch. As the two women closed in, dark clouds gathered over the pirates' heads. A few of the thugs finally noticed them. Haha, look. Two prime little chicks came to us. Hey now, top shelf goods. Take 'em alive, these two will fetch a high price. Everyone, let's go. Take them alive. Before they could act, the blue-haired girl blurred forward. In a flash, shing, 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 several arcs of steel flickered. A handful of pirates crashed to the ground. The rest roared and charged to avenge their mates when thunder rumbled overhead. Blinding bolts slammed down in succession. Screams rose with the smell of scorched flesh as pirates fell where they stood. At the harbor, the Captain Hostin arrived with reinforcements and went red-eyed at the sight. You dare kill my giant wolf pirates? You're looking for your death. Raff. Hostin's form swelled, his hair turned long and snow-white, standing on end. His body stretched past 3 meters, shifting into a wolf-headed man. Dog fruit, white wolf king model. I'll rip your hearts out with these claws. He surged forward, reaching them in a blink, twin claws scythed down. A metallic ding. Nojiko was driven back several meters, her feet carving deep furrows in the street. Nami, leave him to me. Take care of the others. Be careful. When Hostin tried to intercept Nami, Nojiko cut him off. Little brat, you're underestimating me. I'll show you my power. Hostin snarled, eyes blazing. Wolf King charge. The hulking body spun like a giant drill and hurtled at Nojiko. Cling, cling, cling. Nojiko kept retreating as she defended against the continuous attacks. Just as her opponent's attack was about to lose momentum, she quickly stepped back and delivered a sword slash. Cling. The sword was blocked by his claws. Crackle, crackle. Sparks flew, and the shockwave from the impact blew away everything around them. Both of them were staring intently at each other. Nojiko knocked Hostin back with one strike, then vanished with Saru, reappearing behind him to cut again. As a Zoan user, he was tough, he twisted to parry. Then Nojiko's figure flickered around him, blade lights lashing from all directions. Sounds of clang, 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 accompanied by occasional swish, sounds rang out. Hostin was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Nojiko. His body was covered in sword wounds, but with a hiss sound, the wounds began to heal slowly. Ha ha ha. I'm a Zoan user with a crazy healing factor. Your little cuts will close right up. But I'll tear you apart, piece by piece. Wolf Claw Barrage. Chiffaf. He windmilled his arms, driving Nojiko back. Sparks flew with every clash, blood beaded on her cheek, arm, and thigh. That's enough, Kuina suddenly said. With all you've taught her, and a great swordsman like me as an occasional sparring partner, she'd better break through, Leno said lightly, smiling as they watched Nojiko hold the line. Another bone-rattling crash. Ha ha ha. You can't handle it anymore, can you, little girl? If you surrender obediently, I can make you mine. A slicing arc cut him off, literally almost. Only a desperate twist saved his head. A deep gash opened across his shoulder. Hostin's pupils shrank. A flying slash, you broke into Swordmaster? Thanks for the pressure. But this ends now. A low hum. Nojiko's outline shifted, her figure lengthened, skin paling, leathery bat-like wings unfurled behind her. Crimson eyes fixed on Hostin, from her red lips, sharp fangs gleamed. You're a devil fruit user too? Hostin blanched. I never said I wasn't. Chiffaf. Several slashes shrieked in. Hostin blocked frantically. Cries rose from the distance, his crew's pleas. Help! Captain, save us! She's a demon. Captain! Our attacks don't work. Help! He looked over. The pirates on the ground were still firing at Nami, but bullets passed straight through her body without leaving a mark, while she smiled and walked toward them at a measured pace. What is that? Hostin's voice shook. His eyes were wide with disbelief. A Logia devil fruit. Also, don't get distracted in a fight. Damn me. SCHK. His body froze. He lowered his head to the blade tip pushing out through his chest. He tried to speak, but only blood bubbled from his mouth and nose with a rattling KHH. His head sagged, his form shrank back to human. In the distance, Nami finished her battle and skipped over, light on her feet. Nojiko, nicely done. Leno came up and wiped the blood from her cheek. The cuts had already sealed the moment she transformed. Kuina clapped her shoulder. Great work. Flushed with their praise, Nojiko's smile bloomed. Hey, I did great too. Nami huffed, stomping over. Yes, Nami did great, especially your use of the cloud fruit. Excellent. At Leno's teasing tone, Nami pounced and rubbed her face all over his chest. Hey, you're getting blood all over me. Ha ha ha. Only when the group had gone did townsfolk dare edge forward. They're dead. All of them. The pirates are all dead, someone cheered. TSK, this is way too poor, only 1 million berries? Nami frowned at the cash in the chest. They'd searched the pirate ship top to bottom and got just that? And the crew wasn't even small. I wonder who it was that was so excited when they found a single gold coin before. You big idiot, Leno. Will it kill you not to expose me? Nami fumed. So, what do we do with the ship? Nojiko asked. Leave it to them. They can sell it later, consider it compensation, Leno said casually. The group then took their ship and left. Not long after, a marine warship came speeding toward the island. The Marines looked at each other, bewildered, when they saw the pirate corpses scattered all over the street. Aboard their own ship, Nojiko gazed quietly at the receding kingdom, then turned and went back to the cabin. A few days slipped by. I'm so bored, Leno said, sitting on the railing with a fishing rod in one hand and his head in the other. He turned to Nojiko, who was practicing with her sword. Nojiko, what are we eating later? Didn't you say you'd fish so we'd have seafood today? It's been almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours and not a single bite. And somebody claimed he never strikes out when fishing. TSK. Nami chimed in, lips curled. Curse you, Nami, just you wait. Thunder's judgment. Boom, boom. Countless bolts hammered the sea. In moments, fish of every size bobbed to the surface. Embarrassed this much? Nami snickered behind her hand. Enough chatter. Come help me get these fish. Leno glared. Okay, seafood feast coming up. And let's pick a few pretty ones for the aquarium. It's too empty, Nami said, skipping over. While they were scooping, Leno looked ahead. Is that land up front? Where? They hurriedly stowed the fish, ran to the bow, and buzzed with excitement. After how they'd passed the last few days, any island was thrilling. Nami checked her compass, compared it to the charts, then traced a circle. The island ahead is Six's Island. Because of the ring-shaped current around it, sailors call it a sea cage. But it won't bother us much. We'll fly in after we eat. Six's Island? Sounds familiar. Whatever, let's see it when we land, Leno muttered. Leno, stop mumbling and help. Coming. They landed. Leno instinctively swept the island with observation hockey nothing. Absolutely nothing. He looked from the white beach to the rows of palms and deflated. Girls, there's nothing here. Not even animals. A truly lifeless island, he sighed, flopping onto the sand. The others traded looks. Strange indeed, an island with no creatures at all. The sea really is vast, anything can happen, Nojiko said. HM? Right, this is where Ace found the flame fruit. Leno jerked upright at her remark. He sprang to his feet. Go. Treasure hunt. What's with him? He was half dead a minute ago, the girls wondered. Who knows? Come on, let's take a look around, Nami said. Leno combed the island again and again, but there was no trace of the fruit. At last he gave up. I remember Ace found it in the stomach of a giant bird after being carried away. But there isn't even a single bird on this island, let alone a feather. What's meant to be will be. What isn't, don't force it, Leno consoled himself, then trudged back to the beach to lie down, soulless. When the others returned, they found him on his back, staring blankly at the sky. What's with him? Kuina asked Nami. Who knows? He's been weird since we got here. Ignore him. Nami rolled her eyes. All right, let's head out? Nojiko said. Leno, we're leaving. Get up, time's ticking, Nami called. Oh. Leno got up slowly, listless. You're unbelievable, you big idiot. Watching the island fade, Leno reluctantly looked away. Kuina, we're going to your home next. How do you feel? Excited? Kuina silently shook her head, then gazed ahead. Shimotsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. Long time no see, teacher Koshiro. Leno arrived with Nami and Nojiko at Kuina's side. Long time no see. I can't see through your strength anymore. Did you break through and become a Grandmaster Swordsman? Koshiro asked with a smile. I was lucky enough to break through recently. Grandmaster Swordsman isn't something luck can buy. You must have put in unimaginable effort. So young and already a Grandmaster Swordsman, rare in this world, Koshiro sighed, shaking his head. Where's Zoro? Where is he? Didn't I call and tell him we were coming back? Why isn't he here? He didn't hide, did he? Leno looked around but didn't see Zoro. Him? The moment he got your call he ran out, said he was going to the port to wait for you, Koshiro chuckled. Leno and Kuina exchanged a look, speechless. With Zoro's hopeless sense of direction, telling him to find the port was worse than telling him to train. I'll go fetch him. Otherwise who knows when he'll stumble back, Leno said. Kuina nodded to join him. Nami and Nojiko were baffled. From the port to here wasn't far, could he really get lost? After Leno and Kuina explained, both women were dumbstruck. Is he slow? Even a 3-year-old could find the way home, yet he couldn't. Leaving the dojo, Leno picked Zoro up on observation, hockey muttering in the woods. Damn it, why can't I get out? I did get out earlier. Yo, mosshead, what are you hunting in there with that intense focus? Leno. You're here, I've been waiting forever, Zoro grinned, strolling over as if nothing were wrong. Leno glanced around. You've been waiting here for us? You sure? Shut up. I just couldn't get out for a bit. All right. Let's go, everyone's waiting, Leno said, waving him along. Leno, did Kuina break through to Grandmaster Swordsman? Zoro asked suddenly. No, that's not so easy. But I did. So? Want to feel how far you still are from a Grandmaster Swordsman? Leno looked back, eyes gleaming with challenge. Behind the dojo, Leno lay on the grass with Nami and Nojiko, letting the breeze wash over them. Between Kuina and her father, their relationship feels kind of, I don't know, flat? Or distant, Leno finished for her. Right, that's it. How did it end up like that? Leno told them about Kuina's past. When he finished, the sisters were full of heartache for Kuina and displeasure toward her father. Still, they said little, it was a family matter. Inside the dojo, Kuina and her father, Koshiro, sat facing each other. You're setting sail? Yes. I came back to say goodbye, Kuina said. After a quiet moment, Koshiro spoke again. Kuina, I owe you an apology. I knew how much you loved the sword and how hard you worked. For me to say something so insulting, denying your effort and your dream, I'm sorry. Seeing you now, I'm grateful to Leno. And I'm happy for you. Kuina shuddered. Her eyes grew moist as she stared at her father in disbelief. It was hard to accept that those words came from him, the man who'd once declared, with finality, that a woman could never reach the Grandmaster Swordsman level. To see you carve your own path with the blade, it comforts me as your father. I hope you keep walking it unwavering as you always have. Kuina bowed deeply. Thank you, father, she choked out, then rose and headed for the door. Kuina. She halted. You will break through to Grandmaster Swordsman. His words followed her. She didn't answer and left. Koshiro stared after her until she vanished around the corner, silent for a long time. Hey, Leno, are you really taking Kuina to the sea? Zoro's voice came from behind. Yup. But we're not taking you, Leno said with a mischievous grin. Like hell I need you. I'll sail on my own, Zoro snapped. Leno scratched his head in mock distress. That's rough. If you sail alone with that sense of direction, we'll never find you again once you get lost at the sea. Pfft. Nami and Nojiko burst out laughing. Leno, you jerk. Say that again. Zoro gripped a hilt, ready to charge. Just then Kuina's voice floated over from afar. Leno, Nami, Nojiko, let's go. Coming. Leno took a few steps, then paused and tossed a sword to Zoro. Nojiko already had withered wood, and he didn't need this one, so why not give it to Zoro? Zoro caught it, blinking. This is Sandai Katetsu. A cursed blade, it suits you, Leno called as he walked off. Shing. Zoro drew it, admiring the steel. Good blade. Thanks. Leno waved without looking back. Leno. Kuina. Just you wait, I'll surpass you both. Zoro shouted after them. They turned. Kuina gave him a nod. Leno cupped his hands and yelled, Go for it, Zoro, and try not to get lost when you come looking for us. The group burst into laughter and took a while to recover. They then shot a reproachful glare at Leno. Far behind, Zoro hopped madly, cursing as he watched them go. Nojiko glanced back. Who knows when we'll meet again? Don't worry, it'll be sooner than you think, Leno replied. Oit Kingdom, in a corner of the Gray Terminal, Windmill Village. A peaceful village tucked away in a corner of the scrapyard. Today, it welcomes some unfamiliar guests. A ship with no sails silently docked at the shore. It's a tiny village. Come on, let's look around, Leno said, jogging ahead, curious to see the protagonist's hometown. Weird. Why would a marine warship be in a place this small? Hey, Leno, you big oaf, slow down and wait for us. Nami yelled. As they walked, a child's wail rose ahead. Grandpa, that hurts. How can it hurt so much? I'm rubber. A rough laugh followed. Ha ha, because this is Grandpa's fist of love. Ha ha. Up ahead stood a big man and a small boy. The boy clutched the massive bump swelling on his head and bawled his complaint. So that's the protagonist, Monkey D, Luffy, and Garp. As Leno watched them, the big man suddenly turned around. HM? Strange brats. What are you doing in this village? Oh. Hello, old man. My friends and I were just passing by on our ship and decided to stop for a visit. You kids pirates? Garp's eyes narrowed. Nanny? Luffy's eyes lit up. Leno waved frantically. Don't say that, old man. We're not pirates. We're adventurers with dreams. Not pirates? Luffy pouted. Nami and the others walked up. What's wrong, Leno? Is there something wrong with this old marine? It's fine. He just thought we were pirates, Leno chuckled. If you're not pirates, come on then. I'll show you around, Garp said, turning to lead the way. They walked, taking in the surroundings. So peaceful, but everything's so old, Nami muttered, eyeing the moss-covered windmill and buildings. The folks here are people who couldn't survive in the Oit Kingdom proper, so they formed this village. Things are already much better than before, Garp's voice floated back. A small tavern came into view. Two Marines snapped to attention. Vice Admiral Garp. No need to be so formal here, Garp waved them down, then glanced at Leno's group. Come in. Wait, this Marine grandpa is the Vice Admiral Garp, the Marine hero? Nami and the others went pale. Why the fuss? Leno said, digging at his nose. Stupid Leno, you knew already? Sure. Recognized him at a glance. Isn't it obvious? Then why didn't you say so? Nami fumed. What for? We're not pirates. Nothing to fear, Leno said, unbothered. That's not the... Enough, Nami. Listen to Leno, it's fine, Nojiko cut in, stepping into the tavern. Nami stamped her foot and followed. Vice Admiral Garp, welcome, a green-haired beauty in an apron greeted, polishing a glass. So this is Makino, the ageless goddess. No wonder she's the village beauty, she's stunning, Leno thought. It's pretty spacious in here. Old man, did you bring us to buy us drinks? Leno asked as they sat. Vice Admiral Garp, and they are. Makino asked. Adventurers passing through, or so they say, Garp said, ordering a juice for Luffy. Boss, for juices, please. Right away, guests. Brat, you and these girls all have decent auras. Interested in joining the Marines? If you enlist, I can guarantee you at least Commodore's rank. If your strength and merit keep up, even an Admiral rank isn't impossible, Garp suddenly offered. Vice Admiral Garp, thank you for the invitation, but we have a dream, to roam the world freely. We'll have to decline your offer, Leno replied politely. Sugoi. Roam the world. I'm gonna roam the world too, and then become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted, eyes shining. Bonk. Idiot. Grandpa's gonna make you a Marine. Garp's fist of love landed. Arg, that hurts. Stupid Grandpa. I don't want to be a Marine, I'm going to sea to be the Pirate King. Nami and Kuina traded odd looks. A Marine Vice Admiral for a grandpa, a pirate wannabe for a grandson. Nojiko sighed again. The sea really is vast. Leno's shoulders shook as he tried not to laugh. Garp's face darkened, and bonk bonk, 2 more punches. Aff. Another pair of bumps mushroomed atop Luffy's head as he squatted and cursed. Ha ha ha. Leno finally burst out laughing. The girls covered their mouths, giggling. The grandpa-grandson duo was too much. Garp turned and glared at Leno. Kid, what's so funny? Why not join the Marines, a force for justice that protects the people and maintains peace on the high seas? Leno's smile thinned. Justice? In the Marines? Vice Admiral, maybe look into the East Blue 16th branch before you decide. Bribery, collusion with pirates, harming civilians, that's the justice I've seen. Garp's face tightened. If it's as you say, we won't tolerate it. I admit there are parasites in the ranks, but Marine justice is not in question. Old man, we don't kill, we don't torch towns, we don't plunder. We're just ordinary adventurers. We just want to travel free and fulfill our dreams. We won't be getting involved in anything else. Leno lifted both hands in a Kizaru-style surrender pose. Having a dream is good. I respect that. But life's messy. People are often forced to do things they don't want or do want but shouldn't. What if stronger pirates force you to join them? What if I try to force you into the Marines? Garp's eyes burned as he stared at Leno and his crew. Nami and the others tensed. Kuina's hand slid to her hilt, eyes serious. A vice admiral wouldn't really strong-arm people into enlisting, right? I believe we have the ability to decide what we want to do and what we don't want to do, Leno said calmly. Hearing Leno's words, the girls relaxed a little. Ha ha ha. Pretty confident, huh? Then let's test it, brat, see if you've got the strength to choose your own path. Garp stood, laughing. Come with me. He was helpless, really such good seedlings. He didn't want them becoming future headaches for the Marines. Leno smiled, rose, and followed him out. Luffy and the girls hurried after. Along the way, Luffy hollered, Grandpa's super strong. That guy is going to get sent flying by Grandpa. Bonk. Shut it, you brat. Nami popped another lump on his head. T/N. Why am I imagining Luffy as a kid while he is 15 years old and she should be 16 years old? Ow. Before long they reached the back hills. Near the giant trash mountain, the stench wafted faintly on the wind. Boom. Their fists met as Garp grinned. Come, brat, let this old man see if your bite matches your bark. Coming, old man. Leno didn't waste words. He drew Wind Rift, armament haki coating the blade, whoosh, and sent a massive flying slash. Oh? A Grandmaster Swordsman? So young, interesting. Garp's eyes showed undisguised shock. He didn't dare to be careless. He coated his fists with haki and punched the slash. Cling. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Boom. A terrifying shockwave rushed out in all directions. The others, standing in the distance, couldn't even open their eyes because of the wind. Luffy was sent flying. If Kuina hadn't been quick enough, he would have crashed into a tree behind him. We need to fall back farther. We can't tank their aftershocks, Kuina said. They retreated again and again. Another thunder crack. Garp shattered the slash with a punch and blitzed in. Fist impact. His hockey-wreathed fist hammered down. Leno dipped and met it with a heavy cleave. Boom boom boom. Impacts shattered ground, snapped trees, and sent ripples scouring the entire hillside. Suji. Grandpa and that guy are so strong. Luffy gaped, thrilled. The girls protected him, bracing against the air blades and pressure, stunned by the scale. Ha ha ha. Not bad, brat. Garp laughed. Fist barrage. Dang dang dang. Rang without pause. Leno parried and grinned. You flatter me, old man. The scattered shockwaves and slashes ravaged everything around them. The ground that had just been shaken up was immediately scattered by the shockwaves, and the trees that were cut in half were crushed by the slashes before they could even fall. The group kept retreating, desperately getting away from the area. Staring at the devastation caused by aftershocks alone, their hearts pounded. And those two are in the center of it. They looked to the duel. They watched the two figures fighting at a rapid pace. Sparks flew and booming sounds rang out. The ground trembled violently, causing their hearts to tremble as well. To cross blades like that, Vice Admiral Garp's physique must be beyond imagining, Kuina breathed, shaken by the might of a peak body. What kind of monster is he? Nami clutched her head, shrieking. She'd never seen a fight like this. Don't worry. Leno will be fine. He's very strong, Nojiko said, trying to comfort her. But the fingers gripping the hilt of her sword were a little white, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Shut up. My grandpa's the strongest. He'll beat that guy for sure. Luffy protested. Nami swung a glare at him. Sorry. I said the wrong thing. Luffy yelped, hands up. Not bad at all, brat. Your physique, your hockey, they've all reached this level, and you're even a grandmaster swordsman. I'll definitely make you join the Marines, Garp said, thrilled. To him, this was a proper admiral candidate. No way could he just let him slip away. Then come and try, old man. Leno shook out his numb arm, cursing inwardly. As expected of a peak martial artist, his body's been trained to the absolute limit. Even my top-level physique can barely endure. With that, the two clashed again. It's been almost a whole day. They're not tired? Nami asked anxiously. That's how battles between the strong go. It's hard to decide a winner in a short time. Don't worry, Leno's fine. He hasn't even used his abilities yet, Kuina reassured. Grandpa's this strong? Luffy was dumbfounded. He'd only ever thought his grandpa's punches just hurt like hell. He'd never known his strength was this terrifying. Nami shot him a glare. Your own grandpa, you didn't know? Nope, no idea, Luffy said with perfect confidence. After another clash, Leno was slightly out of breath, his clothes torn, revealing bruises underneath. Garp's fists were truly hard, even armament hockey was struggling to hold up. His body burned with pain, but through this prolonged battle, Leno's mindset began to shift. Now, I can stand toe-to-toe with top fighters. Maybe I don't need to live like before, always cautious, always hiding, afraid of trouble. If I've gotten strong, but still cower and hide, then what's the point of becoming strong? Across from him, Garp's own clothes were shredded, so he tore the remains off, revealing his muscular frame. That brat's aura just changed. Garp's eyes narrowed as Leno loosened his body, stretching casually, completely relaxed. He's changed, Kuina muttered. Huh? What changed? Nami looked at Kuina in confusion. Leno feels different, like he's let go of something. He seems lighter, Kuina said, brows furrowed in thought. Yeah, I feel it too, Nojiko nodded. Nami squinted at Leno. Really? Then came a roar. Leno's body grew taller, soon surpassing 5 meters. Twin horns sprouted from his head, his body covered in purple dragon scales, a long tail swaying behind him, a full dragon human form. Suji, what's going on? He turned into a dragon man. Luffy shouted, eyes sparkling. Ha ha ha. So it was you who killed Golden Lion. No wonder that sword felt familiar. It was you. Perfect. I finally found you. You must join the Marines. I'll make you an admiral. Garp roared with laughter. Armament hockey flowed down Leno's right arm, coating his blade in petal-like wisps. Save it, old man. Take me down first, then we'll talk. In a flash, he appeared before Garp and slashed down. So fast. Garp barely managed to raise his hockey-coated arm in defense. Cling. The blow drove him back. Blood welled from a fresh cut on his arm, and his gaze grew solemn. Brat, your powers increased this much, and you've learned Ryo. Not bad. Looks like I'll have to go all out too, ha ha ha. He charged again, fists raised. Finally, Vice Admiral Garp is hurt. Nami breathed in relief. Grandpa bleeding? You've got to be kidding me. Luffy yelled in disbelief. Iron Fist, Meteor. His pitch-black fist streaked with sparks as it rocketed toward Leno. Petals swirled from Leno's blade, surging to meet it. Dragon's Might, Heavy Slash Combo. Boom. Grind. The screech of steel on steel filled the air. The shockwave rippled outward like a storm, shattering ground and stone, leveling the mountainside. It's coming. The shockwave's coming. Just how far are those two going to take this? Nami shrieked, on the verge of collapse. Help! I want to go home. Luffy screamed, legs kicking as Kuina carried him by the collar. Still strong as ever, old man. Leno gritted, blade locked against Garp's fist. Ha ha ha. You're not half bad yourself, brat. The pounding continued, their figures blurring into streaks of red and blue light, colliding again and again. The onlookers could only track by the crashes and sparks, stunned. 5 days now, and Vice Admiral Garp's still fighting. Too strong, whispered Marines who had gathered after hearing the commotion days earlier. At first I thought Kaido had come, but it turns out it's that kid from the tavern. Incredible. Yeah, who'd have thought that clean-cut boy was so powerful? No matter how many times I see it, Vice Admiral Garp's strength is terrifying. This is what it means to be a top-level powerhouse of the seas, they murmured. Kuina, should we? Nami edged close to Kuina, whispering as she eyed the gathering Marines. No need. Let's wait for Leno's outcome, Kuina said firmly. Nami looked back at the battlefield, anxiety clear on her face. Ha ha. Leno's hair clung to his forehead, dragon scales cracked in several places, blood at his lips, chest heaving. Brat, can't keep up? Come back to the Marines with me and I will train you, ha ha ha. Garp was also covered in cuts, bleeding freely, yet he laughed, panting. Old man, I just can't bear to hit you too hard. What if I broke you? The Marines would hunt me down. Leno smirked. What? You looking down on me, kid? Garp glared, furious. Iron Fist, Meteor Shower. Take this, brat. He leapt high, fists blazing, unleashing a storm of blows. Dragon's Might, Slash Barrage. Leno roared, blade flashing in rapid arcs. Boom boom boom. Explosions filled the sky, waves of force shaking the land. Before the blasts had even faded, the two blurred forward again. The battlefield stretched further and further, leaving the earth overturned and broken. The onlookers stood dumbstruck, staring at the wasteland, speechless. Nami gave the others a look. Quietly, they slipped away. Good thing they took the fight out over the sea. With that level of destruction, the nearby village would have been wrecked. Marines on a warship murmured as they watched the two figures battling on the distant islet. Yeah, this far away, and we can still feel it. They've been at it for, nearly 10 days now? Too strong. Just too strong, one seaman said, eyes full of awe. If we train hard, we can do it too. Save it. This kind of power isn't born. It's not something that hard work can make up for, his colleague said, shooting him down. Booms rolled, the island shuddered, and rings rippled across the sea. Facing him, Garp eyed the panting Leno with open admiration. Well, brat, have you decided? Join the Marines and Admiral's seat could be yours. You're still so young, Fleet Admiral one day isn't impossible. Old man, I said it from the start, I won't join the Marines. No one can force me. You stubborn little brat. You won't shed a tear until you see your own coffin, will you? Garp said, cursing angrily. His aura shifted, ZZT, black-red arcs crackled over him. He strode forward, the lightning crawled with him, pebbles skittering as dust plumed. In that case, I'll knock you out and haul you back. Galaxy impact. Garp soared high, fist bursting with blinding gold as it crashed down. Oh great, you're trying to pound me into paste. If that lands, I'll be one giant bruise. Leno's blade flared crimson. Scarlet lightning danced. He stamped forward, body coiling. Arcs raged along the steel as he sprang and cut. Dragon's Might, Divine Sky Cleave. The air went dead still. Between fist and blade, compressed power swelled into a glowing sphere, larger, tighter. Boom, boom, boom. The island split with yawning cracks, stones geysered, the sea heaved, waves raced outward. Scarlet arcs sprayed across the islet as a searing white light exploded from the clash and washed over everything. On the distant warship, Marines shielded their eyes. When the glare faded and they blinked up, there was no island. The cloud deck above had been blown open into a vast hollow, and spears of sunlight stabbed straight down. This. The island, it's gone. Look, the clouds, no, the sky has a hole, a sailor croaked. Vice Admiral Garp. He's in the water, move. Get him. The crew whipped the ship toward him. Where's that brat? Dead? That shouldn't be. Garp scanned the waves, muttering. Then a voice drifted from above. Goodbye, old man, till we meet again. He looked up. A steel vessel with strange wings streaked away. Leno stood on the rail, waving. A flying ship. Damn brat, he got away. Ha ha ha. Suji. A ship that flies. Luffy hung over the railing, eyes full of stars. The ship, it's flying, a marine stammered. First time I've ever seen that. Enough gawking. Get the vice admiral aboard. Why yes. They scrambled and hauled Garp out. A steel airship cruised quietly over a calm stretch of sea. Ah, I'm so exhausted, Leno said, lying on the deck. He yawned and stretched. 2 days had passed. The day he got back aboard, he'd stuffed himself, then slept for 2 straight days, nearly scaring the girls to death. Thankfully, he'd only been asleep. He'd woken that morning. Nojiko, what are we eating? I'm starving. Hold on, it's almost ready. Looks like I need to find a cook. Nojiko is already training so hard. I can't let her do it alone, Leno muttered to himself. Nami, reading nearby, rolled her eyes at him, then glanced up and waved down a news coup. Idiot Leno, look. You're in the paper again, hey, we're in it too. Nami yelped. The headlines read. The mysterious Golden Lion Slayer is revealed. The miracle ship, a flying steel vessel. The mysterious young man who fought Vice Admiral Garp for 10 days and 10 nights. Leno, captain of an adventurer's crew, East Blue native, Grandmaster swordsman, dragon-type devil fruit user, suspected mythical Zoan. His crew were pictured next, Kuina, Nami, and Nojiko. The article stressed that Leno was the very youth who killed Golden Lion, with before and after photos attached. Another photo showed him waving from the railing as the ship flew off, Garp in the sea below. A sizable section marveled at the miracle ship, a steel vessel, and detailed that it was built by a shipwright company from the Water 7. Haha, nice pictures of you all, Leno laughed. Kuina and Nojiko came over to look. On a tranquil sea, a dog-headed marine warship sailed home toward headquarters. Aboard, Garp spoke with Fleet Admiral Sengoku over a den mushi. Garp, that kid really fought you to that extent? Yeah, the brat's frighteningly strong. He's mastered all 3 hockey, and he's a grandmaster swordsman. At least admiral level, he's not easy to deal with, Garp said, face sober. Then why did you fight him? Is he hostile to the Marines? Cough. Not hostile, exactly. He just refused to join the Marines. I wanted to test him and, if possible, bring him back. I didn't expect. Garp sounded a tad sheepish. Garp, you blockhead. You've gone and made the Marines an unnecessary enemy. Don't worry, Sengoku. That kid isn't that petty. Besides, if he didn't join the Marines, isn't it all your fault? What did you say? If you'd kept tighter reins and avoided breeding parasites, the brat might have joined. Garp's tone turned righteous. He shot a glare at the shackled 16th Branch Commander Nezumi and his men. He then laid out Nezumi's crimes. The investigation results were sickening. Garp had nearly executed the scum on the spot. After hearing Garp's report, Sengoku fell silent on the other end of the den mushi. A moment later his voice came, tight with anger. A marine scum like this is worse than any pirate. Bring him back at once. He must be punished severely as a warning to others. He hung up. Beside him, the Marine Staff Officer Tsuru frowned. Sengoku, this Leno might be the one the Holy Land ordered us to find a while back. Should we? There's no proof it's him, is there? And he isn't a pirate, nor has he done evil. We can't move on him right now. From Garp's description, he has admiral-level strength and his stance toward the Marines is unclear. For the time being, let's not provoke him, Sengoku said, brows knitted. That Marine trash, I recommend a public execution. And we secretly investigate the branches across the 4 seas, root out every internal degenerate. Admiral Akainu said, cigar clenched, arms folded, his expression vicious. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded without a word. Scary. To fight Vice Admiral Garp 10 days and nights, Admiral Kazara drawled, feigning fear. At that, everyone looked back down at the newspaper on the table. Even Admiral Akiji lifted his sleep mask for a glance. New World, a small uninhabited island. Boss, big news. Someone in East Blue fought Garp for 10 days straight. A crewmate ran in, shoving a paper at a bleary-eyed Shanks. Oh? Another strong one from East Blue? And he's the one who killed Golden Lion? A young powerhouse. Huh? Luffy? Haven't seen him in ages, Yasop said suddenly as he eyed a photo. What? Luffy? Where? Where? Shanks flipped back and forth but couldn't find him. There, Yasop pointed at the straw hat peeking out behind the 3 girls. What the? Shanks pouted. He'd expected a face shot, turned out it was just the hat. New World, Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Lin, the mysterious man who killed Golden Lion has appeared, and he fought Garp. Strussen said, bringing over the paper. Mama. Killed Golden Lion? Fought Garp? Then invite him to join Mama's crew, and I'll allow him to marry one of Mama's daughters. Mama. Understood, Lin. I'll make arrangements, Strussen said and withdrew. Beside them, Katakuri stared at Leno's photo, eyes flashing. If you want to marry my sister, show me you have the strength. New World, Wano Country, Onigashima. Captain Kaido, the one who killed Golden Lion, is named Leno. He showed up in East Blue and fought Garp, King said, holding the paper. To trade blows with Garp? That old man's iron fist isn't easy to take. Seems he's got skill. Wurararo. When he reaches the New World, I'll fight him. Kaido swigged from his gourd. Grand Line, Calm Belt, Amazon Lily, Royal Palace. Leno-sama has set sail. We'll meet soon. Is this the legendary proposal? Boa Hancock hugged the paper to her chest and melted to the floor, lost in love. Nearby, Sandersonia also held a copy. After years apart, Leno-sama is even stronger. He actually fought the legendary marine hero. So strong. So this is the man who slew the celestial dragons and saved you sisters? Truly powerful, Elder Nyan said. Right, but I remember Leno-sama's ability was the rumble fruit. How does he now have a mythical zone too? Marigold asked, puzzled. What? Are you sure he used to be a rumble user? Elder Nyan blanched. If so, this man was terrifying. If such news spread, the world would explode, wouldn't it? Even if Leno-sama bears the devil's power, I will not abandon him. I will stay by his side and protect him, for we are to be married. Hancock clutched her heart and collapsed as if mortally wounded. Elder sister, X2. Hancock. Are you all right? Grand Line, a small cross-shaped boat drifting. Look. Some idiots rowing with a sword. Pirates jeered from a passing ship. Weird things happen every year, but this year's special. That little raft? He dares to sail? Shying. Steel sang. Crayak. The pirate ship split clean in 2. Arg. Our ship, cut apart. Help. We're sinking. Ignoring their cries, Hawkeye's Mihawk glanced down at the paper. A Grandmaster swordsman. Another strong one from East Blue? My sword path can still advance. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's rip-off bar. Well, so it really was Thunder God Leno. How surprising. Shaki widened her eyes at the paper. So Thunder God Leno isn't hiding anymore? His growth is scary. Just a few years, and he's already at this level, Rayleigh sighed. For a moment, he nearly mimicked Kizaru. Scary kids these days. East Blue, Cocoyasi Village. Aileen-chan. Come quick, news of your brother and sisters. Genzo called to the girl swinging her sword. What? Let me see. Aileen ran over with her blade. Looking at the photo, she asked, Papa, what does it say? It says your brother Leno fought someone for 10 days and nights without a decisive result and left unharmed. Look, there are photos. Your sisters are there too. That's great. I'm so jealous they can sail with him. When I grow up, I'll go to sea and find them. Aileen declared, brandishing her little sword. Achoo. Leno, lounging on a deck chair, rubbed his nose. Who's talking about me? He closed his eyes again to sunbathe. Idiot Leno, get up. We're almost at Shellstown. Let's get ready to land and stock up, Nami urged. Yeah. Leno got up with a stretch and looked ahead. Shellstown sat on a small island, buildings packed tight. On the central high ground rose 2 cylindrical towers, one tall, one short, wide at the base and narrow at the top, the headquarters of Marine Branch 153, which oversaw public order in Shellstown and surrounding waters. The streets bustled with foot traffic, hawking and shouts filling the air, prosperous and lively. Leno's group walked in at an easy pace. Nami handed him a list. He'd handle the supply run. With his inventory, it was easiest for him to carry everything. While buying supplies, Leno casually probed for news about the local Marine branch. He learned the current commanding officer was a colonel named Bill Casso, and there'd been no reports of oppressing civilians. Looks like the story characters haven't refreshed here yet. Fine by me, peace and quiet. With nothing pressing to do, Leno happily shopped his way through town. Before long, word had spread that a big spender had arrived. Every store Leno entered emptied its shelves. The moment he stepped out of a greengrocer's with every last fruit, a crowd swarmed him. Customer, do you need anything else? Our boutique sells men's and women's fashion. Please come take a look. Sir, our pastries just came out of the oven today. They taste exquisite. Sir. One seller cut in over another. Voices piled up as they crowded around him, hawking their goods with all their might. When they finally paused for breath, the man was already gone. Phew. Leno, who had transformed into lightning to escape, was still terrified. Dealing with these people was even more exhausting than fighting. Luckily, he had bought almost all the supplies. Not long after, Leno returned to the ship and found that the girls hadn't returned yet. He looked back at the town and didn't see them, so he lay down, feeling at ease. Reflecting on his experiences, he realized that although he could clash with a top-tier powerhouse, it was still a bit too much to think about defeating an old veteran. Take Garp, for example. His martial arts and hockey had reached a peak. In their fight, Leno's body could barely take his punches. He only managed to fight him evenly after transforming into his dragon form. Seems I've slacked off a bit lately. My body, hockey, swordsmanship, they all have room to grow. This East Blue trip hasn't pressured me much at all. Freedom meant he had the strength to say no. But Garp hadn't been wrong. If someone threatened his crew, or Cocoyasi Village, he'd be on the back foot. In the end, it's still about strength. Only when my name alone makes others drop any crooked ideas will I truly be at ease. Hey, stupid Leno, did you actually follow my list when you shopped? And why are you back so early? Nami's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, Nami, I'm still the captain. In your eyes, am I really that unreliable? Leno said, exasperated. Huh. Calling yourself captain, then tell me, what do you do besides eat and sleep? And you eat the most, too. Kuina and Nojiko snickered on the side. He thought about it. He didn't have much to rebut. Cough. Of course, my job is to lead you outstanding crew members, Leno said. He wouldn't admit that he was completely useless. The three rolled their eyes and ignored him, heading to their rooms. Over the next few days, they passed through Orange Town. The man with the conqueror's hockey of luck, Buggy the Clown, didn't show for unknown reasons. Maybe he hadn't appeared or was off recruiting in some corner. At the gates of Syrup Village, they did run into Usopp, the Great Liar. The moment he saw them, he shouted about pirates, rattled off his classic 8,000 followers routine with practiced ease, then got K.O.D. by a very annoyed Nami. Up at the hilltop mansion, Kaya hit it off with the girls. When she heard they were adventurers planning to sail around the world, her eyes shone with envy. Her parents were merchants who often traveled, and she longed for the world beyond. She peppered them with questions about what they'd seen. Now and then, her surprised cries drifted down the hall. Nami noticed the wealth of books and asked to borrow some. Kaya happily agreed and hosted them for a few days. Meanwhile, Leno scouted the area but found no sign of the Black Cat pirates. He couldn't help suspecting those figures wouldn't truly appear until Monkey D. Luffy set sail. A few days later, at Syrup Village's harbor, Kaya and the family butler Mary waved goodbye. Though they'd only spent a short time together, the girls had clicked at once. Now they gazed after the receding ship with reluctance. Kaya really is a gentle girl. She even went out of her way to host us. Nami, got the route locked? Time to set sail again. We'll be leaving East Blue before long. Have you decided which sea we're heading to? Leno asked. Silence. He turned to see the three of them leaning on the rail, staring towards Syrup Village, quiet and forlorn. Leno sighed. Girl friendships could arrive like a sudden squall. If you can't bear to part, why not just kidnap her aboard? It's not too late. The ship's big enough, Leno suggested. You idiot, Leno. You barbarian. Ayo, that's too much. Bandit. The three pelted him with accusations. Hey, you three are enough already. Leno nearly tore his hair out. Baratai, a sea restaurant in the Samba Sea, was a massive floating eatery shaped like a fish-headed ship. Because of pirate trouble, it even had a battle mode. The fin-like side panels could rise for combat. In the kitchen. Thump. Ow, stupid old man. What was that for? The young Sanji yelled, clutching a new lump on his head. Brat, who told you to take the walk? You're 100 years too early to be cooking. Go wash the dishes. Red-leg Zeph looked down at him from on high. Ha ha, Sanji got whacked again. Sanji, you're 100 years too early, ha ha ha, a few burly cooks jeered. Suddenly Patty burst in, flustered. Boss. Boss. Big customer. There's a big customer coming. Calm down and speak clearly. What big customer? Zeph barked. The miracle ship, that steel flying ship. It's just ahead, almost here. Patty panted. What? The miracle ship? Move, let's go see. The idle cooks hooped and bolted out of the galley. In the distance, Leno and the others were about to reach Baratai. Wow, so that's the sea restaurant? It really looks like a giant fish, Nojiko exclaimed. Let me see, hey, it is a fish head. So cool. Nami ran up in excitement. Even Kuina's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Look, it really is a steel ship, and it's shining in the sun. Yeah, and see? It doesn't even need sails to move. No wonder they call it the miracle ship. Wait, so, does that mean the ship really can fly? Of course it can. Didn't you see the photos in the newspaper? No doubt about it. Hard to imagine how the ship was even built. A few diners rushed outside with the cooks, chattering in amazement. After all, this was a ship built in their East Blue. There was pride mixed with their excitement. What are you all doing outside? Get back to work. Zeph appeared, shooing the curious staff back in. His gaze, however, stayed grave as he looked toward the approaching ship. Listen up. The one on that ship is no ordinary man. Do your jobs well and don't you dare provoke him. In the galley, Zeph sternly warned all the staff. After docking, Leno led the three girls into the restaurant. Welcome, honored guests. Please, this way. Patty bowed deeply, his face beaming as he ushered them inside. Bring out every signature dish you've got, one of each. Leno said boldly. Sir, here's the thing. We have a rule here that we don't allow wasting food. Can you really finish this much food? Patty explained to Leno. Don't worry, bring it all. Nami finally let loose the aura of a wealthy lady. Several customers nearby looked curiously toward the table of one man and three women. So these young people were the masters of the famed miracle ship? Oh right, use this salt for the cooking. The flavor might be even better. Leno tossed a bag of salt across. He'd bought it ages ago in Water 7 and never finished using it. The bearded Karn quickly grabbed it and brought it into the kitchen. This is. Feeling the heavy essence of the deep sea from it, Zeph's pupils contracted sharply. Little Sanji, watching curiously, tasted some as well. His body shuddered violently. It was a sensation he had never known. "Honored sir, may I ask where this salt came from?" Sanji followed Zeph back out to Leno's table. "Oh, that's sea salt from beyond the Grand Line, from Water 7. One of a kind," Leno replied with a smile, then his face darkened. As expected, Sanji was a lecher even as a kid. In moments, he was already fawning around Nami and the others, preparing them tea before the meal. "Thank you for telling us." Wham! Ow! Zeph's boot struck Sanji square on the head. He dragged him back into the kitchen. "Haha, that curly-browed guy is so funny." Nami burst out laughing. Once the dishes were served, the group began to eat. "Wow, this tastes amazing. Guess my cooking still has a ways to go," Nojiko said excitedly. "So good. I've never eaten anything this delicious." Nami clasped her face in bliss. Kuina, for her part, stayed silent. But her glowing eyes and quickened eating speed were proof enough that she was thoroughly satisfied. "Hey, Leno, let's recruit a chef, okay? Leaving all the cooking to Nojiko is too much work for her," Nami suggested. "What, are you saying my cooking is bad?" Nojiko narrowed her eyes at her. Nami froze, then gave a sheepish laugh. No, I just think you work too hard. I want someone to help you, that's all." "I've been thinking the same. Nojiko trains and then still cooks for us, it's tough. I already have someone in mind. Once we reach Lowtown, we'll invite her to be our chef." Nobody objected. Bang! The doors slammed open as a boot kicked them wide. A group of rough-looking pirates stormed in. "Hey, who owns that steel ship outside? Our captain's taken a liking to it. Hand it over, and hand over all your money while you're at it," one pirate barked, waving a blade. Another pirate looked around the room and added, "That's right, we're the Battle Axe Pirates. Our captain, the great pirate Billy the Blood Axe, carries a bounty of 5 million berries. Don't stick your noses in, or you'll die." Karn and Patty clenched their fists, ready to teach the fools a lesson, but Zeph blocked them, shaking his head. "Suji, 5 million berries. Hey, boss, will that cover our bill?" Nami asked gleefully. The diners around them stared. Pirates had everyone trembling, yet this girl was excited. "My guests, 5 million berries is far more than enough for your meal," Zeph replied. At that, Nami's eyes lit up. She stared at Leno as if to say, "Look, someone's showing up to pay for our meal. What are you waiting for? Go get them." Without even lifting his head, Leno muttered, "Leave it to Kuina. It's good exercise after eating." "TCH. You're just lazy," Nami muttered, dissatisfied. Kuina calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin, stood up, and drew her sword. "Let's go. I still have dessert to eat later." "Don't waste my time," she told the pirates, walking outside. Seeing a lone girl confront a gang of pirates, some concerned patrons and even cooks moved to follow. "What, he's letting a girl go fight them alone?" Sanji sneered softly at Leno. Wham! "Shut it. What do you know? Those lackey pirates aren't worth that man's effort." "Open your eyes and watch carefully," Zeph scolded, his boot catching Sanji again. He dared not risk offending Leno. Sanji wanted to protest, but then came the sudden screams outside. Within minutes, Kuina walked calmly back in, her face utterly serene, and sat down again. Nami glanced around. "Kuina, you didn't search their ship?" Kuina froze with her teacup halfway up. "Forgot." Nami slapped her forehead. "None of you understand the value of money. Even a single berry is still money." She huffed and went out herself. Nojiko only sighed and shook her head. She turned toward the kitchen. "Those pirates outside, take them to the nearest marine branch and cash in the bounty. That'll cover our meal." This. The patrons were stunned. "Wait, that fast?" The whole pirate crew was wiped out. "Go. Take them to the marines for bounty collection," Zeph ordered. He ignored their shock, though inside he was rattled. That girl had massacred an entire pirate crew in moments. Just how powerful was she? His gaze turned again toward Leno, still calmly eating. Just how terrifying was this man? Nami walked in hugging a small box, grumbling, "What a broke guy." He had a 5 million berries bounty, yet his ship only had a few 100,000. Not even 1 million. "Nami, composure. Remember your composure." You're a wealthy lady now, carry yourself with some dignity. Leno reminded her. Oh, right. Nami quickly straightened her back, lifted her chin, and gave the room a lofty glance before sitting at the table. Nojiko only shook her head helplessly at the two of them. These two really act like children. Logue Town, the final stop before the Grand Line, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, the place where the Pirate King was both born and executed. Up ahead is Logue Town. This time, we've got to explore properly. Let's also visit the spot where the Pirate King was executed, Nami said excitedly. The Pirate King? Kuina's eyes hardened. Because of his final words, countless people took to the seas to become pirates these past years. Yeah, whatever kind of man he was, he did throw the entire sea into unprecedented turmoil, Leno added. Soon, they arrived at Logue Town. After disembarking, Leno stored away their ship. This place is huge and so crowded. Nojiko gasped. Of course. This is the last stop before the Grand Line. People from all over pour in to stock up on supplies before heading in. That's why the town is so prosperous, Nami explained. Let's hit the shops later, and buy some clothes too, she suggested. The group followed the flow of people through the town when a noisy commotion broke out ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into your stall. How much is it? I'll pay. A young girl's flustered voice rang out. She didn't mean it, and she already offered to pay. Why are you still making a scene? Yeah, are you just bullying her because she's a young girl? The crowd muttered with disapproval. Then came an angry voice. Damn it. Those fresh fruits were just laid out, and she scattered them everywhere. How am I supposed to sell now? I'm sorry, the girl kept apologizing. Come on, let's check this out, Leno said, leading the way as they squeezed through the crowd. They found a girl in a red plaid shirt, clutching a long sword, bowing over and over to the stall owner. Under the pressure of the onlookers, the man finally took her money, still cursing as he left. The girl turned back to bow gratefully to the crowd. Just as her face lifted, Leno's group froze. Even Kuina's eyes widened in shock. Nami nudged Kuina with her elbow. Kuina, is that your sister? Or your twin? Wouldn't I know if I had a sister? Kuina muttered, exasperated. But still. Even Nojiko was stunned. Anyone would have thought the two were siblings. They looked nearly identical, aside from Kuina being slightly taller. Hey, what's your name? Kuina stepped forward. The girl's gaze immediately latched onto the blade at Kuina's waist. That's Sakura Veil, right? One of the 21 great grade swords. I asked you a question, Kuina sighed. Sorry, I didn't. The girl stopped mid-apology when she got a good look at Kuina's face. The resemblance was uncanny. My name is Tashiji. I'm currently a trainee with the Marines. And you are? I'm Kuina. Seeing how scatterbrained she was, Kuina thought, she's nothing like me at all, but somehow she reminds me of Zoro. The two quickly began to talk, discovering that they were the same age and both deeply passionate about swordsmanship. Nami and Nojiko were floored. The sea really is vast, isn't it? Leno teased Nojiko, which earned him a glare. With Kuina's introduction, Nami and Nojiko also joined in the conversation. Tashiji offered to show them around Logue Town, and they gladly agreed. On the way, when she learned that Kuina and the others were skilled swordsmen, she was stunned and called them geniuses. She even pitifully begged to see Kuina's sword. Watching Tashiji fawn over Sakura Veil, Nami nearly lost her patience. Then they came upon a plaza with a banner stretched across it. That's Logue Town's annual cooking contest. I enter it every year. Let's go take a look. Tashiji said cheerfully. Perfect. The person we're looking for might be there, Leno said casually. Nami's eyes lit up. You mean? Exactly. Let's go. By the time they arrived, the contest had already ended and the awards ceremony was underway. Wow! Miss Carmen wins again. That's her third consecutive victory. At such a young age, she's already Logue Town's #1 chef. Some even say she's the best chef in all of East Blue. After all, the most famous cooks in the sea come here to compete, Tashiji explained with excitement. Let's go. We've got to catch her before she disappears, Leno said, striding forward. Soon, They found a red-haired girl with a spatula clenched between her teeth. Huh? You want me to join your crew as a cook? What a joke. I'm going to be East Blue's #1 chef. Why would I board your ship? Carmen exclaimed dramatically. Leno calmly tossed a bag of salt at her feet. Taste it. A true cook could never resist the salt of Water 7. This. The moment Carmen tasted it, her whole body trembled as if swallowed by a tidal wave. Where's this salt from? I've never tasted anything like it. It's from Water 7, deep in the Grand Line. A specialty of that city. Well, amazing, isn't it? Aren't you curious about the taste of salt from the other 3 seas? Curious about the salt of the Grand Line? Curious about the salt of the New World? East Blue's best cook? You think you can surpass Zeph here? Don't you want to taste the world and create the world's finest cuisine? I am curious. I am curious. I want to surpass Zeph. I want to be the world's #1 chef. Carmen shouted passionately, leaping to her feet. Good. Then join us, sail with us, and you'll surpass Zeph and become the world's best chef. Leno urged. I'll join, Carmen declared. Nami and the others gaped at the scene. Watching Leno coax Carmen step by step, it was like he'd lured her into a trap. Of course, as Leno would put it, he was simply laying out the true dream of a chef, to chase after the world's greatest cuisine. Seeing the stunned looks on their faces, Leno gave them a smug gesture. Chef recruitment, success. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.